Assalamualaikum and very good morning. First of all, it is my pleasure to be Master of Ceremony for the 3rd International Conference in Economics, Entrepreneurship and Management 2021. I am Muhammad Amir bin Abdul Aziz from Iceem Tijara Holding Sdn Bhd. On behalf of the Iceem 2021 committee, we wish to extend our warm welcome and thank you to all participants, guests of honor, foreign and local participants to this 3rd International Conference in Economics, Entrepreneurship and Management 2021. Praise to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, we have been graced by the chance to gather in this momentous ceremony. Before we move on, let us begin with the recitation of dua that will be led by Encik Afi Farhan.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Ya Allah, we are gathered virtually together here on this blessed and beautiful day for the 3rd International Conference on Economics, Entrepreneurship and Management 2021, Iceem 2021. Ya Allah, only with your mercy and blessing, this virtual Iceem 2021 event is made possible. Ya Allah, Ya Alim, Ya Hakim, the world is currently having the COVID-19 pandemic and everyone is negatively impacted by it. Ya Allah, with your supreme assistance, help us to reduce the case of COVID-19 around the world and also in Malaysia. Gain us something better that will make us always be thankful and grateful to you. Rabbana zalamna anfusana wa illam taghfir lana wa tarhamna lanakunanna minal khasirin. ربنا لا تزغ قلوبنا بعد إذ هديتنا وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وبارك وسلم والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Thank you to Encik Afi Farhan for the recitation of dua just now. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. To begin with, I would like to invite Encik Muhammad Nur Izzuddin Noh, the Group Chief Executive Officer, Iceem Tijara Holding Sdn Bhd, to deliver his opening speech. Please welcome Encik Muhammad Nur Izzuddin Noh.
Assalamualaikum and a very good morning. I would like to welcome all of the presenters and participants to the 3rd International Conference on Economics, Entrepreneurship and Management 2021. Again, I would like to congratulate all of you for making this knowledge sharing conference a reality. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme for this edition is managing volatility, uncertainty, complexity and ambiguity during pandemic COVID-19. The aim of this virtual conference is, first, to create a platform for academicians, researchers, and practitioners to discuss their experience, research, and findings on the issues of economics, entrepreneurship, and management. Second, is to disseminate information and opportunities for economic development. Third, is to become a platform for exchanging ideas between experts. And the last aim of this virtual conference is to provide researchers with an in-depth opportunity for issues that have not yet been explored. Ladies and gentlemen, global economic growth is necessary in order to ensure the stability of the world economy. The COVID-19 pandemic has triggered economic uncertainty in developing countries to deal with knowledge and innovation. The COVID-19 pandemic has spread with alarming speed, affecting millions and bringing economic activities increasingly worrying as countries impose movement restriction order to avoid the spread of the virus. However, the International Conference on Economics, Entrepreneurship and Management 2021 is another serious attempt by Iceem Tijara Holding Sdn Bhd as a wholly owned company of University Science Islam Malaysia. The conference is organized in order to address collaboration, opportunities, and challenges for achieving balanced development among all countries in the world. The pandemic is also having a devastating impact on businesses. People are losing jobs and income, with no way of knowing when normalcy will return. The International Labour Organization estimates that the pandemic could cost 195 million jobs, even when the short-term effects end, the long-term economic impact will ripple for years. All four characteristics of VUCA are true of the challenges we face due to this pandemic COVID-19. In terms of volatility, changes due to COVID-19 are taking place every day, unpredictable, dramatic, and fast. Uncertainty. No one can predict with confidence when the pandemic will end or when we will have a cure. Complexity. The pandemic is affecting all aspects of life, including healthcare, businesses, the economy, and social life in a very complex way. Ambiguity. There is no best practice that organization can follow to manage the challenges caused by the pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to extend my invitation to all of you to join our coming fourth Iceem, which will be held later in June. Please spread these invitations to all your friends and colleagues. You can either join us as presenters or as participants. Finally, again, I would like to extend my warmest welcome to all of you. I hope you enjoy our virtual conference today. Thank you to all the participants and presenters as far from Gaza, Bangladesh, India, among others. Spread the words, spread the knowledge, and spread positivity. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you and enjoy the conference.
Thank you very much, Encik Muhammad Nur Izzuddin Noh, for the remarkable speech. Next, I am honored to invite our keynote speaker, Yang Mulia Puan Raja Azura Raja Mahyudin. Puan Raja Azura Raja Mahyudin is an experienced, committed, result-driven, and on-the-ground leader with over 20 years of working experience, including 13 years of exposure at senior management level, serving 5 chief executive officers or managing directors and 4 ministers in delivering set vision and mission for the entities served. She also been involved in establishing newly set up entities, driving transformation, executing innovative and new way of doing things, and have strong ability to translate strategic direction to tactical and operational activities in delivering qualitative and quantitative outcomes. Without further ado, I would like to invite Yang Mulia Puan Raja Azura Raja Mahyudin to deliver her insight on managing volatility, uncertainty, complexity, ambiguity during COVID-19 pandemic. Please welcome Yang Mulia Puan Raja Azura Raja Mahyudin.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh, and a very good day. I wish to welcome all participants of the 3rd International Conference of Economics, Entrepreneurship and Management 2021 to this auspicious event. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the organization of Iceem 2021, Musim Ijara Holdings and Ria Berhad, the wholly owned company of University Science Islam Malaysia, known as USIM, for the invitation to deliver the keynote address for today. Iceem is now coming to its 3rd session. This conference is being held to address the need to collaborate, seek opportunities, and resolve challenges in achieving balanced development among the countries around the world. The COVID-19 pandemic should not stop us from continuing to learn, unlearn, and relearn from each other. Hence, this year's conference is being held virtually to allow the sharing to proceed, which I see this turning a challenge to opportunity, as this virtual conference now allows for more participants to join from any part of the world. Iceem 2021 with the theme Managing VUCA during COVID-19 pandemic is very timely. But what is VUCA? I'm sure all participants have good understanding of what VUCA means, but I have found an interesting video to share with all of you to provide greater insights of VUCA. So let us watch this video together. VUCA, welcome to a brave new world. We're living in the world filled with volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity being the reality that all of us cannot run away from. VUCA will be the norm for the future, and the fear is always, are we ready, really ready, and equipped to face the VUCA world? We have to accept one important reality as quoted by Heraclitus, that the only constant in life now is change. The current pandemic has expedited the long-standing transformation of the world and paved the way for digital transformation. It has affected the global economy and sources of supply, business operation, changed our way of life extensively, and have far-reaching consequences. In overcoming the unprecedented crisis, leaders are required to be resilient in action and be adaptive to change in its effort to manage the organization and its people, respond to the fluid circumstances around the clock, strategizing differently to assure business sustainability and adaptability to the new norm, while at the same time keeping his foresight on the next norm. While having other great leadership traits, running a business as usual, leaders managing crisis and change must be agile, forward-thinking, risk-takers, experimenters, and open to listen and consider critical feedbacks and creative ideas in steering the ship in weathering the storm. The huge impact to our daily life in the aspect of health, social, and economy are undeniable, and disruption have forced all of us to align ourselves to the new way of life almost immediately. Innovation and digital transformation stands out to drive life's survivability, business continuity, global trade and movement, and these agendas have moved to the highest priority. We, as responsible citizens of the world, have to start looking into the adoption of the alternative ways to move forward, considering so many areas that requires immediate attention, namely education, social enterprise, social sciences, business and economics, innovation and technology, psychology and humanities, management, accounting and finance, tourism and environment management, law and governance, communication, religion, entrepreneurship, agriculture, medicine, science, technology, infrastructure, and there are so many more. And we need to assure that there should not be one aspect that is left behind. Iceem 2021 has provided a platform for academicians and researchers to discuss and deliberate their research and findings on the issues of economic entrepreneurship and management relating to managing VUCA, and provide the opportunity to disseminate information and opportunities on the topic of discussion, being an arena for exchanging ideas between the experts, and provide researchers with an in-depth opportunity to attaining issues that have not yet been explored. I'm hopeful at the end of Iceem 2021, we would be able to find great resolutions and way forward in managing VUCA. Together, we counter volatility with agility and enable adaptive capacity, face uncertainty with the ability to operate under multiple circumstances and increase diversity, react to complexity with clarity, and create a context that will enable the desired outcomes, minimize ambiguity by enhancing systems thinking that will allow us to understand interconnectivity and appreciate different perspectives. By doing so, I believe we will be able to face the current challenges we are facing and develop the countermeasures in the various aspects that will be discussed at this forum. Together, we thrive in achieving the balanced development among the countries around the world, build agile and resilient communities in our drive to build better future and leave a great legacy for the next generation. I hope all of you will have a good time to connect and engage with each other, and I wish all participants a meaningful and rewarding conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yang Mulia Puan Raja Azura Raja Mahyudin, for her keynote speak and insights. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Without further ado, I would like to invite our first presenter, Nur Kamarina Sha'arom from University Science Islam Malaysia to give the presentation about PO, Fit and Performance in Malaysia.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Nur Kamarina Sharom. I'm from Faculty of Economics and Muamalat, University Science Islam Malaysia. So my title for today is PO Fit and Performance in Malaysia. There has been growing research interest in examining the relationship between PO Fit and employee performance. However, most of this research was conducted in only a few countries. If you can see here from United States, there are several studies in South Korea, Singapore, and Spain. These are all related to the relationship between PO Fit and employee performance. It's either seeking the relationship towards the in-role performance, OCB, and some other related performance of employees. So this actually clearly suggests that little is known about the nature of this relationship in Malaysia. Even most of the research done found that PO Fit positively related with performance. So there is a little empirical evidence say the other way around. The academician's values congruence is achieved during recruitment and selection process. It starts when potential employees explore and develop perceptions of their fit with the organization, in terms of congruence between their value set and that of the recruiting organization. They will potentially select themselves out of the recruitment process if they perceive a misfit between their enduring value set and that of the hiring organization. So therefore, matching the right people with the right organization is the prerequisite for satisfactory performance of the recruitment process. Thus, this paper is to examine the relationship between employees' perceptions of PO Fit and their work outcomes in Malaysian higher education institutions. PO Fit or Person Organization Fit is assumed to be able to enhance employee outcomes, which is believed to improve organizational performance. Accordingly, researchers have argued the importance of considering the effects of PO Fit on employee attitudes and behaviors as a more prominent indicator, so which may be regarded as an intermediary outcome in the relationship between PO Fit and organizational performance. PO Fit is not only related to work outcomes or organizational success, but it can also be beneficial in terms of the positive atmosphere that can be created through reciprocal interaction, in work environments, social environments, and the vocation, leading to an increased organizational commitment from employees. The relationship between PO Fit and job performance actually has been examined in many studies. For example, like Christoph Brown 2005, Von Galler's Ferrin 2008, Gregoras and Defendorf 2009, even from South Korea, Kim, Ari, Loy, and Kim 2013, whereby it was found that PO Fit is positively related to in-role performance and OCB. So this study actually proposes the following hypothesis, based on the meta-analysis and empirical studies on the relationship between PO Fit and employee outcomes. So hypothesis 1A, hypothesis 1B. PO Fit is positively related to in-role performance and OCB. This study was conducted based on personally administered questionnaires, data obtained from 295 academicians and their supervisors through multi-source ratings, so which represents 53% response rate. So the process of data collection was conducted by assessing the samples of employees and immediate supervisors, which was facilitated and assisted through individuals who are in charge of personnel work in the organizations of HR personnel. Two waves of data collection were involved in this process. So the completed questionnaires were collected either on the same day or a few days later, yeah, but not more than 3 working days. So in case the participants failed to provide their name, the log of distribution number of questionnaires was used to solve the problem. So it was vital to ensure that both questionnaires matched and the data completed. So this is the result of overall demographic. If you can see from the demographic variables we collect from the gender, age, race, marital status, highest level of education. So the demographics continue with the type of organization, current position, extra position, job status, monthly income, and length of service in current institution. So this is the result, yeah. So hypothesis 1A and B investigated the possibility of positive relationships between PO feed and enrolled performance as well as OCB. So according to the results, you can see the relationship is demonstrated to be positive, but with no significant path from PO feed to enrolled performance. So the relationship negatively insignificant to OCB. Hence, hypotheses 1A and B are not supported. So, the conclusion is the results provided showed that the relationship between PO feed and employee outcomes for both enrolled performance and OCB were insignificant. So the results actually contradict a number of previous studies by Shinomona et al. 2013, Dermer 2015, even Kim et al. 2013. So hence, the findings of the present study add a new argument, yeah, which states that there is no relationship between PO feed and enrolled performance and OCB. The insignificant result of the relationship has led to the suggestion of some future research. So future research needs to focus on the other various of PE feed types, yeah. For example, like PG feed, PJ feed, yeah, person group feed, person job feed, and some other PE feed types, and not only PO feed only. In addition, future research needs to include withdrawal attitudes and behaviors as longitudinal data, maybe to improve understanding regarding the roles of various feed types. Plus, future studies may wish to consider any mediating or moderating effects of other variables in the relationship. Alhamdulillah, that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation just now. Let us begin with the next presentation. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Ahmadu Abu Bakar from Federal University Sinma to give the presentation about market risk and financial performance of listed oil and gas firms in Nigeria.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Dr. Ahmadu Abubakar from the Department of Business Management, Federal University Dusuma, Nigeria. I'm presenting a paper to the third International Conference on Economics, Entrepreneurship and Management, and the theme, Management, Volatility, Uncertainty, Complexity, Ambiguity during COVID-19 pandemic. And the title of my paper is Market Risks and Financial Performance of Listed Oil and Gas Firms in Nigeria. The content of my presentation is as follows. We have the introduction, literature review, method, results and discussions, and conclusion. Introduction. Risks in business is inevitable. Businesses around the globe are exposed to different categories of risks, ranging from market risks such as interest rate risks, foreign exchange risks, price risks, among others. Market risk is the risk that changes in market prices, such as foreign exchange rates, interest rates, and equity prices, will affect income or value of the holdings or financial instrument. The objective of market risk management is to manage and control market rate exposure within acceptable parameters. Market risk is the risk that fair value of future cash flows of a financial instrument will fluctuate because of changes in market prices. The operation of oil and gas sector in Nigeria is not free from exposure to market risks. This is because the performance of the sector depends on oil production and price in the international market. The sector is important as Nigeria is one of the top oil and gas producers in Africa and has the continent's largest natural reserves. Most price studies focus on financial institutions, particularly banks. See, for instance, Arua Musa 2014, Kelvin 2016, Moriti et al. 2016, among others. This study examines the impact of market risks, such as degree of financial leverage, interest rate risks, and foreign exchange exposure on financial performance of listed oil and gas firms in Nigeria during the period 2008 to 2018. A literature review and hypothesis development. In the conceptual clarification, key concepts such as market risks and its pros, degree of financial leverage, interest rate risks, and foreign exchange exposure are discussed, while the dependent variable financial performance pros by return on assets are briefly highlighted. The theoretical underpinning for this study is the extreme value theory, which is based on value at risk used by most financial institutions. Empirical studies were reviewed, and the results revealed that some authors found significant negative relationship between market risks and financial performance. Others found significant positive relationship, yet others did not find any significant association between market risks and financial performance. The hypothesis development, 3 hypotheses were hypothesized as follows. Hypothesis 1, degree of financial leverage has no significant impact on the financial performance, pros by return on assets. Interest rate risk has no significant impact, pros by financial performance by return on assets, while foreign exchange exposure has no significant impact on financial performance represented by return on assets. The methods, research design. Export factor and longitudinal research designs are used. Export factor was used because the study was based on secondary data, that is, the event had already taken place, while the hybrid of time series data and cross-sectional unit favor the longitudinal research design. The population of study composed of 7 firms listed on the oil and gas sector of Nigerian Stock Exchange as at 31st December 2008 and with continuous listing status as at 31st December 2018. Data sources, annual report and financial statement of the sample firms for the period of study were utilized to source for data. Variables and the measurements were done as follows. Degree of financial leverage is the independent variable. Interest rate risk is the independent variable. Foreign exchange exposure is the independent variable, while age is the control variable. And return assets is the dependent variable and measure as follows in line with literature. The model specification, return on asset is regress on degree of financial leverage, interest rate risk, foreign exchange exposure, and age as a control variable. While 2 methods of estimations were used, descriptive statistics in the form of mean, median, minimum, standard deviation, coefficient of variation, skewness, and kurtosis, while panel regression in form of pool ordinary least square, fixed effect model, and random effect model are used to investigate the association between market risk and financial performance. Result and discussion. Descriptive result is shown. Degree of financial leverage as a mean value of 1.50, which imply for any given change in earnings before interest and taxes, profit before tax will change about 1.5 times. The interest rate risk as a negative mean value, implying that interest expense on the average outweigh interest income, confining the negative effect of fixed income source of financing. While age has a mean value of 40 years, which imply that the firms on the average are incorporated about 40 years ago from the period of study. The return on asset has a mean value of 0.06, which imply that for any 1 naira worth of asset that is put into use, about 0.0 naira is generated as a return for the firm. And other measures of descriptives such as median, minimum, standard deviation are also shown. The variance inflation factor is used to dictate whether the independent variables have high correlation, that is multicollinearity. and the variance inflation factor for all the independent variables is less than 10, implying that there's no multicollinearity among our model. The regression result of the best panel estimator fixed effect model is shown after the restricted F-test and the Brospagan test was done to choose the best panel estimator, which is fixed effect model. Robust ARC standard error, atrocatacy and autocorrelation standard error is used because of the presence of autocorrelation and atrocataticity. The result of the degree of financial leverage has a coefficient of 0.05, which is significant at 10% level of significance, which implies that degree of financial leverage has positive impact on financial performance measured by return on assets, confirming that firms were able to trade off the tax sheet benefit attached to debt to improve their performance. The interest rate risks and foreign exchange exposure were not significant, while each tends to be negatively significant to financial performance at 1% level of significance, meaning that firms which are mature or other in age were able to experience low performance. The R square is 0.95, which implies that 95% of the variation in return on asset is jointly accounted for by degree of financial leverage, interest rate risk, foreign exchange exposure, and age, while the remaining 5% is due to chance and other factors not used in this study. The F statistics, which is the test of overall significance, is 5.88, which is significant at 1% level, confirming that our model is good. The study concludes that listed oil and gas firms in Nigeria were able to slightly improve financial performance by taking advantage of tax sheet benefit attached to interest on debt. In the long run, high volatility in interest rate, exchange rate, and high cost of debt will injure financial performance. The study recommends that firms in the oil and gas sector should continue to take a full forward contract to hedge against foreign exchange exposure. This research is significant as it has provided an insight into how market risks affect financial performance. Despite the important contribution of this study, there exists at least 4 limitations. The paper is restricted to firms in the oil and gas sector. Other indices of performance, such as return on capital employed, earnings per share, are not used. We did logarithmic transformation of 3 of our 4 variables, and that generated missing values arising from negative numbers. Data were sourced from financial information of annual reports, which are presented either in thousands and millions. This may result in round-off and truncation error. In view of the foregoing, further empirical research is needed to consider other sectors and prosy variables not utilized in the present study. Distinguished gentlemen and ladies, thank you for your attention. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you for the presentation just now. Let us begin with the next presentation. Next, I would like to invite again Dr. Ahmadu Abu Bakar from Federal University Sinma to give the presentation about financial leverage and financial performance of listed construction or real estate and natural resources companies in Nigeria.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. The peace and blessings of Allah be upon you. I'm Dr. Ahmadu Abu Bakar from Department of Business Management, Federal University Dusama, Nigeria, presenting a paper to the 3rd International Conference on Economics, Entrepreneurship, and Management on the theme Management, Volatility, Uncertainty, Complexity, and Ambiguity during COVID-19 pandemic. The title of my paper is Financial Leverage and Financial Performance of Listed Construction / Real Estate and Natural Resources Companies in Nigeria. The content of my presentation is as follows. We have the introduction, literature review, methods, results and discussion, conclusion. Introduction. The theory of financial leverage and its association with financial performance has been a controversial issue in corporate finance literature since the seminal work of Modigliani and Mina, Modigliani and Miller 1958 assert that leverage has no impact on the value of a firm based on unrealistic assumptions such as existence of perfect market, which there are no taxes, absence of transaction, and bankruptcy costs. Modigliani and Miller 1963 relaxed a non-tax assumption and developed a new theory about tax benefit of debt. That theory gave birth to serious debate in the corporate finance literature. The capital structure of a firm is made up of debt, equity, or mixture of debt and equity. The proportion or the degree to which firm uses debt in the capital structure is described as financial leverage. Financial leverage is an important decision because it has implication on firm financial performance. Excessive use of debt in the capital structure exposes the firm to the risks of financial distress and bankruptcy, which may arise as a result of default. However, interest on debt is tax deductible, meaning that firms can take advantage of tax sheet benefit by employing more debt in the capital structure. A good financial manager should be able to trade off the costs of debt against its benefit in order to improve financial performance. Several empirical studies have been carried out around the globe on the association between financial leverage and financial performance, but this study shows varying results/outcomes. Therefore, this paper investigates the impact of financial leverage on the financial performance using panel data evidence of 5 companies listed on the construction/real estate and natural resources sector of the Nigerian Stock Exchange over the period 2005 to 2019. The literature review will have the conceptual classification on which key concepts such as financial leverage and financial performance are discussed. The theoretical underpinning of this study is the pecking order theory found by Donaldson 1961 and Myers and Majdlouk 1984. According to this theory, firms finance their investment first with internal equity, that is retained earnings, and next with debt, and the firm use equity, external equity as a last resort if there's additional need for financing. Empirical studies were reviewed, and the result shows that some authors found significant positive relationship between financial leverage and financial performance. Others found significant negative relationship, yet some other authors did not find any significant link between financial leverage and financial performance. 3 hypotheses were hypothesized. First, short-term debt ratio has no significant impact on financial performance measured by return on assets. Long-term debt ratio has no significant impact on financial performance measured by return on assets. And total debt equity ratio has no significant impact on financial performance measured by return on assets. The methods: research design, ex post facto and longitudinal research designs are used. Ex post facto was used because the study was based on secondary data, that is, events that had already taken place, while longitudinal research design favors the combination of cross-sectional unit and time series data. The population of the study consists of 11 companies, 7 taken from the construction/real estate sector and 4 from the natural resources sector. From the total of the 11 companies, 6 companies that did not fulfill the criteria for inclusion in the sample are excluded, leaving a final sample of 5 companies, and that constitutes the working population of the study. Data were sourced from the annual report and financial statements of the sample firms. The measurement of variable is done in line with our literature as revealed by the table, which can be seen. Model specification return on assets was regressed on short-term debt ratio, long-term debt ratio, total debt equity ratio, and 2 control variables, that is age and size. 2 methods of estimation are used: descriptive results in the form of mean, median, minimum, maximum, standard deviation, coefficient of variation, skewness, and kurtosis, while panel data regression in form of pooled ordinary risk square and fixed effect model are used. Random effect model could not be used due to insufficient degree of freedom. The restricted F-test was used to select the best panel between pooled ordinary risk square and fixed effect model. The robust heteroscedasticity and autocorrelation standard errors were used in the presence of autocorrelation and heteroscedasticity. The result and discussion is shown. The result of the unit rule test is shown to find out whether our variables are stationary over time. and the result revealed that the variables were stationary at level as revealed by the significant p-value of 0.00 across all the variables. The descriptive result is also shown, and the mean value for short-term debt ratio is 0.30, which implied that 30% of the capital of firms used in this study is financed by short-term financing. While a long-term debt ratio has a mean value of 0.21, which implied that 21% of the capital of firms in this study were financed by long-term debt financing. The mean value of total debt equity ratio is more than 1, implying that firms employ more debt than equity in the present study. The mean age is 41 years age, which implied that the firms on the average were incorporated about 41 years ago. The mean value of the dependent variable return on asset is 0.06, which implies for every 1 naira worth of asset that is put into use, about 6 kobo is generated as a return for the firm. And other measures of our descriptive results were also shown. The result and discussion continues. This is the result of the correlation, which was carried out to ensure whether there's multicollinearity among the independent variables. But the highest correlation coefficient is 0.39, which is not up to 0.7, 0.8, or 0.9 as the case may be, implying that there's no multicollinearity problem. The variance inflation factor is also used to corroborate the correlation matrix on the determination of existence of multicollinearity. But none of the variance inflation factor is up to 10, which also implies that multicollinearity is not a problem for our model. The variance inflation factors provided support on the correlation result on the absence of multicollinearity. The regression result of the fixed effect model using robust arc standard error is shown. This is because the restricted F-test favor fixed effect model over poor ordinary least squared. There is existence of heteroscedasticity and autocorrelation, and that is why the robust arc standard error is used. The result of the regression showed a short-term debt ratio has a negative coefficient of 0.01, which is significant at 1% level of significance, which implied that short-term debt ratio has a significant impact on the financial performance measured by return on assets. The long-term debt ratio has a coefficient of 0.00, which is significant at 1% level of significance, which implied that long-term debt ratio is slightly positively associated with financial performance. The total debt equity ratio has a negative coefficient, but the result is not significant, which implies that long-term debt ratio has no significant impact on performance measured by return on assets. The control variable age is negatively associated with financial performance, while the size is positively associated with financial performance, implying that firms which are bigger in size tend to take advantage of the huge available resources and easy access to debt to improve their financial performance. The R-square of 0.63 is an indication that 63% of the variation of the financial performance is jointly accounted for by short-term debt. The conclusion, authors conclude that debt financing will hinder improvement in the capital in financial performance of firm proxy by return on assets. We also conclude that maturity structure of debt have different implications for firm financial performance. We recommend that firms in the construction/real estate and natural resources sector of Nigeria should look more carefully at the utility and maximization value of debt vis-a-vis internal equity in the capital structure. The study is important as it has provided an in-depth insight into how leverage affects performance of firms listed on the construction/real estate and natural resources sector of Nigeria. To the best of our knowledge, we do not find any empirical evidence in literature in Nigeria on leverage covering this sector. This constitutes an important contribution of knowledge. Distinguished gentlemen and ladies, I thank you all for your attention. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you for the presentation just now. Let us begin with the next presentation. Next, I would like to invite Mohamed Omar from Libyan Oil Institute to give the presentation about the influence of managerial communication skills on project risk management Practices in the Libyan oil and gas industry.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Muhammad Umar al-Kabuli. My supervisor is Prof. IR Adnan bin Zilkufli. My topic I want to show with you the influence of the managerial communication skills on project risk management practice in the Libyan oil and gas industry. Introduction. Oil and gas sector is one of the most important sector due to its significant influence on all aspects of other business. Oil and gas are major resources that in the high demand and their effect on national and international financial markets cannot be overlooked. According to Dialogue 2015 and Judah 2016 indicated that the oil and gas industry is facing serious challenges in terms of project risk management practice. Risk management is recognized as the integrated function of the management that addresses such as issue in the systematic way. Problem statement. Risk in oil and gas projects often cause time and cost overrun. Many projects have been delayed or exceed their planned budget due to its lack of the good risk management practices, which can take internal and external factors. Projects today are exposed to many risks and uncertainties due to the presence of the various interests group as well as the economic and political statutory regulation. With the currently risky situation in Libya, the study of issues related to risk management in the oil and gas sector should be prioritized, given the importance of the risk management as the factor in improving the performance of oil and gas projects. According to Long 2015, identified several problems related to the improper project risk management that cause oil and gas projects to exceed their budget and have major delay, especially related to project research objective. To identify the key managerial communication soft skills for project risk management in Libyan oil and gas projects. To evaluate the influence of the managerial communication soft skills on project risk management practice for the Libyan oil and gas projects. To investigate the moderator effect of the experience between managerial communication soft skills and project risk management practice. Contribution of the study, the continuous need to ensure that projects are managed properly and efficiently across the oil and gas sector has led to increase the attention in both industry and academia to develop reliable and systematic project risk management strategy to reduce project failure. The majority of the risk manager and researcher have not given much attention toward assessing to the impact of project managers' communication soft skills on risk management practice. Further, the novelty of the study comes from the perspective of the evaluating the potential moderating effect of the work experience on the above mentioned potential. Methodology. According to the Brill et al. 2013, suggested that in this challenging environment, the available project management best practice and experienced project managers alone are not sufficient. Project managers who follow a coherent risk management framework that consists of the monitoring and the reviewing project risk is needed. According to the Robles 2012, complied a list of the most important adaptive or soft skills that are needed for workplace success. They are communication, courtesy, flexibility, integrity, and the interpersonal skills. Managerial communication soft skills. There are several characteristics in the personalities of the manager that decide that their relationship qualities. Managerial communication skills can also be characterized in the some career as advised professional expertise that manager should have to fulfill their task, and apologizing by the training individuals should be prepared with skills. Acquiring and learning skills are managerial skills. In other words, we may conclude that managerial skills are a collection of actions that contribute to proactive project efficiency. Without them, there are no effect on the expertise of manager in certain instances. Critical framework will be, there are the research framework to this study measure the relation between managerial communication soft skills and risk management practice among Libyan and oil projects. Discussion. The literature indicated that project success is more than one schedule and budget than conventional, but success can be seen from another lens through soft skills communication management. Five critical factors that direct and aid in the management of the stakeholders and communication in a project were described in the literature. The base and proceed of the project communication, the stakeholders communication is criteria, and the expertise and the competency of the project manager. Conclusion. The study described the context and the description of the project management principle, and then debated how the soft skills communication in the Libyan oil and gas projects appeared and was established. Also, a broad range of literature demonstrated a shift of the perspective, emphasizing and understanding and recognizing the role of the project's soft skills in achieving effective projects, shifting from the traditional time and budget topic. This research study established the concept of the communication of soft project skills and created and described an organization meaning of the communication of soft skills, as it's directly related to the main position of the project manager. Thank you for your attention. Many thanks. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Next, I would like to invite Badamasi from Department of Management Science 1, Rabiul Musa Kwanwaso, to give the presentation about corruption and foreign direct investment in sub-Saharan African countries.
I'm here to present my paper on corruption and foreign direct investment in sub-Saharan African countries by Suleya Waiwa, Dr. Badamasi Sanu Mohammed, and Noraddin Muhammad Bunu. So, the research outlines of the paper, we have abstract, we have introduction, we have feature review, we have methodology, we have result and discussion, concluding a recommendation. Let me quickly read the abstracts and objectives of the paper and the findings, methodology and findings and recommendation of the paper. Sub-Saharan Africa region, the negligible amount of flow, the GI inflow compared to the other region in the world. And there is need to look into the consequences of this that. Objectives of the paper, corruption and foreign direct investment in sub-Saharan African countries. Methodology, funnel data analysis including cross-sectional dependency test, panel unit root test, panel co-integration test, and fully multiply OLS finding. All variables were co-integrated and correction were negative and statistically significant in influencing FDI in the region, while financial development was positive and statistically significant and influenced FDI employed in the region. Recommendation. So certain African countries should create policy that are used to reduce the level of corruption in the region. Also, the government should create a sound financial policy in order to attract more FDI employed in the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation just now. Let us begin with the next presentation. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Abdul Rahman Mohammed from Kwara State Polytechnic to give the presentation about the technological capabilities and manufacturing performance in Nigeria, the moderating role of electricity service quality.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whichever is applicable. My name is Dr. Abrahman. I want to from Nigeria, Kwara State Polytechnic, Ilorin. I want to present a paper titled Technological Capability and Manufacturing Performance in Nigeria, the moderating role of electricity service quality. The paper is co-authored by myself and then Mr. Ismail Yusuf of Kwara State University in Malete. The motivation for this particular paper is the poor performance of manufacturing sector in Nigeria, which was reflected in a number of research conducted by Afolabi and Lasseide 2019, Akimbola 2017. Technological capability is known to be one of the internal sources of competitive advantage to various organizations, especially manufacturing concern, according to Bani. In that wise, uh, manufacturing sector actually make use of different inputs in order to complete their production process. But then, basically, one of the major sources of input for manufacturing sector is the power source to power their engines, which is electricity. However, in Nigeria, like most other developing countries, we have poor shortage of power supply, especially connected to the national grid. As a result of that, the objective of this has drastically affected the performance of many manufacturing organizations in Nigeria. The objective of this paper is therefore to determine the impact of technological capability on the performance of manufacturing companies and also to investigate the moderating role of electricity service quality, how electricity can boost the relationship. Now, having said that, the next thing is to look at the literature. A number of research has been conducted to determine the impact of capabilities, technological capability on performance of manufacturing sector in Nigeria, as indicated in the paper by Azubike 2013, Bianchi 2017, and a host of others. Similarly, electricity quality the quality of electricity service we have in the country was also reviewed, and then so many findings were discovered, as given by Satapati, Adeniki Iju, Gado Amadu 2012, Parasunama 2012, and then Du and Asamoah 2014, then Afolabi and Lasseinde 2019, and a host of others. Similarly, and lastly, in the review, we have the review of performance generally that concern manufacturing, inclusive Lens 1980, Richard 2009, Nanda Kumar 2010, and then Silva 2016. So all this review have been done, and different findings were Some findings indicate that positive relationship exists between technological capability and manufacturing performance, while others shows a negative relationship. Others indicate insignificant relationship. As a result of that, it clearly shows that the findings are inconclusive, and that is why further research has to be conducted in this context, in Nigerian context. To carry out this research, the methodology used involve the use of survey questionnaire, and then the question adapted. The questionnaire were adapted from three main sources: James 2004, Nanda Kumar for organizational performance, as well as Kwang for technological capability. So all the necessary modifications were made for them to suit the questions being related to manufacturing sector in Nigeria. Then the respondents were selected from all members of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria. They are over 2,000 in population, and then 600 questionnaires were distributed across the country, and then to various managers and owner managers of various sizes of manufacturing sectors in Nigeria. Now, at the end of the distribution, we were able to retrieve 313 are found to be useful for further analysis. And then the analysis was done using two major software, SPSS version 23, as well as PLSM version 3. Uh, the analysis actually indicates that the data satisfied all the necessary conditions, such as composite reliability, item reliability, as well as average variance extracted, and others in the measurement model, as contained in PLS version 3.0. And the regression was run using the same software, that is PLSM version 3.0. Findings therefore indicates that technological capability made significant contribution to performance, and electric service quality, on the other hand, has a negative relationship with manufacturing performance. Lastly, electricity service quality failed to moderate technological capability and manufacturing performance relationship. That is the outcome. Now, the discussion of uh, the outcome, the finding is clearly shown here in the table indicated below. Now, the next aspect is the discussion of the findings. In the discussion of the findings, it clearly shows that technological capability is a major contributor to manufacturing performance. In other words, if there is a improvement in technology capability of the manufacturing sector, it is expected that the performance of such company or firm should be improved. But then, however, an attempt to make use of quality of, however, as we have said earlier, I've mentioned earlier on that manufacturing sector can only perform very well if they have the good sources of power supply in terms of its quality. However, an attempt to make use of quality electricity resulted in higher costs, and this has negative impact on the performance eventually. And to this extent, it goes on to show that manufacturing sector, for them to produce efficiently, they are given the electricity, the alternative source of electricity. It will eventually lead to high cost of production as such, which will affect their total cost of production and the profit. Also, electricity service quality did not significantly moderate the tech-PF relationship. So that is. Now, these results should, however, be implemented with caution, as the data used for this research was collected using cross-sectional method, and this method tends to contain certain level of bias. As such, the recommendation here is that future research may therefore consider using technological data for the investigation in future. So thank you very much for listening, and then while I'm waiting for the reaction of members or questions or contributions, thank you very much for this opportunity given me to make this presentation.
Just now, let us begin with the nation. Next, I would like to invite Shaykha Saif Muhammad Saif from University Sains Islam Malaysia to give the presentation about Istiratijiyah Dawlatul Imarat Al-Mutahaddah Lizaka Al-Astinai.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. معكم الباحثة الشيخة سيف المنصوري، باحثة الدكتوراه الفلسفة في الموارد البشرية بكلية القيادة والإدارة بجامعة العلوم الإسلامية الماليزية. بداية أحب أن أشكر المنظمين والقائمين على هذا المؤتمر الذي يعتبر المنصة الرئيسية لإثراء وتبادل المعارف والخبرات حول المواضيع المختلفة. يشرفني أن أشارككم ببعض من مؤهلاتي الأكاديمية والعملية، فأنا حاصل على درجة الماجستير التنفيذي في الإدارة العامة من كلية محمد بن راشد للإدارة الحكومية، كما لدي بكالوريوس في الإعلام وعلوم الاتصال تخصص تكنولوجيا الاتصال. أشغل حاليا منصب رئيس وحدة الأنشطة المجتمعية ومسؤول برامج التوعية المجتمعية في مجال الإعاقة، وأعتبر مدرب معتمد وفق النظام الموحد لاعتماد المدربين بدولة الإمارات، حاصلة على شهادة البورد الأمريكي للمدرب المحترف، وحاصلة على تكريم سفير المعرفة والمتطوع المتميز لدى هيئة الهلال الأحمر الإماراتي. كما أعتبر عضوة في فريق الأزمات والطوارئ على مستوى الدولة. اليوم إن شاء الله سأتطرق إلى ورقتي البحثية بعنوان استراتيجية دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة للذكاء الاصطناعي. طبعا استراتيجية دولة الإمارات للذكاء الاصطناعي يعتبر أول مشروع ضمن مئوية الإمارات 2071، وأتت هذه المبادرة استكمالا لمبادرات الحكومة الذكية التي أطلقها صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم نائب رئيس الدولة رئيس مجلس الوزراء حاكم دبي رعاه الله في مايو 2013، والتي اعتمدت من قبل مجلس الوزراء الإماراتي في 21 من أبريل عام 2019. تعد هذه الاستراتيجية الأولى من نوعها في المنطقة والعالم للارتقاء بالأداء الحكومي وتسريع الإنجاز وخلق بيئات عمل مبتدعة ومبتكرة ذات إنتاجية عالية، وذلك من خلال استثمار أحدث تقنيات وأدوات الذكاء الاصطناعي وتطبيقها في شتى ميادين العمل بكفاءة وجدارة، واستثمار كل الطاقات على النحو الأمثل، واستغلال الموارد والإمكانات البشرية والمادية المتوافرة بطريقة خلاقة. نتطرق بداية إلى مفهوم الذكاء الاصطناعي. هناك عدة مصطلحات ومفاهيم للذكاء الاصطناعي، من بينها أن الذكاء الاصطناعي هو أحد أنواع العلوم الحديثة التي انتشرت على نطاق واسع، دخل في كثير من المجالات الصناعية والبحثية التعليمية وغيرها، وكنموذج رئيسي الروبوتات التي اعتبرت أداة رئيسية لتسهيل كافة الخدمات والإجراءات الذكية في الحكومات والشركات. يعتبر الذكاء الاصطناعي أحد فروع علم الحاسوب، وأحد الركائز الأساسية التي تقوم عليها صناعة التكنولوجيا في العصر الحالي. إذن الذكاء الاصطناعي قدرة الآلات والحواسيب الرقمية على القيام بمهام معينة كالقدرة على التفكير أو التعلم من التجارب السابقة وغيرها من العمليات الأخرى. هناك عدة حقائق حول الذكاء الاصطناعي، فقد ظهر مصطلح الذكاء الاصطناعي عام 1956 من قبل العالم الأمريكي جون ماكارثي، أيضا هناك حقائق تقول أن الروبوتات ستحل محل 25% من الأيدي العاملة بحلول عام 2035، و30% هي نسبة مساهمة الذكاء الاصطناعي في نمو التجارة الإلكترونية. وتفيد بعض التوقعات أنه بحلول عام 2036 سيكون مقابل كل موظف بشري في أمريكا موظف آلي آخر. إذن صار الذكاء الاصطناعي اليوم مفهوم متداول، وقد دخل في جميع المجالات العلمية والعملية والتعليمية، أيضا التقنية منها، وحتى العلوم الإنسانية والاجتماعية. نأتي الآن إلى مراحل التحول الحكومي الإلكتروني في دولة الإمارات. منذ عام 2000 بدأت دولة الإمارات الخطوة الأولى للتحول الإلكتروني، وفي عام 2017 أطلقت دولة الإمارات استراتيجية الذكاء الاصطناعي كأول مشروع ضخم ضمن مئوية الإمارات 2071. وفي عام 2015 أكملت دولة الإمارات التحول الذكي للخدمات الحكومية بنسبة 100%. وفي عام 2013 أطلقت دولة الإمارات مبادرة الحكومة الذكية لتوفير الخدمات للجمهور. نأتي الآن إلى المشكلة الرئيسية والتساؤلات حول هذه الاستراتيجية. تكمن المشكلة الرئيسية في حجم وكمية المعلومات. التحديات الرئيسية التي تواجه المؤسسات اليوم هي حجم المعلومات وإدارة المخاطر لهذه المعلومات من حيث دقتها وحفظ البيانات والمعلومات المدخلة في هذه الجهات. هنا تصبح عملية اختيار المعلومات هذه مطلوبة وغير سهلة، ويستدعي ذلك حل هذه المشكلة عن طريق أولا التخطيط والرقابة الجيدة لهذه المعلومات، وإدارة المخاطر والأمن المعلومات فيها، اتخاذ قرارات فعالة مبنية على خطط ودراسات على تدفق مستمر من هذه المعلومات واستدامتها بشكل أمني وسري والتحديث لها باستمرار. إذن يعد الذكاء الاصطناعي أحد أنواع الذكاء الذي يتسم به القادة الناجحون، حيث تم تدريبهم على إدارة هذه المعلومات بكفاءة، مما يوفر لهم مخرجات للحصول على المعلومات اللازمة لاتخاذهم هذه القرارات. تطرقنا من خلال هذه الاستراتيجية إلى سؤالين. السؤال الأول: ما مدى جاهزية الحكومة الإماراتية في تطبيق استراتيجية الذكاء الاصطناعي في كل المؤسسات العامة والخاصة في الدولة؟ السؤال الثاني: كيف تستطيع دولة الإمارات أن تكون في مقدمة السباق العالمي في الذكاء الاصطناعي؟ دولة الإمارات كما قلنا تسعى لأن تكون مركزاً جديداً وحديثاً في تطوير آليات وتقنيات وتشريعات الذكاء الاصطناعي. يمكن للحكومة مع الذكاء الاصطناعي أن توفر 50% من التكاليف السنوية للعمل الحكومي، سواء فيما يتعلق بخفض الهدر في عدد المعاملات الورقية أو توفير ملايين الساعات التي يتم إهدارها سنويا في إنجاز هذه المعاملات. كما يعمل الاستثمار الكفء في الذكاء الاصطناعي على توفير هذه التكاليف، وهذه الأهداف الرئيسية التي وضعت لها والتي تستهدفها الاستراتيجية، أي 50% هي نسبة تخفيض نفقات الحكومة، وزيادة الناتج المحلي ب35%، وأيضا ستكون هناك 250 مليون معاملة ورقية كل سنة في الحكومة الفيدرالية سيتم رقمنتها بالذكاء الاصطناعي. أيضا 190 مليون ساعة عمل في العام سيجري توفيرها، وأيضا 1000 مليون كيلومتر من المسافة المقطوعة في الإمارات لتسوية المعاملات سوف يتم توفيرها. نأتي الآن إلى الأهداف الرئيسية لاستراتيجية الإمارات للذكاء الاصطناعي. هناك 8 أهداف، هي تحقيق أهداف مئوية الإمارات 2071 وتعجيل تنفيذ البرامج والمشاريع التنموية، الاعتماد على الذكاء الاصطناعي في الخدمات وتحليل البيانات بمعدل 100% بحلول عام 2031. أيضا من الأهداف الارتقاء بالأداء الحكومي والتميز الحكومي وتسريع الإنجاز في بيئات العمل المبتكرة. وأيضا الهدف الرابع أن تكون حكومة الإمارات الأولى في العالم في استثمار هذا الذكاء الاصطناعي بمختلف قطاعاته الحيوية المتواجدة. خلق سوق جديدة واعدة في المنطقة ذات قيمة اقتصادية، وأيضا دعم مبادرات القطاع الخاص وزيادة الإنتاجية، بالإضافة إلى بناء قاعدة قوية في مجال البحث والدراسات والتطوير. أيضا استثمار أحدث تقنيات وأدوات الذكاء الاصطناعي وتطبيقها في شتى ميادين العمل بكفاءة رفيعة المستوى. أيضا استثمار كل الطاقات على النحو الأمثل واستغلال الموارد والإمكانات البشرية والمادية المتوافرة بطريقة خلاقة. تتألف استراتيجية الإمارات للذكاء الاصطناعي من 5 محاور عمل أساسية مترابطة فيما بينها، تكون بمثابة مراحل تطوير وبحث وإعداد تدريجي. هذه المحاور مترابطة بين الحوكمة والتفعيل التطبيق وتنمية المهارات. المحاور هي: المحور الأول بناء فريق عمل للذكاء الاصطناعي وفرق عمل منتجة من الرؤساء المبتكرين في الجهات الحكومية، وتشكيل مجلس الإمارات لإنشاء وصياغة الخطط الاستراتيجية الموضوعة. المحور الثاني إجراء العديد من الورش والمبادرات والإشراف عليها. تكون هذه البرامج مختصة بآليات التطبيقية في جميع الجهات الحكومية. والمحور الثالث هو رفع مهارات وكفاءات كافة الوظائف المتصلة بالتكنولوجيا وتنمية وتأهيل القدرات القيادات الحكومية العليا في مجال الذكاء الاصطناعي، والعمل على تدريب الموظفين الحكوميين بأعلى المعايير والمستويات. أيضا دمج الذكاء الاصطناعي بنسبة 100% في الخدمات الطبية والأمنية الخاصة بتحديد الهوية وزيادة الاعتماد على الذكاء الاصطناعي في الوظائف والخدمات الأخرى، وهذا ما لمسناه من خلال أزمة كوفيد 19 من خلال تطبيق آليات الذكاء الاصطناعي في الخدمات الطبية والإجراءات الأمنية في الدولة. المحور الأخير وهو إصدار القوانين الحكومية بشأن الاستخدام الآمن للذكاء الاصطناعي وتطوير أول وثيقة عالمية لتحديد الضوابط الأمنية. دولة الإمارات سعت لتطبيق استراتيجية الذكاء الاصطناعي في عدد من القطاعات الحيوية في الدولة، وهي 9 قطاعات، منها قطاع النقل وذلك من خلال تقليل الحوادث والتكاليف التشغيلية، قطاع الصحة من خلال تقليل نسب الأمراض المزمنة والخطيرة، قطاع الفضاء بإجراء التجارب الدقيقة وتقليل نسب الأخطاء، قطاع الطاقة والمياه باستثمار التنمية المستدامة وإدارة المرافق، قطاع التكنولوجيا من خلال رفع نسبة الإنتاجية والمساعدة في الصرف العام، القطاع التعليمي من خلال التقليل من التكاليف وزيادة الرغبة في التعلم، قطاع البيئة من خلال زيادة نسبة التشجير والرقعة الخضراء والتنوع البيولوجي وزراعة النباتات المحلية المناسبة، قطاع المرور من خلال تطوير آليات وقائية كالتنبؤ بالحوادث والازدحام المروري ووضع سياسات مرورية أكثر فعالية، هذه كلها عبر استخدام برامج وتقنيات الذكاء الاصطناعي. لدى دولة الإمارات مؤشر لجاهزية الحكومة الإلكترونية. وضعت هذه المؤشرات ضمن معايير معتمدة عالميا يقيس المؤشر مدى التحول نحو إصلاح وتنمية القطاع العام والمؤسسات الحكومية من خلال التحول إلى الأعمال الإلكترونية. ينقسم هذا المؤشر إلى عدد من المعايير الفرعية أو المؤشرات الفرعية، وهي تقييم مواقع الإنترنت الحكومية الخدمية ضمن المعايير المعتمدة عالميا، البنية التحتية والاتصالات والمعلومات وتوفيرها ضمن أحدث التقنيات الحديثة، تنمية الموارد البشرية وتدريبها وتأهيلها واستقطاب الكفاءات والقدرات المعنية في مجالات الذكاء الاصطناعي. تشير المعطيات كخاتمة إلى أن الإمارات من أكثر دول المنطقة استعداداً لتبني استراتيجية مستدامة للذكاء الاصطناعي بفضل سياسات وبرامج عمل متطورة تكنولوجياً. وتعد الإمارات من أفضل دول العالم في مؤشر جاهزية الحكومة الإلكترونية للتحول من الخدمات الحكومية التقليدية إلى الخدمات الذكية الحديثة، كما أصبحت الإمارات الأولى التي يوجد فيها وزير حكومي متخصص للذكاء الاصطناعي. وبناء على الدراسات التي أجريت في الإمارات أشيرت إلى أنها الدولة التي تعتبر جاهزة لتطبيق أعلى معايير استراتيجية الذكاء الاصطناعي. وطبقا لدراسة حديثة أخرى أجرتها مؤسسة ماكنزي، هناك توقعات باستبدال 1.9 مليون وظيفة بوظائف أخرى في الإمارات. وتشير بعض الدراسات العالمية أيضا أن 65% من الطلبة الحاليين سيتم لن يجدوا الوظائف الحالية، وإنما ستكون وظائف مستحدثة جديدة في المستقبل. تم بحمد الله، وشكرا لحسن الاستماع، ولكم منا جزيل التقدير والاحترام.
Next, I would like to invite Munajawat Salman from Expert of Excellence and Institutional Development to give the presentation about Asir Mumarisat Al-Mawazif ala Tamyizuhu Wazifi fi At-Tamyiz Al-Hukumi Fi'ah Fa'iqi At-Tamyiz. Imarah Rais Tul Khimah Daulah Imarat Arabiyah Al-Mutahaddah.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين محمد أفصح العرب أجمعين. اللهم لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم. بداية أرفع عظيم الشكر والتقدير لأوسيم التجارية التي فتحت لنا فرصة المشاركة في المؤتمر الدولي الثالث للاقتصاد وريادة الأعمال والإدارة لعام 2021. والشكر موصول للشركاء الاستراتيجيين في المؤتمر وكافة فرق العمل القائمة على تنظيم هذا الحدث الدولي المميز. الحضور الكريم، حياكم الله جميعا في القاعة الافتراضية والدقائق القليلة لعرض ورقتي البحثية حول أثر ممارسات الموظف على تمييزه الوظيفي في جائزة التمييز الحكومي في فائقي التميز إمارة رأس الخيمة بدولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة. أعرفكم بنفسي، معكم منجوات سلمان، خبير التميز والتطوير المؤسسي في مركز المعالي للاستشارات والدراسات الإدارية، باحثة الدكتوراه الفلسفة في إدارة الموارد البشرية كلية القيادة والإدارة بجامعة العلوم الإسلامية الماليزية، خريجة الماجستير التنفيذي في الإدارة العامة من كلية محمد بن راشد للإدارة الحكومية في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة. الهدف العام من هذه الدراسة هو إيجاد أثر ممارسات الموظف والقيادات الحكومية على تمييز الموظفين وحصولهم جائزة التميز الوظيفي في إمارة رأس الخيمة فئة فائقي التميز. طبقت هذه الدراسة على الموظفين المتميزين الحاصلين على جائزة التفوق الوظيفي في إمارة رأس الخيمة خلال الأعوام من 2017 إلى 2020. فما الفجوة البحثية التي حاصلت الفكرة، ومن أين انطلقت مشكلة الدراسة، وما جذور المشكلة والوجهات التي انحدرت منها هذه المشكلة؟ في الحقيقة المشكلة انحدرت من 3 وجهات رئيسة. الأولى من التوجهات العالمية نحو الاهتمام بالمواهب وقدرات الموارد البشرية كونها المصدر الأول لنجاح أو فشل المؤسسات. ونلاحظ أن التطور في مختلف مناحي الحياة والانفتاح العالمي اختلق قدرات ومهارات متميزة لدى الموارد البشرية، ونتج عن ذلك تقدير الذات وحب التنافس بين الموظفين. في حين كانت النظرة إلى قدرات القيادات والموظفين وتمييز أدائهم بنظرة الفطرة الموروثة، باتت تلك النظرة مغايرة بعد أن أثبتت الدراسات والأبحاث والنظريات العلمية أن القدرات والسمات الإيجابية يمكن أن تكتسب ومرهونة بمدى رعايتها والاهتمام بها. إضافة إلى أن قصص نجاح المؤسسات الرائدة والمنظمات العالمية التي أولت اهتمامها بالموظفين وحجم المكاسب التي حققتها أصبحت مرجعية لكل من يطمح النجاح واستدامة النتائج الباهرة. من أمثال هذه المؤسسات على سبيل المثال للحصر جوجل وديل وغيرها، ذلك لأنها اعتمدت على تقدير مواهب وقدرات الموظفين المتميزين وتمكينهم بأفضل الوسائل. في في الاستطلاع التي نشرته مجلة فورتشن لعام 2019 عن أفضل 100 مؤسسة أو شركة عالمية استطلعت فيها آراء الموظفين المتميزين، كانت أغلب النتائج أن المسؤولين والقيادات يركزون على القيمة البشرية، وأن التقارب بين الموظفين وتأثير المسؤول المباشر سبب مباشر ورئيسي لشعور الموظفين بالرضا عن العمل وبالتالي ارتفاع مستوى أداء الموظفين. الوجهة الثانية التي انطلقت منها هذه المشكلة البحثية أو الفجوة هي اهتمام حكومة دولة الإمارات وحكومة رأس الخيمة بالتميز الوظيفي، وطرح العديد من الجوائز لتعزيز قدرات الموظفين في القطاع الحكومي واهتمامهم بتحفيز وتشجيع الموظفين. فبالتالي تعتبر الإمارات من الدول المتقدمة في إطلاق برامج التميز وتقدير جهود موظفيها الحكوميين من خلال التكريم في هذه المنافسات. الوجهة الثالثة وهي وجهة شخصية كونتها من خلال عملي في مجال التميز على مدى 20 عاما وملاحظاتي المباشرة على الموظفين المتميزين وحرصهم على دخول منافسات التميز، وإلى أي مدى يؤثر شخص القائد وتؤثر ممارسات الموظف على حصول المتميزين على جوائز التميز الوظيفي. بذلك تولد لدي اهتمام وفضول للبحث عن فكرة: هل للقائد أثر يدفع بالمتميزين للمشاركة في منافسات الجوائز المحلية، أم هي جهود ذاتية من الموظفين، أم أن هناك عوامل أخرى مؤثرة هي السبب التي تدفع المتميزين للحصول على جوائز التميز الوظيفي؟ وبعد أن اتضحت الفجوة البحثية وضعت عدد من الأسئلة والأهداف، ووضحت نموذج الدراسة وتحديد المجتمع وعينة الدراسة وكذلك الأداء ومتغيرات الدراسة. الحبكة البحثية تدور حول التميز الوظيفي باعتباره المتغير التابع في محاولة لفهم وتفسير العوامل التي تؤثر على التميز الوظيفي من خلال المتغير المستقل ممارسات الموظف والمتغيرات المعدلة نموذج الإمارات القيادة الحكومية وجوائز التميز الحكومي في رأس الخيمة. استخدمت المنهج الكمي الوصفي وحددت مجتمع الدراسة بمجموعة المتميزين الحاصلين على جائزة التميز الحكومي في جائزة رأس الخيمة في الفترة من 2017 إلى 2020. بلغ إجمالي عددهم 147 موظفاً. حددت منهم العينة بنسبة 50%، وبلغت الاستجابة الفعلية للمبحوثين 56% بواقع 83 استجابة. الخصائص الديموغرافية التي حددتها للعينة هي الجنس والمؤهل التعليمي، الفئة الوظيفية وسنوات الخبرة. أظهرت نتائج الدراسة مستوى مرتفع لممارسات الموظف المتميز ومستوى مرتفع لأدوار جائزة التميز الحكومي في رأس الخيمة، بينما أظهرت مستوى متوسط لممارسات القيادة وفق أبعاد نموذج الإمارات القيادة الحكومية ومستوى متوسط لمعايير التميز الحكومي. في ضوء نتائج الدراسة وأهدافها وضعت بعض التوصيات إلى فئة الموظف المتميز وتوصيات للقيادات الحكومية وتوصيات لإدارة الجوائز. للموظف المتميز وضعت بعض التوصيات تتمثل في تعزيز القدرات الذاتية لديه والتركيز على الأداء والإنجاز المتقن وإطلاق الإبداع الذاتي والاهتمام بمجالات الابتكار الوظيفي والتحسين المستمر في تقديم الخدمات الحكومية والاستمرارية في التعلم والاطلاع على الممارسات الناجحة محلياً وعالمياً. أما توصيات إدارة جائزة التميز الحكومي فتتمثل في تكثيف برامج دعم وتأهيل القيادات الحكومية لفهم أهمية التميز الوظيفي ودعم الموظفين الفائقين للمشاركة في منافسات التميز وإطلاق منصات إلكترونية لاستكشاف قدرات الموظفين الحكوميين في إمارات رأس الخيمة، والاهتمام بتطوير الموظفين على كافة المستويات الوظيفية وتطوير معايير التميز ومراجعتها وتحديثها دوريا بما يواكب مستجدات الحياة المهنية ويحقق طموح الحكومة والدولة في أن تكون الإمارات من أفضل دول العالم بحلول 2021. ختاما، كان ذلك عرض موجز للورقة البحثية أثر ممارسات الموظف على تمييزه الوظيفي في جائزة التمييز الحكومي في أدفائقية التمييز في إمارة رأس الخيمة دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة، فإن كان من الصواب فمن الله وكرمه عليه، وإن كان من خطأ فمن نفسي والشيطان، واستغفر الله على ذلك، وأشكركم على حسن المتابعة، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته.
Now, let us begin with the next presentation. Next, I would like to invite Putri Kartini Kamardin from International Islamic University Malaysia to give the presentation about Gen Z spending power and pattern towards economic performance in Malaysia.
Hi, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good morning or good evening to all of you. My name is Putri Kartini binti Kamardin. So inshallah today I'm going to share a little bit information about my topic called Gen Z spending power and patterns toward economics performance in Malaysia, that especially made for the third International Conference on Economics, Entrepreneurship and Management 2021 ICAM 2021. So this paper is basically prepared by me, myself, Putri Kartini Kamardin, and one of my lecturers, Associate Professor Dr. Suhaimi Muhammad Sarif. And as the youngest, of course, you have to present the idea. So let's start, inshallah. So as an introduction, who is the Gen Z basically? Gen Z is basically for those who born after 1995 and later, and this study is basically from Chilakuru and Mahanandia 2018, Hogza and Zakirash 2019, Saleh and Mahbub 2019, We 2019, and many more studies conducted on Gen Z to know what is the Gen Z themselves and who is the Gen Z and how they behave and how they can contribute something to the particular country. So for the Malaysia, based on DOSM 2020 or Department of Statistics 2020, it shows that from 32.7 million population, 13.89 million is a population from the Gen Z themselves, and this number is expected to keep increasing day by day because there is no such limit of this generation yet, meaning to say for those who born after 1995, automatically they consider as a Gen Z. So this is what we want to know more about the Gen Z themselves, like I mentioned just now. So the research methodology that we use in this study is basically we use a qualitative research design, which is we use a semi-structured questionnaire interview. We go for the open-ended questionnaire, and then we choose 5 respondents from 5 public universities just to get the idea on how this generation, they have their thinking, they have their own spending behavior and everything. So we choose IIUM themselves. We got a UPM, a UKM, UMK, and UITM, which is branches from Kedah. Perlis. So the first research question is talk about what is the Gen Z spending power and pattern. And this thing I would like to split into 2. First one is spending power. What is spending power of the Gen Z today? Take a guess. First one is, yes, parents. Majority of them, they say parents, their main spending income for them, how they can spend, is come from their parents. Only the second and third category is for the PTPTN or study loan or another scholarship, and the third one or the least one is for those who work part-time during their study life. The second part of the first research question is talking about the spending pattern. I would like to split it into 3 categories. First one is must spend category, which is 3 categories. First one is food, fashion, and skincare. This one is a must spend category for them. For every month they will spend for it, no matter how much, no matter what happened, they will spend for these 3. The second one is a middle income, is a middle category. First one is a makeup, they spend for their gadget accessories, and the third one for their sport, which is they want, so they're so eager to stay fit, they're so eager to be presentable every time and anytime. And the last one is the least spend category, which is for their assignments, for their study, and some of them they also spend for their siblings, for their parents due to some circumstances in the family. And the last one, maybe they spend for the fuel, or whenever they go outing, they just spend the least amount. And this actually can answer the second research question, which is how the Gen Z spending power and pattern can help the economic performance in Malaysia. What more now we have a mashallah, we are combating with the COVID-19. So what this generation can do through their spending pattern and from their spending behavior. First one, they said from the government perspective, they're so eager to talk about the government perspective. The government must do something with the infrastructure, meaning to say they must go and fix something which can help and can attract many people to come and use it. If not now, we know that now tourists cannot enter Malaysia, but maybe one day when the border is open, this can help when all this infrastructure is ready to accept the tourists outside the Malaysia. The second one is from the infrastructure and as well as facilities, meaning to say roads, everything. This is not only for the convenience of the local, but also convenience for the people that we expect to come to visit Malaysia, which automatically can hit more on our economic performance, can generate more on our economic performance. As we know, tourism is one of the largest contribution for the economic performance in Malaysia, which now, mashallah, is badly affected due to COVID-19. That's their explanation based on the idea of the government level of contribution. What would they do? Here come what would they do. First one, they always think that every penny they spend, they already contribute something to the economic performance. What they say something like this: every consumption or every spending is already contribution, meaning to say they believe whenever they spend, automatically they already contribute something for the country. And the second one, from the paid tax, they know they don't have any fixed income that hit the level of to pay the income monthly or yearly or whatsoever the level, but something for them whenever they pay the tax, meaning to say the service tax or anything that they have to come whenever they spend, it's also part of their contribution in economic performance. So meaning to say that they already have the idea in themselves that when the government give more opportunity for the Gen Z to work or to something, it's already like, it's like is open the door to prove themselves that they themselves can do something for the economic performance in Malaysia. So what is the significance of this study actually? Okay, first one is actually to they themselves, how they want to compose themselves to be a better generation day by day, meaning to say they want to prove that with this kind of exposure, knowledge and attribute, they actually know how to compose themselves in spending, in managing their spending, and how to spend. Okay. And this one also, of course, benefit for the policy maker themselves. This is how they're to regulate the market, to expose or to lure more the Gen Z to spend in such an appropriate way, not in the other way that can harm them, because they're not a generation that consists of fixed income yet. And of course, the last one, this is a very useful information for the social agent, including the society, parents, teacher, peers, including the social media, which I would say one of the most major contribution why this generation spend. Because this generation, they can spend up to 1,000 per month, and this generation, if they know how to be controlled and how to control themselves, is very good, especially for the social agent themselves, is very helpful for me. I would say something like that. So I think that's all that I want to share, but reverse back to the what Al-Quran said, what the Sunnah said, or what Islam said. we can spend whatever we want to spend, but do not spend something beyond our capability, our capacity, which towards the end can give a trouble for us, and that can include ourselves with a like line with the shaitan, that spend and waste at the same time. You spend wisely, then that can be a better contribution to the country and better contribution to you yourself in managing your own self. So Alhamdulillah, I think that's all from me with a balance of 30 seconds. I think that's all from me. Thank you so much for your time. Please pray for our best and please stay safe, and let's together pray that Allah will end this combat soon for us so we can come back to our normal life just like before this test from him. But together we can fight it for sure, inshallah. So I think that's all from me. Thank you so much. Stay home, stay safe, and inshallah see you again. Bye bye. Assalamualaikum.
Presentation just now. Let us begin with the next presentation. Next, I would like to invite Sima Afzal from University Malaya to give the presentation about work from home, a short review of COVID-19 and its effect on Muslim society.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum to everyone. My name is Sima Afzal and I am a PhD student from the University of Malaya, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. I am working under the supervision. I am doing my PhD under the supervision of Dr. Ilhami Abdul Ghani Azmi, who is an associate professor in the Department of Sharia Management, Islam, and my specialization is Islamic Human Resource Management. Today, I have been invited as a presenter in the conference, which is the International Conference on Economics, Entrepreneurship and Management 2021. I have been invited as a presenter, and my research work is on work from home, a short review of COVID-19 and its effect on Muslim society. Coming towards the abstract of this study, which is the summary of this research project. The abstract discussed the worldwide disaster, which is COVID-19, and which have been encountered so many people and badly impacted their lives and also caused fatalities. In this stance of time, staying at home and not go outside is one of the solutions, one of the hot topic of nowadays. Countries facing have the issue to alter their work status of their organization into the work from home facility or the work from home practice. Coming towards the methodology of this study took the data and collected data from the readily available resources, which were the research articles and news also, which were published recently. And it also discussed the effect of COVID-19 on population, especially on organizations with the practice of work from home. It also discussed the effectiveness of social distancing in this time. And coming towards the introduction of this study, the introduction discusses the history of COVID-19. In the history, there are several diseases which infected in the population, such as AIDS, plague, influenza, cholera, and Ebola, and SARS. Among these known diseases, in late 2019, a newly invented disease called corona came into the existence. According to WHO, World Health Organization 2020, coronavirus, early named as 2019 novel coronavirus, now officially named as COVID-19. This virus is not corona but is SARS, severe acute respiratory syndrome, in which respiratory infections take the form of pneumonia, but in actual it is COVID-19. Therefore, to prevent the spread of this virus, the organization studies, the organization are instead of taking break in their work, because it's not a possible solution to take a break and to just cut off their work practices, they implemented the practice of work from home. In work from home facility, employees are allowed to work from any mobile place, either home or it can be any other mobile place. And according to game theory, this theory is also related to the game theory, in which to avoid the circumstances, to avoid the bad like the current circumstances, individuals change their behavior according to the situation. Like to avoid the situation, it's better to avoid the situation either to get into and to get infect from the situation. So this theory adapts, this study adapts the theory, the concept of the theory of game, the concept of the game theory. Therefore, from the above discussion, the points which come into discussion further, which are entailed to discuss in this study, are the first one is the effect of COVID-19 on the population in the organizational context and how it is affecting the employees and employees. Does social distancing is effective to avoid the infectious disease, which is COVID-19, and what is the Islamic perspective behind this? Coming towards the methodology of this study, the methodology of data has, as I discussed earlier, data has been gathered by collecting the information from previously published articles and the current, also the present published articles and the newspaper things and the news also. Next, I will discuss the benefits from of work from home. It has the work from home. I will discuss the work from home benefits on the employer and employee side. In the employer side, the operating cost, it helps to work from home helps to cut the operating cost of employers in the organization. Like it cut the cost of office utilities, rental incurred by the office building, and also a lot of if employees are working, there is a utilization of office stationery, lot of document and electricity. It will also cut the cost of these utilities. It will also enhance the work from facility. I'm talking about the work from facility of and its benefit to employers, the organization. It enhances the productivity in the sense of the employees have been given autonomy and they have been eased to work for as they like, and it also does it helps to decrease or reduce their turnover intentions due to the flexibility of provided to the employees. Their behavior perspective is also changed towards the organization because of the relaxation they have been provided to the by the organization, and it also has impact on the environment. It will reduce the transport costs and reduce the fuel costs and associated toward other costs associated with traveling. It also has benefits to employees in work-life balance. Like the first one is the work-life balance. It creates a balance between employee work and family life. It also increases the productivity of employees by lessening stress in them. It also cut the cost like staying at home and there's no fuel and other expenses incurred by the employees by staying at home and not to go office and to come back from the office to home. It also increases the satisfaction of the employees by having in a work-friendly environment, working in their home, at their home. It also has less health hazards. Like if someone is in the workplace is facing or is suffering from any disease, any infectious disease, me or any other one who is also working with them will also get infected from that infectious disease. So this is an important point from the current perspective. It also has limitation. The work from home also has limitations like lack of productivity without any supervision. Sometimes it becomes difficult to manage work-related tasks. There is an absence of concentration if employees cannot concentrate in their work and family while working at home. It also causes telecom costs, which like internet and to get connected with your colleagues and supervisors and subordinates also. And there's less coordination among the among the boss and the employees and the organization, and it lacks a face-to-face interaction, which is also very necessary part of an organization. Coming towards the conclusion, this study has been concluded that firstly, it introduces the origin of the worldwide pandemic, COVID-19, and it enlightens its global widespread. Beginning from a wet market in Wuhan, China, affected about 100 countries, and now worldwide it has been infected all of us almost. So it, although Denmark it's only non-Muslim food products, but along with non-Muslim, the virus spread all among the Muslims also. This is because of the social and religious gathering, but we can, as a Muslim, we cannot avoid that religious gatherings, but we need to stay away from each other for just a short time period. So it's very difficult for us to not to go to worship, not to go to mosque and to pray, but social distancing is the only solution according to game theory. Is also the only solution to keep distance from each other, to avoid the widespread of this disease. And that was all from my side, and thank you very much for inviting me and considering me as a part of this conference, and hopefully you will be having a successful conference. And
Thank you for the presentation just now. Let us begin with the next presentation. Next, I would like to invite Muhammad Nazri bin Muhammad Noor from University Science Islam Malaysia to give the presentation about a study on digital banking and its relation to fiqh mu'amalat.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. A study on digital banking and its relation to fiqh mu'amalat by Nur Ain Shahida Aira binti Muhammad Ridwan and Muhammad Nazri bin Muhammad Noor. Introduction. Digitalization of all traditional transactions and services in an application proven that banks responded to this transformation of digital banking. On 31st January 2020, the Central Bank of Malaysia released the exposure draft licensing framework for digital banks to pave the way for Malaysia's modern digital banking environment. Many tech companies like Axiata and Grab are looking at this opportunity to open up digital banking in Malaysia that does not need a physical branch. The purpose of this paper is threefold. First, to explain the growth of Islamic banking in Malaysia. Second, to study the effects of fintech developments to the Islamic digital bank. Third, to explain fiqh mu'amalat principles used in Islamic digital bank. Fourth, the ultimate objectives of this paper is to study digital banking and its relations with fiqh mu'amalat will be achieved by attaining the purpose outlined above. Fifth, quantitative research is used for completing this study that involves content analysis and related news regarding this topic. Islamic finance and Islamic banking industry. In the last decade, as Islamic finance has been rising by leaps and bounds over the last 2 decades, so has fintech. Islamic finance's main goal is to promote economic development in society through the use of financial solutions that are consistent with Sharia. Malaysia, with the support from government, stands firm as the strongest country with Islamic banking sector, occupied with Islamic Financial Services Act 2013, Sharia governance and Sharia standard proven that Government of Malaysia makes the stable development of this sector. Bank Islam Malaysia Berhad BIMB is the first Islamic bank recognized by Central Bank of Malaysia in 1983 as Central Bank enacted Islamic Banking Acts in the same year. 10 years later, government introduced Islamic Banking Scheme 1993 and that enabled conventional institutes to begin Islamic banking. Figure 1. List of Islamic banks in Malaysia. List of Islamic banks in Malaysia. Affin Islamic Bank, Al-Rajihi Banking and Investment Corporation Malaysia Berhad, Alliance Islamic Bank Berhad, Bank Islam Malaysia Berhad, Bank Muamalat Berhad, CIMB Islamic Bank Berhad, HSBC Amanah Malaysia Berhad, Hong Leong Islamic Bank Berhad, Kuwait Finance House Malaysia Berhad, MBSB Bank Berhad, OCBC Al-Amin Bank Berhad, Public Islamic Bank Berhad, RHB Islamic Bank Berhad, and Standard Chartered Islamic Berhad. The horizon of fintech, according to Douglas 2016, fintech started in 1866 when the first transatlantic cable was successfully laid, providing essential infrastructure for the era of rapid financial globalization between 1866 and 1913. In 1918, the first electronic fund transfer system named FedWire that can be managed using the telegraph and Morse code. Later in the 50s, through Diners Club and later American Express, the public is introduced with credit cards. This period between 1866 and 1967 is called Fintech 1.0, where the financial services remained essentially similar, albeit closely tied to technology. Continue. The transition from analog to digital brings Barclays' first ATM machine in 1967, which marks the start of modern fintech, as called Fintech 2.0. Finance digitization increased with the growth of digital communications and transaction technology. The creation of world's first digital stock exchange and SWIFT marks the beginning of the financial markets and communication protocols used today. The ever faster advancement of computers and the internet is getting us banking online. External procedures and consumer interactions are digitized to the full, and there is a clear change in how people communicate with financial institutions. The 2008 global financial crisis marks the end of that period. Fintech 3.0 is in 2008 until now. People started to fear traditional banking services and the rise of fresh players as a result of the financial crisis. In 2009, Bitcoin was launched to the world, followed by other cryptocurrencies. Computers are now widely used, but smartphones have become the primary sources of accessing the internet and hence different financial services among people lately. The launch of Google Wallets and later Apple Pay raises this even higher. In 2013, Bank Negara Malaysia Central Bank and Security Commission Malaysia have released regulations promoting the fintech movement. Currently, there are 198 fintech companies and startups operating in Malaysia. Figure 2 is list extracted from Fintech Malaysia Report 2019. This list updated at 9 December 2019. This is Malaysia Fintech Map 2019. Islamic digital banking. A main difference for the digital bank is that it cannot develop any physical branches. A digital bank is still need to establish a Malaysian registered office to dealing with any complaints face to face. Digital banking aims to provide financial services where conventional banks such as the underserved, unserved, and SMEs have shunned. It helps to elevate companies and communities that now have access to banking facilities that contribute to economic growth and a positive impact for the region. Digital banks can incur much lower costs than in conventional banks. Majlis Al-Aqad, Qabat and Security in Digital Banking. In Sharia, commercial websites can be launched provided that such sites do not include any illegal acts, such as the promotion of illegal goods and services or the use of unauthorized means for the promotion of permissible goods and services. All the transactions and services in digital banking should follow the rules of contract akad used in the transaction or by observing the pillars, rukun and conditions. In the contract, Babati defined akad in his book Inayah ala Fath al-Qadri is a legal relationship created by the conjunction of two declarations from which flow legal consequences with regard to the subject matter. There are three rukun of akad outlined. First, form of contract, second, subject matter, third, contracting parties. Contracting parties involved must fulfill the conditions outlined for concluding the contract. Contracting parties usually are the customers and the banks. In Sharia, it is allowable to enter into eventual contracts given that the contracts thus concluded between the institution and its customers comply with the general rules of financial transactions specified by the Sharia, such as opening accounts, making remittances, and signing commercial contracts. When Majlis al-Aqd is concluded through audio or audio-visual, the same Sharia rulings on contracts signed in the presence of both parties will apply. The contract signing session between two parties is the time of communication between them. If the conversation is ended or interrupted or the conversation moved to another subject, the signing of the contract was deemed to end. Unless interaction, disconnection is fairly brief or for a while. Meanwhile, if written communication is used as contract signing either using email or through website, this is considered as contract signed in the absence of the two parties. This type of contract signing is scrutinized as message contracting. The signing session of a contract begins from the moment or the offer is conveyed to the party concerned until the approval is given. The offer and acceptance between two parties in Majlis al-Aqd must be concluded to achieve mutual consent from both. In digital banking or websites, clicking on acceptance button is considered as gesture of acceptance even though the other party is absent. If the bank requires identification before clicking acceptance button, customer must do so in order to complete the offer and acceptance. The institution must provide the guidelines or step for acceptance confirmation to avoid mistakes in their system and website. Security issues becoming the main concerns as we are heading to establish digital banking. PricewaterhouseCoopers 2016 Global State of Information Security Survey revealed a 38% rise in global security incidents in 2015 compared to 2014. The bank should use all necessary website security mechanisms to preserve both its own rights and the rights of its customers. Conclusion: Islamic banks that have license from the Central Bank of Malaysia already established their mobile banking and internet banking. This is the clear evidence that Islamic banks in Malaysia is competing in fintech, even though none of them announced the intention to grab the opportunity served by Central Bank of Malaysia pertaining the digital bank. According to Nakagawa, Malaysia already have stable development in Islamic financial sector, but the sector itself needs more professionals who master knowledge regarding Islamic concept and financial technologies. Regarding the perspectives of fiqh muamalat in digital banking, there are clear guidelines provided by Sharia standard to ensure Islamic banks in the path to Sharia guidelines. In Malaysia, government practice Islamic Financial Services Act 2013 and establishes Sharia governance to monitor and outline contracts offered by Islamic banks that are applicable also for development of digital banking, Islamic digital banking. However, security issues arise due to emergence of financial technology in digital banking. This issue should be resolved first to gain the customer's trust and loyalty to Islamic digital banking. Enacting new law to avoid fraud, forgery, money laundering, and bribery in financial transactions in using the brand new of banking is to set aside the issue of security. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation. Let us begin presentation. Next, I would like to invite Hasnah Syari from University Utara Malaysia to give the presentation about Board of Directors characteristics, ownership structure, and firm performance. Evidence from China.
Warahmatullahi Ta'ala Wabarakatuh and good day to everyone. I'm Hasnah Syari from UUM. Okay, now it's my turn to my paper for this conference. Okay, first let me share my screen first. Okay, hopefully you can see my screen. Okay, so the title of our paper is Board of Directors Characteristic, Ownership Structure and Firm Performance Evidence from China. Okay, actually this is a work from my master students. Okay, and this is a paper from her master thesis. Okay. As introduction, board of directors, we know that it's play the role of both the management decision making and also the decision making control. So generally, the board of directors are elected by the shareholders as the link between the owners and the operators. Okay, this is also the common practice in Malaysia. However, in China, there are major differences where they practice what we call as a dual board structure. So on top of board of director, they have the supervisory board. So we know that the good corporate governance, especially the internal governance, may help to lower the agency cost of the internal supervision and management in ensuring the efficient decision making and effective execution, and ultimately improving the corporate governance. So the objective of our study is to examine the association between board characteristic and ownership structure such as supervisory board, board independent, CEO duality, women directors, board meetings and ownership concentration and firm performance. Okay, our first issue that we want to test in our study is the supervisory board. This is actually the board which is on top of the board of director. Okay, the function of the supervisory board is to oversee the works of the board of director. Based on the study by Song, this board will able to maximize the company's value and performance. And then by Adams and Ferreira and Shaw also demonstrate that the dual board structure will improve the corporate performance through more effective monitoring. However, there are findings from Hu et al. Where they find that the supervisory board has a negative impact on firm performance. So we hypothesize that the supervisory board is negatively associated with firm performance. Our second issue is on board independence. So based on the study by Liu, that board that are independent may curb the agency problem and hence will resulting in better performance. However, Who documented there is no association between the board independent and firm performance, while other studies has find no association. So we hypothesize that the board independent is negatively associated with firm performance. And our next issue is on the CO duality. So for the CO duality here, there are some findings on this issue whereby there are few studies, for example, by Lang and Mansour, Abi and Ahmad, Mansour and Sharma, they show that CO duality was significantly positively related to firm performance. However, there's also some studies that provide a negative association. So we hypothesize that the CO duality is positively associated with firm performance. Okay. Next, women directors. Liu, Wei, and Zi found that the female directors in companies with legal person owners is significant positive related to firm performance and supported. Their finding is also supported by a study by Darko and Duru. However, there are also studies that find a negative result. So we hypothesize here that the woman directors is positively associated with firm performance. And in terms of board meetings, there are lots of studies that find a positive association between board meeting and firm performance. For example, by Iluila, Tagizadeh and Saremi. Okay, and also from Tip and Osei, they found that the board meetings was positively associated with firm performance. So we hypothesize that the board meeting is positively associated with firm performance. And our last issue is ownership concentration. And based on agency theory, when a company has a high ownership concentration, major shareholders have the incentive to improve the company's performance by assuming supervisory responsibility for their own interests. And then also the study that revealed the ownership concentration positively associated with firm performance. So we hypothesize that the ownership concentration is positively associated with firm performance. Okay, next section is on research methodology. So the sample of the study comprised of the 1,672 public companies that listed at Shanghai Stock Exchange and also Shenzhen Stock Exchange for the year 2018. Okay, so in China, they have database called as China Stock Market and Accounting Research. So for this study, all data are downloaded from this database. So this is the research model. The FP is firm performance. So for performance, we measure using the Tobin Q index, where actually it is a ratio of the aggregate of the market value of equity and market value of total liability to total asset. Where for the independent variable, the first is supervisory board, is measured as the number of supervisory board members. Board independent is expressed as the percentage of independent directors in the annual report to the board size. The CEO duality sets the dummy variable where is measured take the value of 1 if the both role is combined and otherwise take 0. Okay, WD, women directors is measured by the proportion of women directors in the board. BM is board meetings measured by the number of board meetings in 1 year. While the last variable is ownership concentration, is computed by shareholding percentage of shareholding by the largest five shareholders. And the control variables are firm size, firm age, and leverage. Okay, so this is the descriptive statistics. Okay, for this study. Table 1 present the descriptive statistics. Okay, the first variable, which is the supervisory board, is you can see from the table it is distributed between 1 to 14 members, where the average is 4 members. 4 members for the board. Okay, and then for the board independent, the average is 37.6%, which is quite it's fulfilled the requirement from the Chinese corporate governance codes. And for the CEO duality, the mean is 0.26, meaning to say that 26%, only 20% of the company combine both role. And the next is women directors, where the average proportion of female directors is 22.9%, which indicate that most listed companies do not have female directors. And then in terms of the board meeting, the average is 10. Okay, 10 meaning to say they only conduct 10 meetings per year. Okay, and then the last variable is ownership concentration. Okay, the average is 52.4%. Okay, which indicate that more than half of shares actually are owned by the top 5 shareholders. Okay, for the regression result, as you can see from here, that there are 3 variables that are found significant for this study, which are the first one is CEO duality. So as you can see from here that the relationship between this CEO duality is positive. So this result indicates that the CEO duality could help to increase the corporate performance, which is also consistent with the study by Palianapan. And then in terms of board meeting also, we found that it is positive. Positively associated with firm performance, meaning to say that the board meeting frequency tend to reflect why is it because the board meeting actually reflect the time and effort invested by the board members to the firm performance. And lastly, the significant variable is ownership concentration, where we found that the relationship between these two variables is positive, okay, meaning to say the higher the ownership concentration, the better the performance. So which means that the increase of the concentration of the top 5 shareholding will improve the performance. So as a conclusion, the purpose of this study actually is to examine the relationship between dual board characteristic and ownership structure and firm performance of listed companies in China. The results show that CEO duality and board meetings are significantly positively associated with firm performance. The women directors, both independent and supervisory, are not related with the firm performance. And lastly, the ownership structure, which is ownership concentration, is also found positively associated with firm performance. So all these findings may add to the understanding of the corporate governance structure under the highly centralized ownership structure in China. Okay, I think that's all from me. With that, Assalamualaikum and salam sejahtera.
Thank you for the presentation just now. Let us begin with the next presentation. Next, I would like to invite Muhammad Nazri bin Muhammad Noor from University Science Islam Malaysia to give the presentation about cryptocurrency from Islamic perspective.
Hello everyone, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, today I will present about cryptocurrency from Islamic perspective. Okay. Medium of exchange based on its compliance with Sharia by analyzing its characteristics against requirement of good money. This paper used content analysis in order to extract information from previous study about cryptocurrency. By the 2018, it gathered information about good money characteristics of Islamic money and analyzed whether bitcoins have similar characteristics with good money. Next, he divided money into two categories, those having intrinsic value and those not having intrinsic value. After that, Biden subdivided into three categories. First, those accepted as money by people. Second, those accepted due to the legal tender law. Third, money rejected by the people. Sharia scholars generally tend to approve any money accepted by the people irrespective of whether they accepted them on their own free will or coerced through legal tender law or their preferences. This seems to agree with Bernard. Litter's definition of money, society agrees to use as a medium of exchange, whether willingly or cost. Therefore, all the money that people accept, so long as they do not involve haram stuff, as permitted on fixed grounds, particularly on the basis of maslahah. However, some scholars like Moza Kaf opine that for fiat money to be acceptable, having no intrinsic value, it must be termed legal tender by the government. In other words, government should accept its taxes, payment, levies, fines, and etc. for fiat money to be permissible. But there are scholars who reject all forms of money that do not have intrinsic value, fiat money, or the basis of their negative negative implications for Maqasid Sharia. According to them, the single knowledge of fiat money is at the roots of substantial social, economic, political, and environmental problems of today. Thus, money without intrinsic value has an aspect of inequality inherent in it, and that it facilitates fasad in the world, while cash with intrinsic value is consistent with Maqasid Sharia and encourages socio-economic justice al-adl after comparing the characteristic between fiat money and cryptocurrency. Biden found out that concludes that cryptocurrency that are not backed with real assets are not Sharia compliant. Utility of cryptocurrency as money from the Islamic perspective. For quantitative, they estimate the long-run volatility using the Grech 1.1 method Bollinger 1986, and we follow the implementation procedure as explained by Danielson. The analysis is based on that literature review to determine whether you can call money the medium of exchange. Money may be in any type of business, but it should be used for trade and accessible freely by others. Money should also be stable so that the value can be preserved. Siswantoro, Handika, and Mehta found out that cryptocurrency is banned in major countries like China and Russia because of concerns such as safety and risk. In Muslim countries bound to Islamic education, cryptocurrency permissibility is an important topic from the Islamic perspective, while the objective of using specific money is quite difficult to identify. In the case of cryptocurrencies such as Bitcoin, most users have a financial motive for profit rather than money exchange. This is interesting because cryptocurrency may not have a liquid and solid feature for conversion. In the case of supply, not all cryptocurrencies have enough supply to support all transactions. Moreover, this must be supported by the online merchants available, especially for electronic transaction. Cryptocurrencies is more volatile than the S&P themselves. This finding also fits robustness tests. Users need to be cautious of these features. Therefore, characteristics of money, management of the money, and issue arise. In order to evaluate cryptocurrencies from Islamic perspective, it would be wise to review characteristics of money and its functions in Islam. There are a few characteristics of money that should meet the requirement: accepted, have intrinsic value, divisible, must be easily divisible into smaller units, homogeneous, must be uniform so that it is easily divisible, durable, must be long-lasting and not easily destroyed, mobile, it lends itself to be easily carried around, rare, this allows a small current quantity of it have a large value, stable value, has stable relative to other things, particularly those naturally accruing things. According to Islam, the store of value function is crucial because if money does not sustain its value relatively well in the long run, then this will jeopardize the maqasid sharia, in particular the protection of wealth. If function, the store of value function is indeed a litmus test as to the validity of a medium of exchange in Islamic economics and finance. Also, fiat money should have regulator and guarantee from single authority. Fiat money follows a single bank, central bank represented emission center and tight state regulation of the financial relations sphere, therefore generally be characterized as centralized finance. However, cryptocurrencies are accessible to everyone, including Islamic financial institutions and ordinary people, as long as access to the internet is available. This is does Bitcoin fulfill the good money criteria? Continue. Hence, it is clear from the above table 2 that Bitcoin fulfills at least 5 of the 7 criteria, except for 2 criteria. It is accepted for its own intrinsic value and it has a stable value. Bitcoin has no intrinsic value and its monetary value is not stable. Note that having stable value, be in an example being a good store of value, is a litmus test of Sharia money, so that it can function as a protector of wealth, which is one of the maqasid Sharia. Without having intrinsic value, the element of economic injustice would creep in through the signorage of fiat money. Also note that without intrinsic value or having a ain, it does not fall into any of the 4 permissible money transactions deduced from Yazi. In other words, it has no reference material. However, since Bitcoin is accepted by thousands of merchants throughout the world, therefore it is still money by modern definition of it, and Sharia scholars are likely to approve it and make it subject to the rules of as-sarf and riba. Nonetheless, countries that aspire to control its proper people are likely to ban Bitcoin, since this bypass monetary authorities in guaranteed by any authority will taking responsible for the Bitcoin money or for the system as a whole. Bitcoin is not real money. It is a digital money not backed by some real commodities or services. Bitcoin's value is highly volatile. Its value has also gone up tremendously over the years. Hence, there is a possibility that Bitcoin value is being manipulated into a bubble. What if people get their Bitcoin e-wallet hacked and stolen? To whom to complain? Similarly, what if the system crashed? Sometimes in future, the absence of a central administrator makes all this uncertain. The above discussion reveals that there are tremendous uncertainty present in Bitcoin and its payment system. Below is the summary of evaluation of Bitcoin against fiat money and asset-backed cryptocurrencies from Islamic perspectives. Conclusion. From foregoing discussion and arguments, we assess the following regarding cryptocurrency, such as the surge in Bitcoin value, particularly in 2000, because some would profit worthily from the bubble. Thus, whoever buy a Bitcoin now at a high price would be considered as allowed by Sharia on the basis of Masalah. However, Mozakaf opine that for the fiat money to be acceptable, like having no intrinsic value, must be termed legal tender by the government. The government must accept for payment of taxes, levies, fines, or for money to be Sharia compliant. On top of that, there are scholars who reject all form of money that do not have intrinsic value on the basis of the negative implications for Maqasid Sharia. According to them, the money do not have intrinsic value on the basis of their negative implication. According to them, the signorage of the fiat money is the root of substantial social, economic, political, and environmental problems to the day. Hence, money without intrinsic value has an element of injustice and promotes fasad on earth, while money with intrinsic value is compatible with Sharia, with Maqasid Sharia, and promotes socio-economic justice. Money with no reference material will eventually lose its value and result in an utter collapse, and cryptocurrency is the closest example of this. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation just now. Let us begin with the next presentation. Next, I would like to invite again Muhammad Nazri bin Muhammad Noor from University Sun Islam Malaysia to give the presentation about understanding Maqasid Al-Sharia towards enhancement in productivity of Malaysian civil servant in Royal Malaysia Police Department RMP. A brief review.
Hello, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Hello everyone. Today I would like to present about understanding Maqasid Al-Sharia towards enhancement in productivity of Malaysian civil servant in Royal Malaysia Police Department RMP. A brief review from Sutina binti Mahmud and Muhammad Nazri bin Muhammad Noor. Abstract. In the Budget 2020 endorsement, the Ministry of Finance has allocated a total of RM10 million from the overall 297 billion allocation for the Rahmatan lil Alamin initiative aimed at promoting the understanding of Maqasid Al-Sharia. Understanding Maqasid Al-Sharia is a priority as it is fundamental to all the rules and guidelines in the administration of the civil service structure. Strengthening the productivity of civil servants is an ongoing effort towards empowering service delivery. Undeniably, there are lots of government initiatives that have been implemented towards productivity improvement. A few examples will be briefly summarized in this article in connection to Maqasid Al-Sharia. This writing was only based on liberal research and the author's experience as a civil servant in Royal Malaysia Police. The focus is on some key elements of productivity in the Department of the Royal Malaysian Police. The result of this research is to prove that the continuous effort in enhancing productivity implemented by the government and being practiced at the Royal Malaysian Police Department ultimately aims at preserving the five values in the Maqasid Al-Sharia, namely the preservation of religion, life, intellect, lineage, and property. Introduction. Maqasid al-Sharia has been widely underlying the Malaysian government but not being highlighted intensively. Only a few years back, under the sixth Prime Minister's administration, Datuk Sri Muhammad Najib bin Tun Abdul Razak, the theory was widely spread. On top of that, Sharia Index had been introduced as an evaluation tool which officially launched on 10th February 2015 during Majlis Perdana Ulama-Ulama 2015 at Putrajaya International Convention Centre PICC. Although it happens that the evaluation is not thoroughly cover all aspects of living, it is such a good start towards a better future of the Islamic nation. There are 8 rules of the government administration that included the measurements of Sharia Index as listed below. First, to preserve justice. Second, protecting the safety of individuals and property. Third, maintaining laws and regulations. Fourth, monitoring business practices. Fifth, establishing fair market mechanisms. Sixth, regulating the economy. Seventh, maintaining public services. Eighth, maintaining social security. Maqasid Sharia in Royal Malaysian Police. Royal Malaysian Police is one of the federal department under bureaucratic control of the Ministry of Home Affairs. As of 30th June 2018, there are 138,040 civil servants in this department, consists of nearly 90% enforcement team and the balance roughly 10% of the support team from various schemes of services. The overall workforce in RMP is estimated at 11% of total Malaysian civil servants. The police force is led by an Inspector General of Police IGP who, as of 4th May 2019, is Tan Sri Abdul Hamid Badur. The headquarters are located at Bukit Aman. Apart from the 2 departments involved in the Administration Management Department and Logistics Department, the RMP has 6 departments involved in Crime Prevention, Criminal Investigation Division, Narcotics Criminal Investigation Division, Internal Security and Public Order Department, Special Branch, Commercial Crime Investigation Department, and Traffic Enforcement and Investigation Department. Throughout the nation, there are 14 contingent office state level, 136 district headquarters office district level, and 340 police stations. RMP is an enforcement body responsible to preserve the peace of the nation at all times, to safeguard the nation and the people is one of the noble tasks and considered as an ibadah. It is also portrayed in RMP's motto, police and the community will not separate, police dan masyarakat berpisah tiada. Hifz al-Din, in protecting the religion, Hifz al-Din, the RMP plays its role in combating any humiliation towards Islam, especially in social media. Many examples have been brought to court for legal action. The insult to the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, praise be upon him, for example, is a factor that can cause a great deal of chaos and disunity among the religion in Malaysia. On the surface, we see this as safeguard of national security, but underneath it actually preserves the divine of Islam. Hifz al-Nafs, on an example of protection of life. Hifz al-Nafs is the enforcement of road safety law with the purpose to ensure that roads are not being used as a racing track. Road bully incidents might as well have to be eradicated for the safety of the other road users. Any failure to comply with road safety laws may endanger all road users. Another example is the enforcement and prevention of crimes such as murder, kidnapping, human trafficking, illegal demonstrations, smuggling, firearm and drug dealings. Hifz al-Mal, the RMP also protects properties by enforcing criminal law relating to property security. Hifz al-Mal examples include robbery and theft of property, burglary, vandalism, robbery or seizure of illegal property. Hifz al-Aql, protection of mind. Hifz al-Aql can be seen in the development of the human capital of the police force. RMP's training institutions were established to provide a conducive training infrastructure and a comprehensive and structured curriculum. Collaboration with the university was also created to ensure that Educational opportunities among the police officers could be developed strategically. Community policing programs Amanita and Rakan are among initiatives that can help the public to understand the role of the police, gain knowledge on safety measures and actions to be taken during an emergency. Hifz al-Nasl, the protection of lioness Hifz al-Nasl is portrayed in the priority of the income gained which later to be spent to their families. From a societal standpoint, the enforcement of illegal human trafficking involving prostitution, drug dealings and domestic violence is seen as a crime that interferes. Conclusion: the government has allocated so much financial support every year to manage the civil service team towards effective and efficient service delivery. Various administrative improvement efforts are also being carried out perpetually. However, the individual's commitment and productivity lie with the civil servant himself. They need to embed their understanding of the Sharia objectives so that each task performed is more meaningful and rewarding in the world and the hereafter. By understanding the purpose of the execution of a matter, the task can be carried out more sincerely and ultimately improve production, output, or productivity. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation just now. Let us begin with the next presentation. Next, I would like to invite Ibrahim Dahiru Idris from University of Malaya to give the presentation about guilt feelings among Boko Haram repentant and perceived entrepreneurship to be engaged for self-reliance, counseling interventions.
أعوذ بالله السميع العليم من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على نبينا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين. It is my honor and privilege at this juncture to present a paper entitled Guilt Feelings Among Boko Haram Repentance and Perceived Entrepreneurship to be Engaged for Self-Reliance Counseling Interventions. And this paper is presented in the international conference on economics and management, acronym ICEEM 2021. The paper has the following outlines. One, the introduction, and number two, objectives of the study, then literature review, methodology, findings and discussions, finally conclusions. To start with the introduction, the socio-political climate of Borno State being the epicenter of Boko Haram insurgency between 2009 and 2019 is characterized by ruthless killings, indiscriminate bombings, destructions of properties, and impromptu migrations of residents from the countryside to the city center, neighboring states or countries as internally displaced persons. Lack of resilience, poor emotional stability, and intolerance constitute the principal causes of most conflict characterized by fighting, violence, destructions, shootings, and killings aimed at displacing, subduing, or eliminating others to have access to unreserved powers, positions, possession, and control of scarce resources, leading to destruction of social security and consequently destructions and displacement of lives and properties, which usually culminates in various internalized feelings, physical and emotional injuries, in addition to some psychological effects. There are three categories of guilt, namely religious, psychological, and social guilt. Religious guilt is the uneasiness due to conscious immoral sins or inadequacies from Allah's human creation. This is similar to psychoanalysis, which regards guilt feelings as an internalized feeling of infantile stage of human development. Guilt feelings play a vital health role in the repentant as it helps them refrain from repeating same mistake twice. Prolonged feeling of guilt could transform into shame, which affects self-esteem, hostility, and physical health. It can equally result in alienation, not only from others, but from oneself due to the discrepancy between what one really is and what one would like to be. This leads to loneliness and isolation. Guilt, therefore, is partly depression, and partly anxiety. The objectives of the study. These are some of the objectives of this study are to determine the feelings of guilt experienced by male and female Boko Haram repentance in Borno State, Nigeria. To identify the perceived entrepreneurship to be engaged by Boko Haram repentant as empowerment strategies in Borno State, Nigeria. To determine if there exists significant difference between male and female Boko Haram repentant in Borno State in their experience of guilt. The last one, to determine if there is significant difference in the type of guilt between Boko Haram repentant and in Borno State, Nigeria. These are some of the literature review, related literature review consulted by the researchers during the study. Methodology. The expert factor research design was adopted for the study to find out directly from the Boko Haram repentant their experience of guilt and entrepreneurships they may wish to engage in. According to To Ani 2016, the expert factor research design is not only appropriate and economical in finding out what respondents think and feel about a situation, but also permit inferences for generation of populations that would be too expensive and difficult to study as a whole. Then the findings. Now, the findings has parallel with the research question. Then the research question number one, what is the main score difference in the feelings of guilt between male and female Boko Haram repentant in Borno State, Nigeria? This is the table below, which carried the statement by the respondents, and this is the male respondent and mean standard deviation, the remark, and also this is the female respond regarding this research question. And I don't think I have enough time to go through and make a thorough explanation on that, but I am referring everyone who needs to know in details to the full paper, inshallah. But I have summarized what the table contains. That is, table number one shows that the mean of the feelings of guilt by male Boko Haram repentance ranged from 3.07 to 2.08, and standard deviation of 1.09 to 0.17, which are above the cutoff point of 2.00, indicating that the respondents were not far from one another. while the female counterpart have the main range of 2.49 to 2.00 and a standard deviation of 1.92 to 2.38, which are above the cutoff point of 2.00, indicating that the respondents were not far from one another. Both the male and female repentants do not differ in their feelings of guilt in Borno State, Nigeria. The second research question: what are the differences between the three types of guilt on the feelings of the repentant Boko Haram in Borno State, Nigeria? Similar as above, this is the table that has contained all the information, but here I have make the brief explanation on the table number 2 based on the research question number 2. So the table revealed that the main of the three types of guilt by Boko Haram repentance ranged from 2.98 to 2.00, and standard deviation of 1.06 to 0.81, which are above the cutoff point of 2.00, indicating that the respondents were not far from one another. Thus, Boko Haram repentants do not differ in their types of guilt in Borno State, Nigeria. Then research question number 3, what are the perceived entrepreneurship to be engaged by Boko Haram repentant as empowerment strategies in Borno State, Nigeria? And this is as above the table that build in order to make or give the discussion or result on the findings on the study, like what I mentioned above. So this, in brief, what the table has contained. Now, so table number 3 indicated that the mean of the Boko Haram repentants engaging in entrepreneurship range from 2.93 to 2.01, and standard deviation of 1.06 to 0.86, which are above the cutoff point of 2.00, indicating that the respondents were not far from one another. Thus, Boko Haram repentants do not differ in their perception for engaging in entrepreneurship in Borno State, Nigeria. Then hypothesis testing. There is no significant differences in the experience of guilt between male and female Boko Haram repentant in Borno State, Nigeria. This is the table built on that. We have only 1 or 2 minutes remains, so I think I will move to conclusion. This is what we have regarding the findings. Finally, the conclusion. The study revealed the commonness of religious, psychological, and social feelings of guilt among male and female repentant of Boko Haram insurgency in Borno State, Nigeria. The repentant also identified in terror the decorations, fixing of rubber ceiling, interior, not terror, sorry please, interior decorations, fixing of rubber ceiling, and the painting, also plumbing, electrical installations, constructions of plaster and plaster of Paris, blocks and interlock, furniture making and upholstery, picks and tiles and interlocks, automobile mechanic, fixing of satellites and security gadgets. Some of the entrepreneurships they would like to engage in and be self-reliant. This is what I have. Thank you for the listening, and I am very much grateful for being part of the conference. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you for the presentation just now. Let us begin with the next presentation. Next, I would like to invite Muhammad Azrin Nazri from University Science Islam Malaysia to give the presentation about the role of CSR in market orientation and business performance.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let me introduce myself. My name is Dr. Muhammad Azrim bin Nazri from Iceem. Today I'm going to share with you my conceptual paper, The Role of CSR in Market Orientation and Business Performance. These are the outline of my presentation. I will start with introduction, followed by research question and objective, then literature review, methodology, and end my presentation with data analysis and discussion. Insurance is a mechanism to protect individuals and businesses against any contingencies. During the first International Conference on Islamic Economics held in 1976, majority of scholars had mutually agreed that commercial insurance is against Sharia principles. It was also proposed during the conference to develop an Islamic insurance or takaful system and products that are free from any form of riba, gharar, and maisir. Consequently, the first takaful company was established in Sudan in 1979. Today, global gross takaful contribution has seen double-digit growth since 2010. However, it is reported that the industry suffers from a lack of market penetration and still underperforms. Specifically, takaful penetration rate is still considered low, with just 2% on average, which indicates strong growth market potential. In the context of Malaysia, the industry remains as a strong takaful contributor, where more than 50% of total gross takafuls of Asian regions comes from Malaysia, but large potential takaful remains untapped. So there have been calls for takaful industry to apply entrepreneurial marketing and societal concept to make the industry more competitive. This call has raised inquiries that lead to the research questions. Number one, does market orientation influence business performance of takaful agency? Question number two, does CSR moderate the influence of market orientations towards performance of takaful agency? And the research objectives are number one, to investigate the role of market orientation towards business performance of takaful agency. Research objective number two is to investigate whether CSR moderates the relationship of market orientation and business performance of takaful agency. For the literature view, I will start with market orientation. Marketing in small and medium-sized enterprise or SME has become an important research topic among academics and practitioners for more than 20 years and still become a debatable topic among scholars. Generally, there are two prominent approaches in conceptualizing market orientation. The first approach is from cultural perspective by Neville and Slater, who define it as the organizational culture that most effectively and efficiently creates the necessary behaviors for the creations of superior value for buyers and thus continuous superior performance for the business. And from behavioral perspective by Kohli and Jaworski, who define the concept as an organization's wide generations of market intelligence pertaining to current and future customer needs, disseminations of the intelligence across departments, and organizations' wide responsiveness to this intelligence. So generally, many empirical studies have shown a positive relationship between market orientation and business performance. Recent study also found market orientations become a key construct to improve a company's business performance and profitability. However, other studies found no relationships exist or even a negative relationship exists between market orientations and business performance. So in other words, there is inconsistent results of the relationship between market orientations and business performance. The next construct is CSR. Corporate social responsibility, or CSR, still earns a considerable amount of research and interest for decades. The acceptable definitions of the concept is still debatable. The reason is because CSR is conceptualized from various perspectives, and many CSR empirical studies focus on some of its aspects and dimensions only. From the Islamic point of view, there is a similarity between takaful concept and social responsibility. The next construct is business performance. The mutually agreed definitions of performance is yet to be found because it is a multi-dimensional concept and has been conceptualized from divergent perspectives. Anderson 2010 categorized performance in terms of what is being measured and how it is being measured. Other researchers categorize performance into financial measures such as sales growth and non-financial measures such as satisfaction. The next ones I will be discussing on methodology and data analysis. The unit of analysis of the study is organization, as it is investigating performance of takaful agency, which is categorized under SME organization. Specifically, the target populations of the study are takaful agency managers agency, which are registered with takaful operators in Malaysia. Takaful agency managers will be chosen as the respondents in the study, as managers in SME are more likely to carry multiple roles and responsibility, able to work with fewer organizational levels or people, and have a broader job scope. Furthermore, SME managers are more likely to have experience and understanding about the entire organizational functions, strategies, and operation. The quantitative survey will be employed where self-administered questionnaire will be distributed. Self-administered questionnaire becomes constantly adopted data collection methods by today's researchers, and it is considered as an efficient method in terms of researchers' time, energy, and cost. All construct measures are available in the literature where they are directly employed, but necessary modification and adaptation will be made for any unsuitable items to suit the local context and the purpose of the study. Only scales that have reliability coefficients of combat alpha above the acceptable levels of 0.7 or items factor loading above 0.5 will be employed. And for the data analysis and discussions, both descriptive and inferential statistical analysis will be employed in the study. SPSS 24.0 and PLS SEM 3.0 will be used in data analysis. Findings and recommendations will be discussed and reported once the research is completed. That's all for my presentation. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the presentation just now. Let us begin with the next presentation. Next, I would like to invite Nursila Ahmad from University Science Islam Malaysia to give the presentation about the art of exiting a peg, the case of Malaysia.
Assalamualaikum and good day everyone. I'm Dr. Nursila and the co-author is Dr. Asma. We are both from Iceem. Our paper is about Malaysia's exiting peg exchange rate regime in 2005. The outline of the presentation, as usual, we start with introduction and end with a future recommendation. The idea for the paper is we want to revisit 2005 case so that we can apply the concept in case Malaysia decides to issue sovereign digital currency. We begin by asking two questions. First, what are the economic variables to Observe when a country decides to exit an exchange rate regime. And second, is the choice of managed float consistent with our economic performance during that time? In other words, was the exit orderly? Here is a definition. Exchange rate regime is how the government manages its currency in foreign exchange. Exchange rate means the international price of ringgit. For example, in early February, the exchange rate for Malaysia against USD is RM 4.04. To give you an idea of the difference between a fixed and flexible exchange rate, here is a chart showing the degree of fixity and flexibility. Malaysia shifted from a fixed exchange rate regime in 2005 to a more flexible exchange rate regime starting in the same year. You can see the negative and positive sign and the direction and the degree of the monetary policy independence, inflationary impact, and the exchange rate commitment. There are, of course, pros and cons of each regime. It depends on what is the objective of the monetary policy for that economy. In the floating regimes, exchange rate is determined by the supply and demand of currency, which refers to import and export. Supply is determined by import, and demand is determined by the export. Brazil and India are examples of countries with managed floating. Saudi Arabia use conventional fixed peg to USD. Free-floating examples are United States and Japan. Malaysia adopts a managed floating after the year 2005. At present, the exchange rate is USD1 equals RM 4.04. RM appreciates a little in 2021. The bar graph shows that more countries are exiting to flexible regimes in the late 1990s. There are three phases in exchange rate literature. The first phase is when countries try to understand exchange rate mechanism. The second phase, during 60s to 80s, is when nations try to identify the correct exchange rate regimes. Afterwards, until present, countries examine the degree of flexibility or fixity of their chosen exchange rate regimes. It is said that digital currency is going to be the new revolution in the exchange rates theory, and this is also the reason why we revisit this topic. Let us take a look at the historical exchange rate regime in Malaysia. This is, of course, a simplified version. In 1906, we have currency pegged to silver. In 1967, Malaysia dollar renamed to ringgit. Important year for RM. From July 2005 until now, Malaysia adopts managed float to a basket of currencies. What is managed float regime? A managed floating exchange rate is a regime that allows an issuing central bank to intervene regularly in foreign exchange markets in order to change the direction of the currency's float and shore up its balance of payment in excessively volatile period. In other words, the country will intervene and manage the exchange rate within a particular given. What are we investigating actually? So what we are trying to answer is, did Malaysia's exit in an orderly manner in terms of the time and the economic impact? In order to answer these questions, we follow the work of two authors and add a few other economic indicators based on the International Monetary Fund's classification. In general, we look at foreign exchange variable, official intervention of Bank Negara Malaysia, and the change in the monetary policy targets of the country. Here are some of the examples of the macroeconomic indicators that we examine. There are many more in the full article, which is available in the proceeding if you are interested. Here we look at the forex and several measures of adequacy. We investigate whether the country is able to defend itself if the value of ringgit suddenly drops due to either internal or external shocks hitting the economy. The answer, based on the investigated indicators benchmarked against international standard practices, was yes. In other words, the decision to exit from the PEC regime to the flexible regime was correctly timed and it was an orderly exit, meaning that it didn't disrupt the economy. The fundamentals of the economy remain strong after the exit. This is the recent performance of ringgit. You can see that in early 2021, ringgit strengthened a little bit against USD. This is because of the improving oil prices and slightly weakening performance of dollar. We hope this trend continues post-COVID-19. You might be wondering why we brought up such an old age issue. You might be aware of the sovereign digital yuan introduced by China late last year. Many central banks are starting to research on introducing sovereign digital currency of their own. There are, of course, pros and cons of digital currency. One of the pros is more efficient payment and exchange method and the ability to reach the unbankable group, especially the poor. One of the cons is the technological infrastructure and readiness, and the trade-off between security and efficiency. If you want more information, you can read The Money Flower by the European Central Bank. The picture on the top right-hand corner of the slide. With that, we end our presentation. If you want more information on digital currency, I have posted some materials in my blog Kalam Pencil. Please visit the site. Thank you to the ICEM 2021 organizers. Wassalam and have a good day. Bye-bye.
Thank you for the presentation just now. Let us begin with the next presentation. Now, I would like to invite Nur Adillah Ibrahim from University Science Islam Malaysia to give the presentation about calendar anomalies in energy stock returns.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Me, Nur Adillah binti Ibrahim, will present one of my case study, which is about calendar anomalies in energy stock return. Okay. As we know, the electricity plays an integral part in the development of a nation. This makes the environment and energy reserve exhausted. To overcome this issue, the fossil fuels utilization should be transformed into renewable energy. However, there are some barriers that prevent Malaysia from making full use of renewable energy in the production of electricity, such as due to intermittent sources as well as lack of storage. So consequently, the energy producers will face a huge loss in the energy production as well as the energy stock market. Therefore, the primary objective of this study is to examine the impact of calendar anomalies on energy sector stock returns. Okay, so these are some of the literature reviews found related to this study. Okay, I'm not going to read word by word, but I can conclude that the anomalies seems to disappear, reverse, decrease, or continuously occur. So we can say that the anomalies are not constant. It can be decrease, or it can be increase, or it can be continuously occur in the stock return. Okay, so this is the method used. So basically, in this presentation, we only cover on how to find the relationship between the monthly basis of the stock return of the Tenaga Nasional Berhad, which is TNB, by using dummies variable DI here. So the question is, why we only have 11 variable here? Why not 12? Because we only use monthly basis here. So the answer is that if we use dummies variable, we need to omit one variable in order to avoid multi-collinearity. So in our case, we omit November, so we don't have November in our case study. So basically, this is our OLS model in order to find the relationship of the monthly effect on the TNB stock returns. So this is the result found. So we have dummies variable here. As I said, we omit November in order to avoid multi-collinearity. So we have the estimated coefficient here and etc. until we have the p-values here. So okay, some of the previous research found that there is January effect as well as there is December effect in the stock returns. However, in our case, where our case is investigating on the energy stock return, we don't find any significant variable, okay, except for the May. So we have significant variable here for May. So let us look at the estimated coefficient here, where we can see that May is the lowest coefficient compared to any other months. There is a reason behind this. So, after doing research, we found that one of the significant reason that the TNB, okay, so here we write TENA, stand for TNB stock return. Okay, TENA reported the lower returns in May compared to any other months is due to the payment of dividends in May. So that is the reason for this, the reason for the lowest coefficient here, where we found that the TNB pays dividend in May. Okay. Okay, so that's what I want to present now. But we indeed investigating on the other seasonalities as well, on the other calendar anomalies, such as weekend effects as well as the seasonal effects. Okay, so for the weekend effects, we want to see if there is Friday effect or if there is Monday effects. And for the seasonal effect, we want to see if there is monsoon season effects. Okay, but we are not covered in this study. So for this study, we only show the result for the monthly effect, and we leave the weekend effect as well as the seasonal effect for the future research. Okay, so as for the conclusion, we can see that there is no January effect as well as December effect in TENA stock return. Okay, so I want to emphasize once again that we studied about the relationship between calendar anomalies, that is the monthly effects, and the energy stock return, where we use the TNB stock return as our example in our empirical study. We found that there is no January effect as well as December effect, as I said, as mostly found in the previous study. So for the future research, we aim to compare between energy and non-energy market by using different models such as EGASH and TGASH model, as well as by using seasonal calendar anomalies such as weekend effects as well as the seasonal effects. Okay. So these are some of the main references used in this study. So that's all from me. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the presentation just now. Let us begin with the next presentation. Next, I would like to invite Nur Azima Ahmad from University Kebangsaan Malaysia to give the presentation about the role of perceived organizational support on employee behavior.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Nur Azimah binti Ahmad sebagai pembentang kepada tajuk Kertas Kerja Peranan Persepsi Sokongan Organisasi terhadap Gelagat Pekerja. Berikut merupakan agenda perbentangan. Yang pertama, latar belakang kajian. Pekerja merupakan aset yang paling bernilai dalam sesebuah organisasi. Dan istilah persepsi sokongan organisasi mula diperkenalkan oleh Iceem pada tahun 1986 yang didefinisikan sebagai tingkat di mana seseorang pekerja itu merasakan bahawa organisasi itu menjaga kebajikan mereka serta menghargai sumbangan mereka. Persepsi sokongan organisasi terbahagi kepada beberapa elemen utama, iaitu sokongan penyelia, sokongan rakan sekerja, keadilan prosedur dan juga persekitaran kerja. Namun begitu, kertas kerja ini hanya menumpukan kepada dua elemen utama, iaitu sokongan pekerja serta keadilan prosedur. Sokongan penyelia merupakan sokongan daripada penyelia dalam membimbing seseorang pekerja di bawah mereka dalam pelaksanaan tugas harian. Manakala keadilan prosedur merupakan persepsi pekerja terhadap sifat keadilan yang diamalkan oleh organisasi tersebut. Sokongan organisasi memberi manfaat kepada tingkah laku pekerja. Kajian terbaru mendapati bahawa kemampuan organisasi untuk mempraktikkan dan mengamalkan sokongan kepada para pekerja mampu menunjukkan kesan yang positif terhadap komitmen organisasi serta tingkah laku kewarganegaraan organisasi. Daripada perspektif gelagat pekerja, komitmen organisasi ditakrifkan sebagai kepercayaan individu terhadap nilai dan matlamat organisasi serta keinginan untuk terus kekal berkhidmat dalam organisasi tersebut. Manakala tingkah laku kewarganegaraan merupakan tingkah laku yang dilakukan secara sukarela dan di luar skop kerja. Walaupun sifat perhubungan ini telah dikaji secara meluas, peranan sokongan penyelia dan keadilan prosedur sebagai pemboleh upah peramal kurang mendapat perhatian dalam cencawan literatur mengenai persepsi sokongan organisasi. Oleh itu, keadaan ini telah menarik minat penyelidik untuk meneroka sifat hubungan dengan lebih mendalam. Di sini disertakan objektif serta kerangka konseptual. Kajian ini mempunyai 4 objektif, iaitu yang pertama menguji hubungan antara sokongan penyelia dan komitmen organisasi, kedua menguji hubungan antara sokongan penyelia dan tingkah laku kewarganegaraan organisasi, ketiga menguji hubungan antara keadilan prosedur dan komitmen organisasi, serta yang keempat menguji hubungan antara keadilan prosedur dan tingkah laku kewarganegaraan organisasi. Pembangunan hipotesis dan teori. Terdapat 2 teori utama yang digunakan dalam kajian ini, iaitu teori pertukaran sosial dan juga teori keadilan. Teori pertukaran sosial menjelaskan bahawa terdapatnya prinsip timbal balik antara pekerja dan organisasi. Manakala teori keadilan menyatakan bahawa individu akan membandingkan input yang diterima sama ada selari atau tidak dengan sumbangan yang diberikan. Di mana Situasi ini merujuk kepada sokongan penyelia. Apabila pekerja menerima sokongan daripada penyelia, maka mereka akan menimbal balik sokongan yang diterima itu dalam bentuk tingkah laku yang positif. Bukti empirikal. Berikut disertakan bukti-bukti empirikal terkini bagi setiap perhubungan. Metodologi kajian. Kajian ini menggunakan teknik persampulan purposif atau bertujuan di mana pengkaji tidak diberikan senarai responden oleh organisasi disebabkan oleh polisi kerahsiaan, maka teknik ini dipilih oleh pengkaji. Sebanyak 150 borang soal selidik diedarkan dan 117 telah dikembalikan kepada pengkaji, manakala 3 daripadanya tidak boleh digunakan dan hanya boleh digunakan untuk analisis adalah 114 sahaja. Teknik analisis yang digunakan dalam kertas kajian ini ialah teknik SPSS untuk menguji penapisan data serta Smart PLS untuk menguji analisis model pengukuran dan analisis model struktural. Dapatan kajian. Majoriti daripada responden kajian ini berumur 34 hingga 39 tahun. Berjantina perempuan daripada kumpulan perkhidmatan sokongan dan pelaksana yang bergaji antara RM1,000 Malaysia sehingga RM2,499 Malaysia. Analisis pengukuran faktor. Analisis pengukuran faktor dilakukan untuk menguji kebolehpercayaan bagi setiap item. Bagi item pemberat atau auto-loading perlulah melebihi 0.708 serta nilai VIF perlulah kurang daripada 5.0. Daripada jadual dapat dilihat bahawa item pemberat, kesemua item pemberat melebihi 0.708 yang mana memenuhi tahap kebolehpercayaan yang tinggi. Manakala nilai VIF bagi konstrak adalah kurang daripada 5.0 yang menerangkan bahawa tiada korelasi antara item. Ujian kesahan konvergen dan diskriminan. Nilai AVE adalah lebih besar daripada 0.50 manakala kebolehpercayaan komposit adalah melebihi 0.50. Ini menunjukkan bahawa item adalah sah dan boleh dipercayai. Daripada jadual tersebut dapat dilihat bahawa hipotesis satu adalah tidak disokong. Perbincangan. Kajian ini mengesahkan bahawa sokongan organisasi yang dirasakan berperanan sebagai faktor penting dalam tingkah laku pekerja iaitu komitmen organisasi dan tingkah laku kewarganegaraan organisasi. Namun begitu, walaupun perkali laluan ataupun R kuasa 2 adalah tinggi, penemuan baru menunjukkan bahawa sokongan penyelia berkorelasi negatif dengan komitmen organisasi. Hal ini mungkin disebabkan oleh faktor-faktor luar seperti persekitaran kerja, emosi dan juga gaya kepimpinan seseorang penyelia itu sendiri. Disebabkan faktor lain. Kesimpulan. Kajian ini mengesahkan bahawa sokongan organisasi bertindak sebagai pemboleh upah penting tingkah laku pekerja secara umum. Hasil terperinci juga menunjukkan penemuan baru bahawa sokongan penyelia tidak bertindak sebagai peramal komitmen organisasi. Kajian ini selanjutnya menunjukkan bahawa kemampuan pengurus untuk melaksanakan amalan sokongan dengan berkesan akan mendorong gelagat positif pekerja. Oleh itu, hasil positif ini dapat memotivasikan pekerja untuk mengekalkan dan meningkatkan daya saing organisasi dalam era ekonomi global kini. Terima kasih.
Thank you for the presentation just now. Let us begin with the next presentation. Next, I would like to invite Shahrina Ismail from University Science Islam Malaysia to give the presentation about factors affecting online shopping behavior during COVID-19 pandemic in Malaysia.
Assalamualaikum and a very good day to everyone. So I am Dr. Sharina Ismail, and today I'm going to present this topic here, which is on online shopping behavior attributes during COVID-19 in Malaysia. Okay, so these are my fellow co-authors. So I have my student here, one Farizwan Hakim, and also Dr. Sharifah Fairuz Sheikh Muhammad. Okay, so this is a little bit of introduction here. So COVID-19 is a pandemic and it is known as the global health crisis, and it is a great challenge currently affecting the entire world. Okay, so this pandemic is an economic and health crisis, and due to lockdown in some countries, citizens cannot purchase products physically. Therefore, many people decided to go from shopping physically to shopping online. It is a wonderful development that enables people to shop from their homes, which has totally changed the shopping experience. Unfortunately, the world of online shopping, like everything else, is not all nice. Despite all e-commerce firms' efforts to minimize the risk, customers are still dissatisfied during this pandemic regarding their online shopping process. Okay, so this is the theoretical framework. So in this presentation here, I'm going to consider 4 different factors. Okay, so the different factors here are the time saving, we have the payment factor, security factor, and also the price factor. Okay, so let's browse through each of these factors here. So the first one is on time saving factor. So 65.5% respondents said that time has gone out of business without having to go to the store, which is actually proven by Escobar and Rogozuez et al. In 2018. So online shopping also allows the consumers to focus entirely on information collection and purchase decisions. So the benefit partly depends on the degree of consumer time pressure and also the view of the time-saving potentials. Okay, so another research by Belmont et al. Indicates the discretionary time that a person decides to shop online. So the less time spent in traditional searching and buying products and services increases with the total number of hours worked by household members. So the second factor here is on the payment factor. So potential buyers make a small effort in the transaction to enable potential customers to buy their goods on their website. So Atapatu et al. Identified that trust has a full mediation effect between perceived ease of use and also buying intent together with its content and the purchasing intention. In addition, confidence has been found to have a partial mediation between perceived utility and intention to buy. In India, Vaghela in 2017 revealed that important online shopping parameters are, for example, ease of use, we have the seller's characteristics, perceived usefulness, web design, perceived risk, and also confidence. In another research by Gayatri Sharma, suggested that convenience is the next important factor after cost affecting indoor products online purchasing. The study shows that shopping in an e-store is preferred in most cases because it is convenient and pretty straightforward. The third factor here is on security factor. Okay, so consumers fear of purchasing online as the e-commerce platform do not guarantee their customers proper security, trust, and also confidence. So to increase customer intention to buy online, they must first reduce the risk by offering protection. Online sellers must deliver on promises and commitments, such as high-quality products and services that satisfy millennial requirements and demands and also preserve authenticity. The number of online resources is referred to as the exposure to online sources. A sense of the huge quantity of information from many sources is not easy, as contradictory, vague, and even false news circulates. Safety assurances are essential in building trust to minimize consumer interest by using personal and transaction data easily. This is because the confidentiality of transactions and customer information protection affect online customers purchasing products and services. Okay, the last factor here is the pricing factor. So Edward et al. Stated that pricing refers to the amount of money paid or the amount of value traded for customers on the advantages of buying the commodity. People do not need to go from shop to shop to compare pricing and benefit from the convenience and saving time online. In addition to sales, discounts, and other promotional strategies, consumers should be drawn to online transactions. When carrying out such a transaction, the most critical assessment criteria can include discounts, price comparisons with brick and mortar shops, payment process, delivery time, product ratings, product description, and also pictures. Consumers seek to optimize price and quality choices as well as the productivity and creditability of online dealers. And also, companies offer competitive prices instantly and offer a special discount to attract consumers for their products and services. Okay, so this is the objective of my presentation here, which is to determine which of the following independent variables given by time saving, payment, security, and also price factors affect online shopping behavior among Malaysians the most during this pandemic. So this is the scope of my study. So the first one is to study what factors that affect online shopping behavior. And then in this study, we actually managed to get hold of 267 respondents to answer our questionnaire. And the respondents are Malaysians that have experience on online shopping behavior during this pandemic. Okay, so these are the findings and the results. So first of all, we're going to start with the Chromback Alpha. So the study began with a validity evaluation using SPSS software to ensure the variables involved are appropriate and accurate. So the questionnaire has been piloted by 30 respondents before further spread out. As we can see, almost all variables have a higher Chromback Alpha value of around 0.7, which indicates acceptable. So these are the socio-demographic of our respondents. So this survey included 267 Malaysian. Okay, so 34.1% of whom were male, and then we have 65.9% who were female. So as we can see, more than half of the respondents participated in this study were 20 to 24 years old. Okay, and then for the race group, we can see that 88.4% were Malay, 7.9% were Chinese, 3.4% were Indian, and the rest were others. Okay, so in terms of state, we can see that the highest percentage comes from Kelantan. And then in terms of jobs, we can see that 27.3% were unemployed, most probably because due to the pandemic. And also there is an equal percentage of working in private and also self-employed. And also we can see that the higher percentage is actually for the government sector employee, which is 33.7%. So in terms of marital status, most of them are single with 51.8%. And in terms of household, the number of people staying in the house being 4 to 5 members holds the highest percentage, which is 33.3%. Okay, so in terms of personal income, we can see that the highest percentage comes from 3,000 ringgit and below, which is 61%. And then for household income, we have the highest percentage given by 3,000 and below, which is 37.8%. Okay, so this is the Likert scale analysis. So from this Likert scale analysis here, we can see that the variable that affects online shopping behavior during this pandemic the most is the price factor, which is actually ranked at the first place. Okay, so Edward et al. In 2018 supported that price is one of the key marketing signs, and in all situations, prices are still available for purchase. Furthermore, every consumer will choose the best price in many situations when purchasing products or services. So meanwhile, the second highest rank is the average index is the time saving factor. So you can see that the time saving factor ranked at the second place here. So Farm et al. In 2020 revealed that this factor is important to the consumers. During the pandemic, many people rarely go to physical shopping that may cause disease infection. So they prefer to shop online, and that they can save time and also prevent the disease. So it is then followed by the payment factor, which is ranked at the third place here. So Apantantu et al. In 2018 said that there exists a strong relation between payment and also online shopping. People nowadays are more intellectual in technology, that they do not have a problem with the purchasing factor, indicating its less importance. So lastly, is the lowest rank is the security factor. So Meher Nagar and Burhanuddin in 2020 said that security factor has not much impact on the consumer. It is because the consumer believes the website that they shop is safe. Okay, so this is the conclusion of my presentation for today. The rank of the factors is as follows. So the first one is the price factor, followed by the time saving factor, payment factor, and the last one, which is the least important, the security factor. It can be concluded that most Malaysians are seen to be concerned about the price factor. In many situations, every consumer will choose the best price when purchasing products or services online. On the other hand, Malaysians are least concerned about the security factor, perhaps because they believe that the website that they shop in or they purchase products are pretty safe. So these are some of the references that I use in my study here. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the point. Let us begin with the next presentation. Next, I would like to invite Nur Hasliza binti Muhammad Fazil and Azilah binti Ismail from Polytechnic Ungku Omar to give the presentation about the students' perception of the online learning in COVID-19 pandemic, a case study at Polytechnic Ungku Omar.
First of all, I would like to thank Iceem 2021 committee for giving me this opportunity to be part of this conference. I'm Rosila binti Fazil and my friend Azilah binti Ismail. We would like to present our research paper, The Students' Perception of Online Learning COVID-19 Pandemic, case study of at Polytechnic Ungku Omar. Introduction. The major parts of the world are in quarantine due to the serious outbreak of this global COVID-19 pandemic, and therefore many cities have been transformed into ghost towns and effect can be seen in schools, college, and university as well. Among all these, online teaching and learning can be referred to as effective learning for the principles. Many universities around the world have fully digitized their operations to understanding the very pressing needs of the current situation. Improving the quality of online teaching learning is very important at this stage. During this difficult time, the council was talked about whether online teaching learning methods provide quality education, but rather how academic institutions could implement online learning on a large scale, Kerry 2020. Polytechnic Ungku Omar is public university in Malaysia started online learning on 16 April 2020. Many lecturers use free support tools such as Zoom, Google Meet, and other social media such as WhatsApp, Telegram, and YouTube. The purpose of this survey is to study attitudes perceived with users of e-learning and specific norms towards student perception on online learning. The aim that it will help in measuring the level of student acceptance to the new norms of education. Problem statement. Coronavirus pandemic has affected the universal education system and leading to the almost entire end of school. The coronavirus has led institutions to switch from offline mode to online pedagogical mode. All institutions must look for different online pedagogical approach to try to use technology more accurately. Research objective. First, to determine attitudes towards student perception on online learning. Second, to determine perceived usefulness of e-learning towards student perception on online learning. Third, to estimate attitudes towards student perception on online learning. Research methodology. Data were gathered by using questionnaire and distributed to respondents to obtain the data. A set of questionnaire was developed and consists of 5 sections including the demographic and questions related to dependent variable and independent variables. The item of the questionnaire for this session were adapted from the previous study. Data collection was done through online survey by using the Google survey form. The data was collected from 216 respondents of organic info students and using FS version 18. Two-way analysis was performed in this study, descriptive analysis and Pearson toleration analysis. Likert scale was measured to all the items to express the statement of the agreement. The researchers used Chroma alpha to measure the reliability, and the value of the instruments was into the range of 0.762 to 0.845, means that the variables were reliable. For report writing, findings and conclusions. Probability analysis. The value of each Chroma alpha are ranged from 0.7 to 0.816. The result concludes that the measurement skills of the variables was able to measure the variables under study. Respondents profile. Majority of respondents are female, 53.2%, while male is 46.8%. For department, 44%. Respondents from mechanical engineering department, 22.4%. From commerce department, 14.4%. From electrical engineering department, and 9.3% from civil engineering department. Most of the respondents are semester 3 students, 46.8%, followed by semester 5, 20.8%, then 13.9%, semester 2, 18.1%, semester 7, and only 0.05% for semester 4. This statistics of the respondent attitudes. Overall, we have 2.8769, which is considered very close to the agreed statement, shows that respondents are already in terms of attitudes on online learning institution. This is due to they are able to the point that they are able to deal with the new norm of learning method and including benefits and convenience and descriptive statistics of respondent perceived usefulness of e-learning. The overall respondents seem to agree that perceived usefulness of e-learning shows the overall is 3.0093. Therefore, respondents are be assumed to do that because online learning in their learning institution, which is polytechnic. Descriptive statistics of respondent statistics. Overall, respondents very close to agree that most of the important people influence and encourage them to use online learning. Overall, means 2.7111. This is due to they are able to deal with the new norm of learning. Descriptive statistics of student perception of online learning. In overall, most of respondents very close to agree that online learning provides new and more activities for learning. Overall, means 2.60065. Students in higher academic institutions should take this to get more experience and knowledge in online learning with the norms of education environment. Correlation between student perception of online learning with attitude perceived usefulness of e-learning and such. It was revealed that there was a medium positive significant correlation between attitude and student perception of online learning equal to 0.772, C equal to 0 less than 0.01, it is a positive value, so it's that student perception on online learning has a positive relationship with attitude. The report shows that there was a medium positive significant correlation between perceived usefulness of e-learning and student perception on online learning equal to 0.527, C equal to 0 less than 0.01, still in a positive value, so it indicates that student perception on online learning has a positive relationship with perceived usefulness of e-learning. The output also shows that the statistics norm is medium positively significant correlation to statistics norm. R equal to 0.671, C equal to 0 less than 0.01. Therefore, this means that student perception on online learning has a positive relationship with statistics norm. Discussion and conclusion. So the findings from this study is we identify the perception of the students on online learning as a new method of learning. Most of the students are ready to attend online learning class by using online learning as a new method of teaching and learning. It will make them learn at their own pace, which is due to the learning process that can be done without the need to go to the class, and they can join the class by only connecting through their mobile phone or computer device. The attitude also plays an important role in order to ensure students like the idea of e-learning is due to the stage known to learning due to pandemic COVID-19. If students and lecturers cannot cope with the changes, they will left behind. The students have to cope with the new norms of learning. Lecturers have to ensure that the learning platform will be fun. In terms of perceived usefulness of e-learning, students believe that the new norms of learning will make their life easier because they can study from anywhere in the world at their own pace and can interact among instructor and science. Students must set in their minds that online learning is easy to use and is bringing more benefits to students. One of the main factors that contribute to the students' perception of online learning is people's surroundings. Family plays an important role to encourage the students by using online learning as a method of learning nowadays. They have to inform their children about the importance of e-learning. Lecturers also play a vital role in order to make learning effective and fun. They have to upgrade their knowledge in online learning so that several of learning can be used to teach the students. Lecturers also can ask the students which platforms they are more comfortable with. In terms of attitude perceived usefulness of e-learning and subjective knowledge of online learning has a significant positive relationship with student perception of online learning. Therefore, students need to be more aware with the technology change and practice academic skills. If students have positive attitude towards online learning, they are able to cope with the learning process. Students also need support from family, friends, and lecturers in order to make them ready technology on online learning. By having positive thinking, they will act in a good way in order to accept a new environment which they have to learn by using online. In conclusion, most of the students in Holding Diploma like to use online learning as a new method of teaching and learning. NAGA 2020 identified the major determinants of effectiveness of online learning sessions. There are some areas that need to be considered by the lecturers, such as strong and good internet connection or Wi-Fi connection of students, intensive course for lecturers in order to get them well prepared to use online learning, and effective campaigns to get the awareness of students about online. Furthermore, by the spreading of pandemic COVID-19, this online learning is very suitable to be implemented during this current situation. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation just now. Let us begin with the next presentation. Next, I would like to invite Nur Haziah Nawai from University Science Islam Malaysia to give the presentation about employers' perceptions of the employability skills of Islamic Business Administration graduates in University Science Islam Malaysia.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm Nur Haziah from the Faculty of Economics and Muamalat, University Science Islam Malaysia. Today I want to share about my studies on the employer's perception of the employability skills of Islamic Business Administration graduate in University Science Islam Malaysia. So the increasing development of halal business and Islamic finance industry was encouraged the higher education institution to offer Islamic business studies programs such as Muamalat, Islamic banking, Islamic finance, and Sharia. The growth projection of the global Islamic finance industry are funded at least 10% annually, where the global Islamic financial services industry stood at 2.293 trillion from the end of December 2016. This is based on the GIF studies 2017. same as halal global halal industry, where the global halal industry is estimated to worth around 2.3 trillion, growing at an estimated annual rate of 20% based on the GIF 2013. The lack of skilled worker is identified as one of the challenge faced by the Islamic finance and halal industry, where having a skilled workforce with the necessary skill and knowledge is critical, where more graduate students in Islamic finance and halal related areas should be developed to train qualified people, especially in research, development, innovation, and commercialization of halal food, pharmaceutical, as well as Sharia compliance services such as Islamic banking finance company. So therefore, the role of higher education institution is needed to provide quality graduate in that field. As at 2015, based on the survey that has been done by the International Council of Islamic Finance Educators, ICFE, total of 89 Islamic business and finance programs have been offered by 14 higher education institutions in Malaysia. Out of this, 21 are PhD program, 36 masters, 27 bachelors, and 5 diploma programs. The survey also found that programs which are focusing in the banking and finance are the majority, constituting at least 37%. This followed by the Muamalat focus programs, 25%, Islamic economics 20%, Islamic management 15%, and Islamic accounting 3%. However, there is a question whether the program offered by the university fulfill the demand of the industry, where graduate employability is an important aspect of the higher education industry. It evaluates the success and ability of the institution in producing work-ready graduates is very important. Whereas now, employers, they prefer workers who have generic competency like interpersonal skill, leadership skill, teamwork, oral and written skill. Where the employability means it's a consists of a set of qualification, skill, attitude, and personal characteristics that enable the university graduate to seek and find a job. Whereas Knight and York, 2004, they define employability as a set of achievement, understandings, and personal attributes that make individuals more likely to gain employment and to be successful in their chosen occupation. However, the Ministry of Education Malaysia, they have research in the Graduate Tracer Studies 2018. It shows that around 51,000 students from both private and public university graduate each year. But nearly 60% of these graduates remain unemployed 1 year after their graduation. Based on this, the majority, 55% of these unemployed graduates are degree holders. So, there is this study found that there is a gap between what has been taught in local institutions of higher learning and what the industry or job market aspect which that make the Malaysian graduate less employable. So this study shows that the graduate from public university are not equipped with the right level of technical and soft skill to compete in the job market. But There is a little research that looked to the employability skill in the undergraduate level, especially in the public university. This is based on the Noria and Zakia studies in 2015. Therefore, this study aims to investigate the employer's perception of the employability skills of the Islamic Business Administration graduate in University Science Islam Malaysia. So based on the review of the literature, here 2006, graduates today are lacking in both technical and generic skill. The lack of communication skill, especially in English, analytical skill, technical skill, including problem solving skill, which is this is among the problem faced by the fresh graduate. Clark 2008 found that there are three factors contribute to the employability, namely individual factors, labor market factors, and organizational factors. Which is individual factors are academic background, including specialization, CGPA, and the quality of the program. Skill and experience are the second factor that influence employability. In terms of demographic factors, age, gender, ethnicity, and marital status are the factors that may influence the employability. And attitude and aptitude of the graduate are also the critical factors that influence the employability. Child 2012 and Bull and Potter 2010 revealed that in addition to the knowledge skill, employers also demand good personality from the graduate. So for this research, I used a qualitative method through in-depth interview. I get from 31 employers who were selected based on different types of organization that usually hired Islamic Business Administration graduate from the University Science Islam Malaysia. The data collected is from June 2018 until February 2020 in Klang Valley areas. So for the analysis, use descriptive and content analysis in analyzing the data obtained. For this methodology, the employer will ask regarding the skill that highly important for the graduate to secure the job in their companies. Besides, the employers have also been asked the skill that the graduate have while they start working in their companies. So based on the research finding, for the selection of respondent, I select from the different sector, which is from the financial institution, 6 respondents, manufacturing 6, and services 19%, which is most of the Islamic Business Administration graduate, they work at the services industry. In terms of position, 10 are head of department, 13 manager, and 8 executive. So employers were asked to indicate the skill and capabilities they considered important when recruiting new graduates. So this is the 10 skill and capability they consider important. So based on this, the respondent 31 all responded 100%. The respondent mentioned that computer literacy skill is very important skill that the graduate must have before they enter the job market. This is based on the which is now we are in the era of fourth revolution. So IT skill is essential for all students to master. And then intellectual ability, work independently, and team working skill is also the skill that very important for the student to acquire. So this is the employer's perception, the skill of the new graduates, which is this is the skill that the graduate have, the Islamic Business Administration have when they start work in their companies, where uh, 17 respondents agree, and 7 respondents highly agree that the graduate have work independent, can work independent, so they have work independent skills. And then in terms of team working, 16 respondents highly agree, and 13 respondents agree that the graduate have they can work in a team work, so they have a team working skill. In terms of numeracy, because this is a business administration student, so 16 employers and 6 employers or respondents highly agree that the graduate have this numeracy skill. In terms of basic computer literacy, 16 respondents agree, and 11 respondents highly agree that the student have basic computer skill, where basic computer skill refer to the ability to perform fundamental tasks on a computer. This is include understanding certain software application, programs, tools, and etc. In terms of skill that the student not very have the skill is the decision making skill, which is only 10 respondents agree, and 6 highly agree that the student have decision making skill. So it shows that the graduate lack of a decision making skill. The faculty they can take consideration on this skill, where the faculty can give more case study or problem-based learning to the student to enhance their decision making skill. So based on that finding, we can conclude that the job market nowadays is so competitive, where we need to do more than just present our academic qualification, where graduates tend to fail because they never display or communicate their employability skills. They just only present their academic qualification, where employers now they not only rely on hard skill, but the most important skill is soft skill that can distinguish one candidate from the other. So as a recommendation, a close engagement between university and industry is important to enhance graduate employability, where there is a need to continually promote and expand opportunities for students to access work-based learning, where practical training is very important to the student to have work-based learning. Maybe we can increase the duration of the practical training, and also we can do attachment for the student to do attachment in the industry to have for the student to have the practical work-based learning. Therefore, it's also suggest to have a 3U1I program, which is 3 years in universities and 1 year in industry. So this program can enhance the graduate employability for the students. The faculty also have encouraged to have a good collaboration with the professional bodies and society through the establishment of University Industry Link Corporation, which is if the student they have a professional certificate like MISA, ECCA, and so on, so it will enhance the skill of the will enhance the skill of the student, and the student can have more chances to get to be employed because they have extra certificate which is recognized and by the professional bodies. So extra certificate, especially produced by the professional bodies, is very important for the student. So that's all from me. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for the presentation just now. Let us begin with the next presentation. Next, I would like to invite Sharifah Fairuz Sheikh Muhammad from University Sains Islam Malaysia to give the presentation about forecasting the Islamic banks domination with case study of Islamic banks in Malaysia.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm Sharifah Fairuz binti Syed Muhammad from the Faculty of Science and Technology, University Sains Islam Malaysia, USIM. And today I'll be presenting at the 3rd International Conference on Economics, Entrepreneurship and Management 2021 with the paper entitled Forecasting Islamic Banks Domination in Malaysia. So this paper is done together with another 3 authors who are also from the Faculty of Science and Technology, USIM. As an introduction, we know that Islamic banks have emerged and proved itself to be reliable through times. With the Sharia principles that become the foundation of its operation, Islamic banks can ensure the fairness in transaction and avoid exploitation on customers, especially since the conventional part has the prohibited items such as the maisir or gambling, riba or interest, and also gharar, which is uncertainty. So developments of Islamic banks should be a main concern for governments these days, especially in Malaysia, since Malaysia aims to be the Islamic financial hub. So knowing when the Islamic banks will dominate the total banking sectors surely will assist regulators and also governments to actually make proper decisions and also establish strong policies and become an indicator to traders to invest more in Islamic banking. Okay, going on to the objectives. The paper has 3 objectives, which is firstly to forecast the proportion of Islamic banks' asset to total bank assets in the 10 periods ahead by using 2 methods of forecasting. Secondly, to compare the reliability and accuracy of the 2 approaches or different forecasting methods used in objective 1. Thirdly, to estimate the time that Islamic banks will dominate the banking sectors based on the method preferred in objective number 2. Right, going on to the methodology of the study. If we look on the right-hand side here, which is the data used in the study, we use the Islamic bank asset, conventional bank asset, and also investment bank asset, where we take the ratio of Islamic bank asset over the total banking asset to get a proportion. And the sources of the data are from Monthly Statistical Bulletin Bank Negara Malaysia. Well, for the frequency of the data are monthly basis, and it starts from January 2009 up to February 2019. So first step in identifying data here, we first need to do the unit root test since our data are time series based. Right, so for the unit root test, the null hypothesis is the series is not stationary and has unit root, while the alternative hypothesis is that the series is stationary and has no unit root. So for example, if the p-value in this hypothesis test that is more than 5%, we will fail to reject the null hypothesis, meaning that the data is not stationary and we cannot proceed with the analysis. Okay, for if the p-value happens to be less than 5%, then it means we reject the null hypothesis and the series is stationary and ready for further analysis. Next is the Hot strand corrected exponential smoothing, and we also have the multiplicative decomposition method. So these are the two forecasting methods that will be carried out for objective number 1. For objective number 2, based on these methods, we will look at the accuracy measures, the mean average percentage error, the mean absolute deviation, and also the mean square error to identify which of the two methods here are better to forecast our values. Okay, moving on to the results of the study. First, we look at the unit root test before we proceed with the forecasting. So first, we look at the level form of the data. We see here p-values are all more than 5%, where we fail to reject the null hypothesis, and we conclude that the data is not stationary. But when we do the first differencing of the data, the p-values are all less than 5%, meaning we reject the null hypothesis, and the data is stationary and ready for further analysis. So for the first objective, we forecast the value of 10 periods ahead, meaning we do the two methods, Hot strand corrected exponential smoothing and also the multiplicative decomposition method. For the periods of March 2019, which is this 123, and up to the 132nd observation for December 2019. So overall, we can see here for Hot strand corrected exponential smoothing, it's more than the multiplicative decomposition method figures. All right, going to objective number 2, we want to compare the accuracy measure for both methods that we have done for objective 1. So if we see on the in the table here for Hot strand corrected exponential smoothing and the multiplicative decomposition method, and we see across here the accuracy measures for MAPE, the mean square error, and also the mean absolute deviation. The values for the Hot strand forecasting method is actually lower than the multiplicative decomposition method, meaning the error made from this method is lower than the multiplicative decomposition method. So once we have these figures, we make the decision to use Hot strand corrected exponential smoothing to do the further analysis for objective 3. So objective 3 is this one, forecasting the domination of Islamic banks in Malaysia. So we can see proportions 30%, 40%, and 50%. And the predicted dates on the right-hand corner, where we have the ones in bracket here are all the optimistic predicted dates, and those that are not in bracket are the pessimistic predicted dates. So if we look at the 30% proportion, meaning that the total Islamic banking sector over the total banking sector asset, predicted date is going to be September 2019. So when we check the true figures, the figures are actually between 28 to 29%, which is very close to the forecasted value, 30%. And for 40%, the predicted date for the optimistic prediction is April 2022, while the pessimistic one is March 2030. Lastly, for the 50% proportion, for the predicted date for the pessimistic one is March 2039, while the optimistic one is going to be in April 2025. So as a conclusion, we see that the forecasting methods for Hot strand and also the multiplicative decomposition method are almost similar, except that the multiplicative decomposition method predicts lower values for all the 10 forecasted figures. However, for the errors that we saw in the MAPE, the MSE, and also the MAD, the Hot strand corrected exponential smoothing shows lower error, hence it's more accurate, and that's why we chose this method over the other one. And then domination of Islamic banks are forecasted to be around March 2039 pessimistically and around April 2025 optimistically. So the current condition of Islamic banks in Malaysia shows a promising development. So as we looked at the 30% proportion just now and we checked the true value for September 2019, and it's much close to the 30% proportion. If comparing to a previous study done by Sigmana 2012, where they did a study on Indonesian banks, our prediction is considered early, which is in 2039 or 2025 for the 50%, while theirs were around 2061, which is later than Malaysia. So as a recommendation, since the forecasting method that we use in this study assume that the growth of Islamic banks moves in a straight line or moves in a linear trend, it may not represent the actual movement. So the study suggests that future researchers to consider the fluctuation of the movement of Islamic banks' development, so it could depict the real movement of Islamic banks' asset. So that is the end of my presentation. I would like to thank you for listening, and Assalamualaikum.
Thank you for the presentation just now. Let us begin with the next presentation. Next, I would like to invite Nur Hazilah Abdul Manaf from International Islamic University of Malaysia to give the presentation about vaccine hesitancy, contemporary movement, and Malaysian response.
Alright, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good evening to all. Okay, so this paper is actually entitled as Vaccine Hesitancy, Contemporary Movement and Malaysian Response. This is by Professor Nur Hazilah Abdul Manaf, Dr. Muhammad Azhari Omar, and I'm the presenter for this paper. My name is Dr. Fatin Sunasunin. We are from IUM and also Ministry of Health, Malaysia. So for the introduction, there is the rising incidence of vaccine hesitancy, especially among parents. Okay, so the impact of this incidence is actually increase in vaccine preventable diseases, VPDs. WHO 2019 identified vaccine refusers among 10 threats to global health. So there are some terms of vaccine hesitancy, which I'm going to use a VH after this. Okay, anti-vax, there are some terms of them: anti-vax, anti-vaxxers, anti-vaccine, vaccine skeptics, vaccine refusals, vaccine rejection. Okay, so this is all the VH terms. And when it comes to the definition, WHO say that the definition is the delay in acceptance or refusal of vaccination despite the availability of vaccine service. So there are some different situations in VH in different countries around the world. So in California, for example, okay, there are personal belief assumption increased 380% from 1996 to 2010. In the US alone, measles eliminated in 2000, but the outbreaks starts again in 2008, 11, 13, and 2014. So in Australia, there are 2,000 to 26,000 parents objected to have their children vaccinated in 2010, double from 12,000 in 2000. So in the year of 2000. So in Germany, there are 170 new cases of measles from January to February 2019. Because of this, the country passed the law of vaccination as compulsory. So early progression of VH, when did it start? So in 18th century, Edward Jenner used cowpox virus for immunity against smallpox. Okay, so in UK, poor working class children vaccinated by state paid vaccinators, while doctors vaccinated wealthy middle class children. So there is different in terms of working class. Okay, so in the US alone, resistance in 19,000 because so the resistance was again the mandatory nature of vaccination, which eventually died out with improvement in medical practice and growth in control over public health by the state and the federal government. There is a development of contemporary movement, for example, like DPT, vaccine roulette. This is actually a television documentary in the United States. The documentary claimed that the pertussis vaccine has the potential to cause some brain damage and some other infection and even death. Okay, unhappy parents with the vaccine also formed the organization called Dissatisfied Parents Together, which pressed for stricter vaccine protection law. Congress also passed the National Childhood Vaccination Act in 1988, which provide compensation for children allegedly harmed by the vaccines. So in Kansas, the judge found wide negligence in producing pertussis vaccine. In Canada, court dismissed 15 million lawsuit. UK also dismissed lawsuit by brain damage. Okay, so this is the people who actually influence the contemporary VH movement. For example, like Andrew Wakefield, Lancet. Okay. UK media coverage, US publication in books, Jenny McCarthy, Jim Carrey in Oprah television show, Robert F. Kennedy, and also Donald. But there are some success when it comes to success of vaccines. Okay, so especially when it comes to the measles vaccines, because before the vaccine occur, the disease infect more than 30 million children annually, and there are 1 million deaths. Okay, there were 1 million deaths. From 2000 to 2018, global measles death dropped by 73% due to the vaccination of measles. The disease is still common in many developing countries even now. But in 2018, there are 140,000 deaths. And the herd immunity must be achieved when it comes to will be achieved when it comes to 96% to 99% of measles vaccine been done to the community. So VH in Malaysia. Okay, so in Malaysia we have national immunization program. We have called as NIP that had been introduced in 1950s. This program covers 12 major childhood diseases. And Malaysia also have strong public health infrastructure immunization coverage more than 90%. Even though that we have all this, there is also still increasing trend in VH, and this vaccine rejection by parents. From 2014, we have 918 cases to 1,903 in 2016. So this is the different cases within the states. Okay, we have Kedah. 7 cases of diphtheria from 2015 to 2017. We also have some cases in Miri in 2018 because of the diphtheria. The child parents actually concerned about the halal status of the vaccine. We also have some cases in Johor in 2019. 5 children with no diphtheria immunization had the disease. Okay, also died from the disease. Kedah, Perak, Terengganu, Pahang, and Kelantan. These states are actually the highest, high vaccine refusals among parents, with Kedah being the highest. And there is a pertussis also happened in Malaysia, 222 cases in 2013 to 900 something cases, 939 cases in 2015. So this is a screenshot of some measles cases in Malaysia. We have hepatitis cases also in Malaysia. There are also cases of parents rejecting vaccination. Okay. So when it comes to VH demography, countries with higher education level and better access to health service actually have lower rates of positive sentiments towards vaccine, particularly negative in Europe countries. So in America, the VH parents are coming from white, college educated, and have higher than average income. So in Malaysia, the VH parents are urban, middle class, and educated. Okay, children with mothers who receive an antenatal care at private facilities actually have 7 times at higher rates of incomplete immunization. So there are some factors of VH. Number one is vaccine safety concern. Number two is conspiracy theory, talking about the plot of evil groups and the government taking a lot of huge profit. Also extension theory. The number three is religious belief, talking about having alternative medicine and talking about there is human feathers in the vaccine, there is some porcine or bovine components in the vaccine. So in Malaysia, we're talking about halal and haram issues, alternative medicine, and vaccine safety. There are also like homeopathic vaccine in Malaysia. The VH people actually coming from Malaysia, and homeopathy people who actually implement the homeopathy. And also number four is the decreasing trust of state and medical authorities. Number five is social media and internet. There is a locus power of shift from physician to patients. Okay, postmodern medical paradigm, talking about the safety of the vaccine itself, and high level of trust in internet information. There's also a freedom of choice, the last one, talking about personal choice and individual right. VH pose greater challenge against government overreach, American individualism, Asian Muslim societies collectivists, and also pro-choice. So the conclusion is that VH is actually a very frustrating challenge to public health, not due to resource constraint, but parents' refusal. So there is also missionary zeals of VH parents in spreading their belief. In 2019, Facebook and Google announced they will limit misinformation on vaccine on internet. Okay, and most VH in Malaysia is actually Malay Muslim states, which is involving Kedah, Kelantan, and Terengganu. And there is also strong commitment, the VH actually coming from strong commitment to homeopathy as Islamic alternative. And in order to actually come up with better policy, national data needs to be captured on private and public healthcare facilities, especially in Malaysia. So that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation just now. Let us begin with the next presentation. Next, I would like to invite Syed Jafar Hussain Al-Kazim from University Sains Islam Malaysia to give the presentation about managing negotiation with an Islamic vision.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. هذا البحث المقدم لكم هو عبارة عن بحث يتعلق بالتفاوض والمفاوضات من الناحية الإدارية، ولا شك أن التفاوض والمفاوضات مسألة هامة جدا أخذت بعدا إداريا وفنيا. لذلك لا بد من أن نرجع إلى مرجعية محددة للتعرف على قواعد إدارة التفاوض. ولقد ارتأينا أن هناك للشريعة الإسلامية والعقيدة الإسلامية وجهة نظر ورؤية حول إدارة التفاوض. البحث ومشكلة البحث هي عبارة عن أنه في الوقت الحاضر لا توجد مرجعية محددة ممكن الاستناد إليها في قواعد التفاوض ومنهجية الحوار بين المتفاوضين. على هذا نحن انطلاقا من هذه المشكلة سوف نحاول أن نصل إلى أهداف محددة يتطلبها هذا البحث، وهي كيف نقوم بتحديد الأسس التي تحكم إدارة المفاوضات وفق الرؤية العقائدية الإسلامية، مع أن هذه المفاوضات كموضوعات تختلف فيما بينها. هناك مفاوضات في الجانب الاقتصادي، وهناك مفاوضات في الجانب الاجتماعي، وهناك مفاوضات في الجانب الديني، وهناك مفاوضات في الجانب السياسي، وهناك مفاوضات على اختلاف أنواعها. فهل هناك أسس تحكم إدارة هذه المفاوضات؟ هل هناك قواعد عامة لحوار المتفاوضين؟ طبعا إذا رجعنا إلى التفاوض كتعريف، هو عبارة عن عملية تفاعل بين طرفين لديهما مصالح مشتركة للتوصل إلى اتفاق مقبول. يعني طرفان يتفاوضان على مصالح مشتركة، سواء كانت هذه اقتصادية أو اجتماعية أو ما سواها، وهذان الطرفان يصلان من خلال هذه العملية، عملية الأخذ والعطاء والرد وإبداء الآراء فيما بينهما إلى الوصول إلى مصالح مشتركة. والواقع أنها تعتبر هذه العملية فن من الفنون اليوم، يجب أن يلتفت إليها أصحاب الفنون أنها فن من أصحاب الفنون تعالج شؤون الإنسان. إذن عملية التفاوض هي ليست عملية تقتصر على الجانب القولي أو المنطقي، ولا تتطلب في ذلك القدرة العلمية فحسب، بل هي عملية كذلك تشترك فيها القدرة العلمية والعملية السلوكية مع مصاحبة القدرات النفسية. يعني عملية التفاوض خليط من القدرات العلمية والقدرات العملية والسلوكية، وكذلك وجود قدرات نفسية تستطيع أن من خلالها أن تؤثر على الطرف المفاوض الآخر في إقناعه أو عدم إقناعه. الواقع أن الحوار الأول الذي دار بين الله وملائكته ممكن أن نعتبره هي أول باكورة العمل التفاوضي، بداية الحوار قبل خلق آدم. ولذلك وإذ قال ربك للملائكة إني جاعل في الأرض خليفة قالوا أتجعل فيها من يفسد فيها ويسفك الدماء ونحن نسبح بحمدك ونقدس لك. طبعا تكملة الآية كذلك قال إني أعلم ما لا تعلمون. هذا في واقعه حوار، وهذه مفاوضة. غاية ما هنالك أن هنا المفاوض الذي يدير الحوار والطرف الثاني في الحوار يختلف في واقعه، لأن بين الله والملائكة يختلف بين الناس بعضهم، ولكن هو في الأخير هو حوار. طيب، أول حوار دار على الأرض بعد الحوار الأول بين الله والملائكة تم بين أولاد آدم، إذ قال هابيل لقابيل لئن بسطت إلي يدك لتقتلني ما أنا بباسط يدي إليك لأقتلك إني أخاف الله رب العالمين. هذا أيضا حوار. الواقع كيف نفهم التفاوض من حيث عناصره؟ أول عنصر من عناصر التفاوض أطراف التفاوض. كل تفاوض له أطراف، هناك طرفان: طرف المحاور الذي يدير الحوار، وطرف آخر وهو المتفاوض والشخصية الأخرى للتفاوض. هذا العنصر الأول، أطراف التفاوض. العنصر الثاني صفات المتفاوضين. الشريعة الإسلامية تطرح لنا مجموعة صفات المتفاوضين. أول صفة أن يكون المتفاوضين لديهم نيات مخلصة، يعني أن يقبلوا العمل التفاوضي على أن نواياهم خالية من أي شوائب أو كدورات أو أحقاد أو ضغائن، فيقبلوا على التفاوض وهم خالين الشوائب. فبالتالي أنا أقدم على حلقة التفاوض وأنا صافي الذهن صافي القلب. بالتالي هذا يسمى الإخلاص في التفاوض. المصداقية في القول والأفعال، يعني أنا معروف بأني أنا فعلي يصدق قولي، قولي كفعلي. ولذلك في الإسلام ممقوت الذي يقول لا ولا يفعل كبر عند الله، كبر مقتا عند الله أن تقولوا ما لا تفعلون. الصفة الثالثة حسن الاستماع. المتفاوض مع المتفاوض الآخر يجب أن يكون بينهما حسن استماع، كل واحد يستمع ويصغي إلى رأي الآخر ويقدم أفضل الأفكار، حتى الطرف الآخر كذلك يحترم هذا الرأي. احترام الرأي والرأي الآخر كذلك صفة من صفات المتفاوضين، لا يسخف ولا يستهزئ ولا يستضعف بالرأي الآخر، كل رأي محترم. بالتالي راح يكون المتفاوض الآخر يحترمك إذا احترمت رأيه. كذلك من صفات المتفاوضين الاعتراف بالخطأ وعدم الإصرار على الفكرة، لأن الاعتراف بالخطأ يدل على أن المتفاوض لديه فضيلة، لديه خلق رفيع، إنسان يحترم نفسه لأنه يعترف بالخطأ ولا يصر على فكرته. كذلك استخدام الدليل والبرهان، القول والكلام بلا دليل ولا بلا برهان ولا بلا حجة لا يعطي معنى ويضعف في عملية تفاوضية. أخيرا احترام النتائج، إذا تم التوصل إلى النتائج فلا بد من أن تحترم هذه النتائج. شروط التفاوض: التفاوض له جو، إن فقدنا هذا الجو سوف نفقد معنى التفاوض. يعني الجو الهادئ، الجو المريح، الجو اللي يغلب عليه المرح، لا الجو اللي مشحون بالتقاذف بين المتفاوضين في الكلام الجارح، يعني جو هادئ. ثانيا الإيمان بموضوع التفاوض، الإنسان الذي ليس لديه إيمان بموضوع التفاوض لا يستطيع أن يدافع عن الموضوع، هذا ثانيا. ثالثا القدرة العملية للمتفاوضين، يعني الإنسان المتفاوض لازم يكون عنده قدرة يستطيع أن يتفاوض، وإذا ما عنده قدرة عملية، إنسان ضعيف جسديا، يعني ما عنده المقدرة على أن يتفاوض من الناحية النفسية حتى، فلا يستطيع أن يؤدي دور. القدرة العلمية غير القدرة العملية، عند الحجة وعند البرهان وعند الدليل. هذا الشرط الأول أو شروط التفاوض. أما استراتيجية التفاوض فالعقيدة الإسلامية والشريعة الإسلامية بيّنت لنا أن هناك مجموعة استراتيجيات مع المتحدين معك في الهدف والمختلفين معك في التفصيل. ما هي الاستراتيجية اللي اتخذها الشارع المقدس؟ وقولوا آمنا بالذي أنزل إلينا وأنزل إليكم وإلهنا وإلهكم واحد ونحن له مسلمون. يعني هؤلاء قريش اللي كانت لا تؤمن بنبوة النبي مع النبي صلى الله عليه وآله وأصحابه الذين هم يحملون الفكر الإسلامي، هذه مختلفين في التفصيل، بس قد يكون هناك اتفاق. فإذا أنا جلست مع الآخر في حلقة نقاش في الأصل أني أنا متفق وياك في الأصل المفروض، لأن الإله الكل يؤمن به، ولكن الاختلاف هو في التفصيل. فهاي استراتيجية، يجب أن يكون هناك استراتيجية معينة مع هؤلاء الناس. هناك استراتيجية مع المختلفين في الهدف ومختلفين في التفصيل كذلك، هؤلاء الذين لن يؤمنوا بنبوة النبي مثلا ولن يؤمنوا بالهدف الأساسي، فكان أي أسلوب يستخدم معهم، استخدم معهم الأسلوب العلمي حتى يثبت لهم وجود الله، يثبت لهم وحدانية الله، فاستخدم الأسلوب العلمي. مثلا قل أرأيتم إن جعل الله عليكم الليل سرمدا إلى يوم القيامة من إله غير الله يأتيكم بضياء أفلا تسمعون. هذا أسلوب علمي حتى يقربهم إلى الهدف. أسلوب تمثيلي يمثل لهم، وفي مثل صريح وفي مثل كامن. المثل الصريح مثل ما مثلهم كمثل الذي استوقد نارا، مثل يطرح. والمثل الكامن أفمن أسس بنيانه على تقوى من الله ورضوان خير أم من أسس بنيانه على شفا جرف فانهار به في نار جهنم. هذا الأسلوب التمثيلي. أما القضية التفاوضية فنقول فيها أن المفاوضات هي في الواقع ليست للجدل. احنا ما نقعد في مفاوضات من أجل الجدال، ولكن من أجل الوصول إلى حقيقة، وتحتاج هذه المفاوضات إلى فن. لذلك القرآن لما يقول ولما ضرب ابن مريم مثلا إذا قومك منهم يصدون، هذا المثل الذي ضربه القرآن ليس للجدال وإنما للوصول إلى الحقيقة. ولذلك وقالوا آلهتنا خير أم هو ما ضربوه لك إلا جدلا بل هم قوم خصمون. هؤلاء يجادلون فقط، لا، المفاوضات للوصول إلى الحقيقة. النقطة الثانية أن أساس المفاوضات هو العقل. العقل هو الذي توزن به المصالح وتكتشف من خلاله المفاسد. قل فلله الحجة البالغة فلو شاء لهداكم أجمعين. ثالثا أن نهاية المفاوضات يجب أن تكون هادئة بعيدة عن أجواء التشنج وتعكير الصفو، مثل الآية اللي تذكرها وإن كذبوك فقل لي عملكم ولكم لي عملي ولكم عملكم، وإن كذبوك فقل لي عملي ولكم عملكم، أنتم بريئون مما أعمل وأنا بريء مما تعملون. يعني المسألة تحتاج إلى شوية هدوء، ما في داعي للتعصب. نهاية المفاوضات يجب أن تكون هادئة. الأمر الرابع لابد من وضع النقاط على الحروف. ويا قوم اعملوا على مكانتكم إني عامل سوف تعلمون من يأتيه عذاب يخزيه ومن هو كاذب وارتقبوا إني معكم رقيب. ما هي قواعد منهج التفاوض؟ هي أول شيء قاعدة الدعوة إلى التفاوض. لابد أني أنا أعتبر الجميع متساويين من منطلق التساوي. قل يا أهل الكتاب تعالوا إلى كلمة سواء بيننا وبينكم. هاي أولا. ثانيا قاعدة أخلاق التفاوض، لازم تكون في التفاوض أخلاق: الإنصاف، احترام الطرف الآخر، هداية الطرف الآخر، إن الله يأمر بالعدل والإحسان. قاعدة الانطلاق من المشتركات، يعني نتفق في البداية أن احنا أمام هدف مشترك، بس احنا نسعى إلى الوصول إلى الحقيقة. قل يا أهل الكتاب تعالوا إلى كلمة سواء بيننا وبينكم. القاعدة الرابعة قاعدة المرحلية، لابد من التدرج لأن التفاوض تحتاج إلى تدرج في مراحل. الخامسا قاعدة المنهج التفاوضي، لازم يكون عندنا منهج، ما نستخدم الوسائل المحرمة والوسائل المغشوشة، وسائل التدليس، الغش، على أساس أن نتفاوض من خلال غش أو من خلال خديعة. قاعدة التوثيق كما جرى في معاهدة الصلح، لازم نوثق كل التفاوضات التي بيننا. وضرب القرآن نماذج مفاوضات النبي نوح: ولقد أرسلنا نوحا إلى قومه إني لكم نذير مبين قال يا قوم أرأيتم إن كنت على بينة من ربي وآتاني رحمة من عنده فعميت عليكم أنلزمكموها وأنتم لها كارهون. مفاوضات النبي نوح. مفاوضات النبي صالح: قالوا يا صالح قد كنت فينا مرجوا قبل هذا أتنهانا أن نعبد ما يعبد آباؤنا. هاي مفاوضات النبي صالح. مفاوضات النبي إبراهيم وحاجه قومه قال أتحاجوني في الله وقد هدان. مفاوضات النبي موسى: اذهبا إلى فرعون إنه طغى. هذه مجموعة مفاوضات تمت بين الأنبياء وبين أقوامهم. ما هي النتائج التي نصل إليها؟ نصل إلى مجموعة نتائج، أهمها أن التفاوض من أجل الوصول إلى حل النزاعات أمر أقرته الشريعة، يعني وارد في الدين الإسلامي، وأن مبادئ التفاوض وأسسه وقواعده التي رسمها الدين هي منطقية تنسجم مع كل الأمم في كل زمان ومكان، يعني جغرافيا وزمانيا. كذلك يمكن ببساطة تطبيق مبادئ التفاوض التي رسمها لنا القرآن على مفاوضات اليوم. ما انطبق على الزمن القديم يمكن أن ينطبق على زمن اليوم، لأن بطبيعة الحال المفاوضات تحمل نفس القواعد. تجارب الأنبياء ثروة غنية لازم أن نستفيد منها، نتبحر في القصص، نفهم المعاني العبر القرآنية، نلقى فيه مجموعة مفاوضات بين الأنبياء وبين أقوامهم، بين الأنبياء وبين أسرهم. السيرة النبوية المباركة فيها كثير من المؤشرات تدل على أن هدف الأنبياء هو تنمية المجتمعات. الأخلاق هي السمات الأبرز التي يجب أن تتوافر في المتفاوضين، منها الرحمة واللين. الجو الهادئ لازم هي البيئة الأبرز في المفاوضات. التفاوض يجب أن يصل إلى الهدف وأن لا ينقطع ويعلق في نصف الطريق. نهاية التفاوض والحوار يجب أن تكون سليمة ولا يخرج التفاوض بالتهديد أو الوعيد. توفيق المفاوضات ووضع الجدول الزمني المناسب لتطبيق ما تم الاتفاق عليه ورقابة التطبيق. التوصيات يجب أن يكون هناك عصف ذهني، يعني مجموعات تجتمع لتشكل فيما بينها تبادل آراء تسمى بالعصف الذهني. لابد أن نعقد الدورات التدريبية للمتفاوضين لرفع مستواهم التفاوضي. كذلك لابد من تفعيل نظام التحفيز وإبراز هذا الجانب عند المتفاوضين. كذلك نهتم بمادة ثقافة الحوار، خلى الناس تعرف شو الحوار، شو معنى الحوار. هذا أهم ما في موضوع التفاوض، ولذلك التفاوض حوار هادئ واحترام متبادل ونيات صادقة. نشكركم على حسن الاستماع، والله الموفق، والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Thank you for the presentation just now. Let us begin with the next presentation. Next, I would like to invite Anita Ismail from University Science Islam Malaysia to give the presentation about the effect of Enterprise Resource Planning (ERP) implementation on organizational performance.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm Anita Ismail. My friends Syarbani Harun and also Farah Lali Muda Ismail. Okay, so I'm from University Science Islam Malaysia, Iceem. Farah Lali also from Iceem, and so my friend Syarbani Harun from Multimedia University. Okay, so I would like to present for this conference, the third International Conference on Economic, Entrepreneurship and Management 2021, Iceem 2021. The topic of our research is about the effect of Enterprise Resource Planning (ERP) system implementation on organizational performance. Okay, so for this slide, I would like to start with the introductions, then proceed with Enterprise Resource Planning system, then proceed with the next topic, ERP system and performance, and then I would like to end the presentation with the conclusion. I would like to start with the extracts here. Enterprise resource planning has become widely accepted as an important means of achieving overall success for many companies in this rapidly changing business environment. ERP systems were designed to serve the purpose of integrating information and optimize its distribution among functions and services for the purpose of enhancing organizational performance. This study would argue that ERP are important resources for creating the ability to control commercial activities, which, combined with existing competitive edge of the firm, creates a competitive advantage for the firm. The end user are frequently against the introduction of the ERP system, as resulting changes will alter the current working environment. The essence of ERP implementation is complicated because it can affect multiple areas across organization. ERP also involved because it integrates all aspects of organization operation, is comprehensive and large in scope. By identifying and assessing success and failure factors, the knowledge gained will help decision makers and other stakeholders to be better prepared to carry out the actions needed for success. This study contributes to the body of knowledge for practitioners and researchers in the information technology by focusing on end-user perspective and points of view regarding post-ERP implementation. In addition, the result of the research will add to the range of knowledge on the effective use of ERP, especially as it relates to organizational performance. Okay, so this slide will focus on the introduction. I would like to highlight about ERP, Enterprise Resource Planning. So, what is ERP? ERP system were designed to serve the purpose of integrating information and optimize its distribution among functions and services for the purpose of enhancing organizational performance. The primary reasons why companies implement ERP is meant to streamline business operations, improve job performance, and create value by improving the integration of job process with the best practices, management function, real-time reporting, and capability to analyze the information. Also, ERP system enable a company to holistically manage its activities to remain competitive in today's business environment. Therefore, when a company decides to implement a technological program at its place of work, organizational productivity should be a key outcome. This slide we focus on ERP system. So the implementation of ERP system is considered by many researchers to be very complex undertaking that entails many steps, and many ERP are also agreeing to be the most expensive and time-consuming program ever developed. ERP systems are designed to achieve a corporate advantage by enabling all business operations to be managed as a whole, replacing legacy system, managing dispute, and resolving issues within individual information system. There is a need to integrate various technologies into ERP infrastructure and support them with organizational resources such as skill users, culture support, and management practices. We give the organization a sustainable competitive advantage. ERP system and performance. The research also reveals that ERP influence the company productivity and allow all major ERP providers to use their solution to improve the company performance. Higher manufacturing, faster ROI, and also faster stock sale. A study also revealed that the result of introduction of ERP lead to an increase in the company's profitability by increasing the number of employees and the employment and income ratio each year since the introduction of ERP. To use ERP system to its potential, individual must understand the basic principle of ERP that can lead to take advantage of the capabilities from this system in terms of efficiency and effectiveness with regards to users. Okay, so I would like to end the presentation with the conclusions. The implementation of ERP system performance or users play a vital role to evaluate its impact. The degree of the system uses directly affect the economic benefit of the implemented system. ERP system in post-implementation phase and user performance study are given less attention, placing them in the area needs more empirical investigation. More research in various environments is necessary to clarify the relationship between ERP system and its users to provide practitioners and researchers with further valuable insight about this application and users. Thus, recommending future research to provide more insight into user factors associated with the implementation and use of ERP system to investigate the impact of this system on their performance in terms of efficiency, effectiveness, and creativity. Thank you for lending your ears. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation just now. Let us begin with the next presentation. Next, I would like to invite Tamer Elaga from University Sains Islam Malaysia to give the presentation about the relationship between the audit committee's characteristics and the level of disclosure of risk management practices in the listed Palestinian banks.
Assalamu alaikum. I am Tamer Bassam Al-Agha from Palestine. I will present the paper in this conference. The relationship between the audit committee's characteristics and the level of disclosure of risk management practices in the listed Palestinian banks. Introduction. The stability of the financial sector and the sustainability of the economy depend on the effectiveness of corporate governance in banks. Moreover, weak corporate governance in banks may increase risks. This is a result of a loss of confidence in the bank's ability to manage its assets and liabilities properly. This scenario could lead to an economic crisis. Consequently, there is a need for more confidence and transparency for stockholders, depositors, and investors in applying sound risk management practices, and this comes through increasing disclosure of acceptable practices and the influential role that the audit committee can play in disclosing and controlling risk management in the bank. In addition, the formation of risk committees at the audit committee level is vital to strengthening their control function through the role played by the system and the governance processes applied in an emerging economy such as Palestine. Likewise, the importance of disclosure of the level of information will be highlighted in the annual reports as an essential aspect of good corporate governance. Disclosure is a fundamental and effective way to protect shareholders, and governance is an integral part of its principles. A problem statement. Palestine was also suffering from the same problems and gaps in corporate governance that appeared when many of the financial failures of companies were recorded in 2010. Furthermore, the problem was also exacerbating at the organizational level in Palestine, as evidenced by the measure of financial stability in Palestine. And despite the efforts made by the government, the problem still prevails in Palestine. In addition to the above, the political and economic risk over the past years have caused a series of crises and shocks, the most recent of which was the Palestinian clearance revenue crisis with the Israeli side in 2019. Consequently, this negatively affected banks' performance due to the increase in loan defaults. This has become a major threat to Palestinian banks in light of the review of the reports on the Palestinian banking sector. Previous studies indicate that higher risk companies will disclose less information to the public. They believe that a higher level of risk disclosure will highlight their actual level of risk higher. Risk disclosure is found in companies with sound corporate governance systems. It is essential to understand the characteristics of the audit committee that affect the level of risk management practices in Palestinian banks. Purpose of the study. Therefore, this study will examine the relationship between the characteristics of the audit committee and the disclosure of risk management practices in the listed Palestinian banks by focusing on the role of the audit committee in the disclosure of banks' risk management. The effectiveness of the audit committee was chosen because one of its functions is to enhance the operations and the sustainability of the banks. For this reason, it is imperative that there is a sound audit committee in the organization that ensures the quality and reliability of financial reports. Objectives of the study. Therefore, the objectives of this research are twofold. First, to provide a greater understanding of the characteristics of the audit committee that may affect the level of compliance with risk disclosure as stipulated in the Palestinian Bank Governance Manual. Second, determining the impact of audit committees' effectiveness in monitoring the level of disclosure of sound risk management of the bank. Contribution of the study. The results of this research will be useful in understanding the factors that affect the disclosure of risk management practices in the financial reports of the listed local Palestinian banks, both Islamic and non-Islamic. In addition, the results will surely create public awareness on the issue of disclosure of sound practices for managing bank risk in Palestine. Design methodology approach. The study was applied to all 6 local banks listed on the Palestine Exchange during the period from 2014 until 2019. The study relied on using the content analysis method that collect data and determine the level of disclosure of risk management practices by calculating the number of sentences related to risk in the annual reports. The study uses a generalized regression model to conduct the current investigation, conclusion, limitations, and future research. The results indicate that the characteristics of the audit committee, including the experience and independence of the committee members, have a statistically positive effect on the disclosure practices of risk management, while this was not the case with audit committee size. Moreover, the results showed that the experience and independence of audit committee members had significant positive impact on risk management disclosure practices, thus improving asset quality. Finally, the results show that asset quality, loan provision, and return on assets are among the determinants of research and development. Limitations must be taken into account before interpreting the result, and this study that it uses a relatively small sample only listed local Palestinian banks, as the Safa Islamic Bank was excluded from the study sample due to the newness and insufficiency of its reports with the study period, and we only focused on one place, Palestine. So result cannot be generalized in all other sectors listed on the Palestine Exchange. Consequently, this study could be expanded to include a comparison of disclosure of risk management practices with other markets in the region.
Thank you for the presentation just now. Let us begin with the next presentation. Next, I would like to invite again Tamer Elaga from University Science Islam Malaysia to give the presentation about the relationship between the characteristics of the Board of Directors and the level of disclosure of risk management practices in the listed Palestinian banks.
Assalamu alaikum. I am Tamer Bassam Jaber Al-Agha from Palestine. Now I will present the paper in this conference. The relationship between the characteristics of the board of directors and the level of disclosure of risk management practices in the listed Palestinian banks. Introduction. The past 2 decades have witnessed a series of bank and corporate collapses across the United States that have led to a new development in accounting practices. Evidence suggests that weak corporate governance mechanisms and risk management activities have been the main drivers of these breakdowns. Simultaneously, awareness and the need for appropriate risk management techniques and structures have increased within financial organizations. Consequently, disclosure of risk management practices might contribute to control their practices. Consequently, there is a need for more confidence and transparency for stockholders, depositors, and investors in applying sound risk management practices, and this comes through increasing disclosure of acceptable practices and the influential role that the board of directors can play in disclosing and controlling risk management in the bank. In addition, the formation of risk committees at the board level is vital to enhance the risk control function through the role played by the governance systems and processes applied in an emerging economy such as Palestine. Likewise, the importance of disclosure of the level of information will be highlighted in the annual reports as an essential aspect of good corporate governance. Disclosure is a fundamental and effective way to protect shareholders, and governance is an integral part of its principles. A problem statement. Palestine was suffering from the same problems and gaps in corporate governance that appeared when several financial failures were recorded in 2010. The Arab Bank branches in the Gaza Strip were closed in 2010 without prior approval from the Palestine Monetary Authority. Also, 6 other banks have been merged. Consequently, low confidence of depositors and other stockholders. Previous studies indicate that higher risk companies will disclose less information to the public. They believe that a higher level of risk disclosure will highlight their actual level of risk. Higher risk disclosure is found in companies with sound corporate governance systems. It is essential to understand the characteristics of the board of directors that affect the level of risk management practices in Palestinian banks. Purpose of the study. The study will examine the relationship between the effectiveness of the board of directors and the level of disclosure of risk management practices in the listed Palestinian banks. By focusing on the effective role of the board of directors in monitoring the level of disclosure of risk management practices in the financial report. The effectiveness of the board of directors was chosen as one of the strongest corporate governance mechanisms, which indicates that effective risk management is one of the main responsibilities of the board of directors, and the issue of corporate governance and risk management has received great attention in financial institutions. Objectives of the study. The objectives of this research are twofold. First, to provide a greater understanding of the characteristics of the board of directors that may affect the level of compliance with risk disclosure as stipulated in the Palestinian Bank Governance Manual. Second, determining the impact of the board of directors' effectiveness in monitoring the level of disclosure of sound risk management of the bank. Contribution of the study. The results of this research will be useful in understanding the factors that affect the disclosure of risk management practices in the financial reports of the listed local Palestinian banks, both Islamic and non-Islamic. In addition, the results will surely create public awareness on the issue of disclosure of sound practices for managing bank risks in Palestine. The Sun methodology approach. The study was applied to all 6 local banks listed on the Palestine Exchange during the period from 2014 until 2019. The study relied on using the content analysis method that calculate data and determine the level of disclosure of risk management practices by calculating the number of sentences related to risks in the annual reports. The study uses a generalized regression model to conduct the current investigation. Conclusion, limitations, and future research. The results indicate that board characteristics including Chief Executive Officer separation and board member independence have a statistically positive impact on risk management disclosure practices, while this was not the case with both sides. Moreover, the results showed that the separation of Chief Executive Officer duties and independence of board members had a significant positive impact on risk management disclosure practices, thus increasing the confidence of depositors, investors, and other stockholders. Finally, the results show that the size of deposits and return on equity are among the determinants of risk disclosure. Limitations. Limitations must be taken into account before interpreting the results, and this study that it uses a relatively small sample, only the listed local Palestinian banks, as the Safa Islamic Bank was excluded from the study sample due to the unevenness and insufficiency of its report with the study period, and we only focused on one place, Palestine. So results cannot be generalized in all other sectors listed on the Palestine Exchange. Consequently, this study could be expanded to include a comparison of disclosure of risk management practices with other markets in the region. Future research. This study suggests a number of other places for future research. First, the research could extend over a longer period of time. Second, covering other sectors and expanding the scope of this study by conducting comparative studies with other countries, preferably in the Middle East, North Africa, and developing countries. Because of the similarities between the characteristics of those countries in order to explore any differences in risk disclosure criteria.
Thank you for the presentation just now. Let us begin with the next presentation. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Faira Shaliza Mokhtar from University Malaysia Terengganu to give the presentation about COVID-19 vaccine, the uncertainty of compensation mechanism for vaccine injuries.
Hi, Assalamualaikum and a very good afternoon to everyone. My name is Fahira Shaliza Mokhtar. You can call me Shaliza. I'm from Faculty of Business, Economics and Social Development, University Malaysia Terengganu, and I believe it's my turn to present my paper, which is COVID-19 vaccine, the uncertainty of compensation mechanism for vaccine injuries in Malaysia. So in March 2020, WHO announced COVID-19 was a pandemic. It was a shock to everyone. It changed the life of so many people, especially and affected everyone, especially the businesses, and it was subsequently putting everyone's life to a grinding halt. So it led the scientists to learn about this disease, in which it was a race for them to produce a vaccine in order to eradicate or decrease the infection of this disease. So as we can see, a vaccine, like any other product, has its side effects, in which it all depends whether the side effects is serious, mild, or mild, serious, or not that serious. So if we can see that when it comes to vaccine, according to history, some of the vaccine have its positive side, in which it has eradicated certain diseases from the face of the earth. But when it comes to COVID-19, it was being produced at a short span of time in mass production. So these are the things that we need to look into. Now, with the issue of vaccine COVID-19 is the uncertainty regarding the compensation scheme in Malaysia, because as we have now, the only thing that we have now is via the Law of Tort and the Consumer Protection Act 1999. However, for these both legislation, it's very difficult for those that has been vaccinated with the COVID-19 vaccine. If any injury disabilities that they suffer, it's very difficult for them to get this compensation. It's not only lengthy, it's very costly, and the burden of proof is obviously upon the person who claims that the vaccine has caused injury to them. So in order for the uncertainty is to what extent is because when it comes to vaccine, there are bound to be maybe a small portion or small percentage of our Malaysian population that might be severely affected, and it is very sad if the minority are those with the B40 category, the OKUs or the elderlies. So if you can see here, what I have stated here, that since we have when we look at other countries we have United States, United Kingdom, in which they have their own vaccine injury compensation scheme. Now the vaccine injury compensation scheme that they have has been a while already, in which they have listed this vaccine. If anybody who suffers any injuries or disabilities due to this vaccination, they could claim compensation. But when it comes to COVID-19 for the United States, they have the countermeasure injury compensation program, and for United States they have the countermeasures injury compensation program, and for the United Kingdom they have the Vaccine Damage Payment Act. And for Singapore, it was previously announced last 2 weeks that they also have their own COVID-19 vaccine injuries compensation, but the uncertainty is regarding to Malaysia. For other Asian countries, they have their own compensation scheme, but then it is more onto if anything happens, it is the same as Malaysia. We have to use the law of tort or the Consumer Protection Act. Okay, so this is what I've said before, addressing VICP, vaccine injury compensation in Malaysia. Where are we heading? Okay, say like if we do have vaccination injury compensation program, these are the things that we need to take into consideration. I mean, it's not easy to have a program. You really need to think it through. There must be a study on this. If we look at the slides here, these are just a few questions that basically need to be answered before we have our own VICP. Funding. The first thing is funding. Who is going to fund this compensation program? Is it the government? Is it the pharmaceutical companies? If we look at, if I'm not mistaken, if memory serves me right, for the vaccination program in America, what they did is they charge every 70 cents for every dose being put into that VICP program. So that's where the funding is. Okay, and for us, maybe we could follow America, in which we could get funding from the government and the private pharmaceutical company together to fund in this vaccination program, compensation program. Or Singapore, what Singapore did was they took full responsibility of the funding. It means that if any of their citizens are being disabled, suffers disability or any serious side effects, they are allowed to claim from their vaccination program. And besides that, they have this one-off payment, and they are being insured, and they were also allowed to use their public hospitals and so forth. All right. As for the next question is, who is entitled? I mean, is it everyone? Who is entitled to the program? To what extent? Do this vaccination injury compensation program shall pay? I mean, to what extent the injuries that has been suffered by a person that this fund could pay, and when shall it begin? What is the procedure? How does this how do they distribute the money? So these are the things that must be taken into consideration, and there is a lot of uncertainty ahead, because especially regarding the funding, I believe not the pharmaceutical company would not agree to this, because it will because with the money that they get, they would be able to do more research and maybe come up with a better product and so forth. So if a portion of the money is being transferred into this funding, into this compensation program, it might affect their business. So these are the things that is still uncertain. Till date, Malaysia has not announced any compensation program. Till date, to date, we don't know what's going to happen. I mean, it's We hope that we hope for the best. We hope that everyone is safe. We hope that everyone who gets vaccinated is safe. And I think, yeah, that's it. I mean, if you do get any side effects, you just have to use the normal traditional the normal traditional compensation scheme, which is through the law of tort or the Consumer Protection Act, which I doubt that you could succeed due to the heavy burden of proof that you need to discharge. So yeah, okay, I think that's it. Thank you very much for listening. Keep calm and stay safe. Bye.
Thank you for the presentation just now. Let us begin with the next presentation. Next, I would like to invite Junaidah Abu Seman from University Science Islam Malaysia to give the presentation about financial inclusion, stumbling block and way forward.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And very good day to everyone. I'm Junaidah. On behalf of my colleagues, I would like to present our paper entitled Financial Inclusion, Stumbling Block and Way Forward. For today's presentation, I will divide into 4 parts, which consist of introduction, issues and challenges, opportunities and ways ahead, and last but not least, conclusion. As for introduction, in the 1980s, retail financial markets had grown and more people can access a broader range of financial products. And of course, there are considerable number of people have benefited from these developments, but there are also minority of groups that lack even the most basic of financial products. This group is categorized as underserved market. The term financial exclusion was first used in 1993 by Lishan and Triff. It is actually come out from the geographers who were concerned about limited physical access to banking services as a result of bank branch closures. The debate on financial exclusion has shifted to include what are the factors contribute to the problem, since there are approximately 2.5 billion people still excluded from financial services. And this phenomenon has attracted many researchers around the world to study more about these issues. For example, in USA, UK, Scandinavia, Canada, Australia, and many more other countries. It is worth noting that the discussions on financial exclusion are now shifting to promote financial inclusion. Okay, next we want to talk about what are the real issues and challenges to have a greater access to finance. There are basically 5 major issues and challenges. First is about types of financial services. Okay, for this underserved segmentation to be included in financial system, these 4 main types of financial services need to be offered to this group. Okay, what are they? The first is savings or deposits products. The second is credit. The third one is banking transactions. For example, online banking, remittance, and so on. And last but not least, insurance. These are the 4 basic financial services that need to tackle whenever we want to serve this favored group. The next issue is about measurement of financial inclusion. When we talk about financial inclusion, what are the measures that we want to use? Whether it is high, low, or medium. Okay, in computing the level of financial inclusion, there are a few dimensions that been research by previous authors. Okay, the measurement of financial inclusion, some of the authors come up with the indexes. Okay, these indexes include a few dimensions, for example, access, usage, and cost. Okay, so those dimensions somehow have some limitation in terms of the data ability itself, and what kind of level we are talking about. Okay, for example, World Bank in 2005, they are just stating about the level of unbanked and excluded in bank, and so on and so forth. For the current research, the levels of financial inclusion come up with the numbers. For example, with certain numbers of the calculation using the dimension just now, we are talking about those countries or those places have low, medium, or high level of financial inclusion. And next, we are talking about distribution channels. There are actually debates on what are the best channel to promote financial inclusion, whether it is a banking institution or non-banking institution, for example, microfinance. Okay, both parties have their own opinion on their roles and responsibility to include all these underserved market to actually having their products and services. Okay, next issues is about supply side. Okay, it is actually worth noting that mainstream financial providers are actually reluctant to serve small value and unprofitable customers with irregular income because of the high risk of default. Okay, so that's the issues. So how can the customer, this profitable customer, apply for those services from this mainstream finance in the first place, because they are actually have the so-called default risk mitigation. And last but not least, we are talking about ICT-based financial inclusion. Nowadays, we are talking about the role of ICT to have greater financial inclusion. But then we need to consider a few other issues and challenges. Some of them are about technology service providers, service centers for servicing devices, security-related issues, as well as power supply and network connectivity. Next, what are the opportunities and ways ahead to promote financial inclusion? There are series of them that can I find from the previous study and what can I think about. First thing first is about the promise of fintech itself. Okay, fintech is a powerful tool to actually drive financial inclusion. Okay, there are studies that mention the power of fintech to actually reduce income inequality, especially in developing countries, and become a key driver to tackle financial exclusion. The next one is to have strategic collaborations. Okay, we need to have a strategic collaboration between financial institutions as well as policymakers and regulators. These are the best strategic collaborations because nowadays financial inclusion agenda become the priority for these policymakers and regulators, and it must be hand in hand with what all those financial institutions offered to this segmentation. Next, we are talking about innovative products. By hook or by crook, financial institutions need to think more on the innovative products because they are a need to have a specific products for this unfavored segmentation. Okay, a strategic expansion in technology can be of advantage as it enables easier and accurate banking process in offering new products to this segmentation. The next one about financial literacy and awareness. This is very important. The fintech itself is not enough. Okay, the customer should have a basic financial education as well as usage of the technology for them to harness and reach financial inclusion agenda. Okay, the next one would be customer service and protection. Okay, we are talking about financial literacy and awareness, but at the same time, we need to have a better dissemination of information to customers and also by improving the mechanism for them to redress any complaints that they deal with the mainstream finance, for example. And last but not least, with the emergence of Islamic finance, we can say that we can have a greater financial inclusion because in the perspective of Islamic finance, financial inclusion can be achieved in two ways. First one is through risk sharing, and the second one through the instruments of redistribution of wealth. Okay, risk sharing, we are talking about using contracts of mudharabah, musyarakah, ijara, and so on and so forth. We actually involve customers to be part of the projects or contracts. But I think the most important one is regarding instrument of redistribution wealth. We do have in Islam channel, for example, zakat, wakaf, sedekah, hibah. These are very powerful tools to ensure that we can reach many levels of society, especially in this case, we are talking about financial inclusion for P40, for example. So by actually looking seriously on these channels under redistribution wealth can actually increase financial inclusion. Okay, last but not least, for conclusion, we can say that indeed financial inclusion is not a short-term goal at all. It's actually a progressive process that need to involve many other parties. Okay, and of course we have barriers and challenges, but all those barriers and challenges need to be duly managed and revised. And we are not only thinking about barriers and challenges, but the most important thing is about the opportunities and prospects to have a greater financial access from the various parties. And emergence of fintech and Islamic finance is a good way to tackle this financial inclusion by having a good policy developments by regulators itself. Thank you so much for listening my presentation. If there's any feedback, please feel free to contact me on this email address. With that, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the presentation just now. Let us begin with the next presentation. Next, I would like to invite Farah Laili binti Muda Lais Ismail from University Science Islam Malaysia to give the presentation about factors contributing to sustainability of private schools in Malaysia in the pandemic of COVID-19, the survival of entrepreneurs.
Assalamualaikum wabarakatuh. My name is Binti Muda. Today I'm a paper entitled Pandemic of COVID-19, the Survival of Entrepreneurs. Okay, this paper will be presented in International Conference on Economics, Entrepreneurship and Management 2021. The pandemic of COVID-19 came with big impacts to the whole world. Many people started to lose jobs and struggle in their life. The effects of these unsustainable and unstable jobs were not only experienced by the lower level workers, but also the professionals. The situation forced people to be calculative in budgeting their life activities. Expenses. One of the industries that is highly affected is education. The entrepreneurs of private schools face big challenges when parents decided to stop their children from the schools and change to public schools. The entrepreneurs were in dilemma. in continuing the business as some costs were still needed to be incurred. During the crisis, the entrepreneurs have to take risks to maintain running the business, and some schools need to stop their operation as they fail to sustain in the market. Crisis management and business sustainability. In tackling a global health crisis, resilience requires not only psychological readiness but also organizational support and system-level preparation. And research has shown that occupational context can play an important role in enabling both individuals and organizations to build resilience and develop effective coping strategies. Management theory views disasters as political and organizational issues. Some of the vulnerabilities which exist in the society can be rectified by efficient leadership and strategic plans. Employing strategic planning, enterprises may eliminate some of the hazards, mitigate consequences of adverse incidents, and be more in control of its fate. Challenges on business sector. Across all countries in the sample, it's estimated a quasi-doubling of business failures due to COVID-19, and the non-COVID-19 bankruptcy rate of 9.4% rises to 18.2% under COVID-19 and 8.8 percentage points increase. The education sector, particularly private institutions, are hardly affected by the pandemic. The demand for the education is reduced when parents opt to change their children to public schools. The providers of schools face loss around 50,000 million ringgit due to the crisis, and this situation really gives a hard smash to the school providers in order to sustain in the industry. And specifically on the challenges on edupreneurs, there are some findings based on reports from online newspapers and reports that discovered the survival of several private schools around Klang Valley. One of the private school providers mentioned that the operating costs of private schools are almost entirely dependent on monthly tuition fees of the school. Most of this income is allocated to the employment of teachers and school staff. For welfare-oriented and profit-oriented school, it is likely that large losses will occur if parents do not pay the monthly fee as prescribed. And these schools have to comply with the directive that any institution is not allowed to lay off its employees. In fact, the government has provided various forms of assistance to ensure that layoffs are not carried out. It is not easy for private school to terminate teachers, avoid paying teachers, or reduce salaries, especially when they are still assigned to carry out the class activities even online. The other private school providers also mentioned that COVID-19 pandemic affected their business when many parents began to transfer their children to government schools due to financial reason. The parents took the approach after their incomes were declining, and some even lost their jobs due to the company closing down. The consequence was the number of students declined sharply since May 2020. So the situation made some of the providers depressed because the teachers had to be paid. Besides, the schools also faced difficulties when there was a gap in the trend of paying student fees due to financial problems of parents. Some parents ask for deferring the monthly fee payment due to insufficient money or no income because of being laid off. Many entrepreneurs in education had to go bankrupt after not being able to continue their business due to the absence of students after the school session was stopped. Since March 2020, many tuition centers, especially in KL and Selangor, were no longer able to continue operations. And the owners and management tuition centers are willing to sell their tuition centers that have been operating for decades for as low as 7,000 ringgit to cover the salaries of teachers and utilities. And for the conclusion, the finding shows that the edupreneurs were in serious situation to survive during the pandemic of COVID-19. Many of the education businesses need to be closed permanently. The schools that are still operating face a tremendous reduction number of students enrolled. The private school providers need to strategize to sustain in the industry. Being creative and innovative as well as applying thinking outside of the box become very crucial currently. Living in COVID-19 pandemic is a new norm for all of us, including children. Our education system needs to be changed in line with the new norm. The edupreneurs can not only consider whether they are ready or not for this pandemic. Instead, new creative ideas must be brainstormed. Perhaps the school providers may start to think on other education products or services that they can offer. As the new challenges come, the opportunities also will come along. The most important mission to be accomplished is to protect the education and future of the children during the COVID-19 crisis. That's all from me. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Next, I would like to invite Nurul Nazlia Jamil from University Science Islam Malaysia to give the presentation about conceptual framework related to the new score index for small medium enterprises SMEs financial reporting quality in Malaysia.
Assalamualaikum, Jamil from Iceem. So today I'll be presenting a paper regards to the conceptual framework related to the new score index for small medium enterprises financial reporting quality in Malaysia. Alright, so first of all, we go through the guideline of the presentation. So we'll do some introduction and then define what is SME in Malaysia, and then what is the developing new score index for SME reporting, and what are the elements of quality of financial reporting quality in Malaysia, and what are the two factors that might influence the financial reporting quality in Malaysia, and also how to develop the framework and also the hypothesis development. And then I will conclude the paper with some conclusion. Okay, first of all, I will talk about the financial reporting quality for SME in Malaysia. In Malaysia, we do have our own standards, which is currently we are using the Malaysian Private Entity Reporting Standard. So basically, the standard to prepare financial statement for SME has been developed from long time ago, from 1978, and also the establishment of the framework has been revised and improved from time to time. So if you take a look here at 2016, there's a new developed financial reporting standard has been developed in Malaysia regards to the SME, which what we call as MPERS. Okay, so basically the MPERS is replacing the existing PERS, private entity reporting standard, with some a little bit customization that fits into the local setting. So from 2016 and now 2020, we try to take a look on how basically we measure the financial reporting quality of this SME using the new score index. Okay. Now, why is it called MPERS? Okay, M referring to the Malaysia, P is private entity reporting standard. So basically, the stakeholders are familiar with the private entity definition because we know SME exists all over the world, and it has a very major contribution to the growth of economy of in one specific country. So basically, in every SME in the world, they will define depends on the local setting. So that's why for Malaysia itself, we have our own definition of SME. And to be clear, it is a local standard. That's why we put M over there. And currently, not all SME are governed by the Financial Reporting Act 1997. Hence, we need a very standardized standard for us to ensure that the establishment of financial reporting or statement for SME has been achieving the high quality of reporting. Okay, who should apply this particular framework or this particular standard? So basically those company which not itself required to prepare or lodge any financial statement, or not as a subsidiary or associate or joint control by entity which required to prepare or lodge any financial statement. Because we know in Malaysia, we are divided into Sedia Berhad and also Berhad, where this Berhad company, they are required to prepare financial statement. And their financial statement are referring to the Malaysian Financial Reporting Standard. So for this particular reason, the regulator or the standard setter try to develop a framework that specifically fits into the SME needs or SME setting in Malaysia. Okay, currently the paper try to highlight few problems from the literature and also the development of standard in order for us to develop the conceptual framework to measure the scoring index. Okay, number one, regards to the concept of undue cost and effort exemption, because we know that SME has been a growing business and there are few exemptions that they can obtain from the transaction. Therefore, the different definitions and also different measurement of these costs might be influenced their reporting transaction. And secondly, regard to the measurement concept of fair value less cost to sell. So it depends on the Malaysian Institute of Accounting that already highlight regards to the measurement of fair value for certain asset, for example, biological assets or agricultural asset. That's why this fair value less cost to sell, the one that developed under this MPERS in order for this SME to value their asset accordingly. And there's no new PERS standard issued by MASB. MASB is Malaysian Accounting Standard Board. We understand that from 2006 until 2016, Malaysia using the existing PERS, private entity reporting standard. So the gap is about 10 years. And within that 10 years, there is no development or revision regard to the standard. And that's why the MPERS comes in on 2016. Okay, so once the MPERS comes in 2016 and until 2020, at this point of time, there is no exactly measurement in order to measure their financial reporting quality. So the objective of this MPERS has remained uncertain, whether it has achieved the objective to achieve the financial reporting quality or not. That's why it's very important to find some instrument or measurement in order to ensure that this financial reporting or financial statement has been followed the MPERS accordingly. Okay, so at the end of the day, MPERS has become as the benchmark of financial reporting across Asian region, because we know that this SME in Malaysia probably have similar setting or similar structure as other countries in Asia. For example, in Indonesia, in Thailand, in the Philippines, in Vietnam. So by having our own local standard, it can be a benchmark across the Asian region. And at the end of the day, we want to achieve is this MPERS can reduce the cost of reporting. So ideally, the development of the financial reporting standard to help this SME in order to prepare their financial statement according to the standard and become as a comparable with the global setting. Okay, so the research objective of this paper is number one, to discuss the conceptual framework on the new score index for the SME reporting quality in Malaysia, and also in ensuring that this transparency of financial report and not having the misleading financial report to the user. Okay, not to mention that the importance of preciseness and predictability as indicator of high financial reporting quality. So that's why it's very important to have a framework for us to develop the score index in measuring the financial reporting quality of this particular SME in Malaysia. Okay, so we go to the definition of SME. In Malaysia, we have few categories of SME, which are divided into micro, small, and also medium. So each of these category have their own criteria in ensuring that all SME in Malaysia is fulfilling the criteria and how they can fit into each of the category. Okay, so the criteria depends on the size of the sale, the capital, the number of employee, which also influence on the categorization of this particular SME. So at the end of the day, the adoption of MPERS is to ensure the consistency and comparability of their financial statement. And by having a standard that are comparable and standardized, we can distinguish the SME performance from the perspective of financial reporting between the national and also the global market. Okay. So what are the elements of financial reporting quality that we are talking about? So currently we are measuring based on these 5 elements of financial reporting quality, where we try to take a look from the SME perspective in terms of the relevance, okay, the timeliness, comparability, understandability, and also reliability. So if the SME is achieving all these 5 elements, it means that it has a good or high financial reporting quality. So what I mean by relevance? By relevant means that the information that are produced in the financial statement of SME are evaluating the current event, the past event, and also the historical events, which are relevant with the condition of that particular SME. For timeliness, we are ensuring that the financial statement provided are measuring based on the current year, the year end, on that particular duration period of the business during the business. And in terms of comparability, we are ensuring that the financial statement that are prepared by the accountant or audited by the auditor can be compared from one industry to another industry, from one SME to another SME, and from 1 year to another year. And in terms of understandability, okay, it is very important to ensure that this financial reporting are being understood by all the stakeholders of the financial report. Okay, for example, from the perspective of regulator, from the perspective of supplier, from the perspective of customer. So it should be that the financial statement are very clear, understandable, and can be expressed in achieving the objective of those stakeholders. And the last, regards to the reliability, all the information that are stated or produced in the financial statement should be understood, presenting the true and fair view of reflecting the true performance of the organization. Okay, so having said that, by having the elements of financial reporting quality, okay, reading based on the literature, okay, there are 2 factors that might influence the financial reporting quality of the company. So number 1 is external pressure. Okay, what is external pressure and what are the relationship between external pressure and also financial reporting quality? Okay, because we need to take into consideration these 2 factors that might influence the financial reporting quality in Malaysia and how we can develop the new scoring index. Okay, number 1, regards to the change of regulation or amendment. So regulator will work together with standard setter in ensuring that all SME comply with the standard. So if there's a change in terms of the requirement, in terms of the regulation, then it might be influence the performance or quality of financial reporting for this particular SME. The second one regards to the self-adjustment. So what I mean by self-adjustment, we know that this particular SME need to adjust themselves in terms of fitting into a new standard. So when it comes to fitting a new standard, it might require more expert, more cost, and how this particular SME can fit into the situation and how they adopt or adjust themselves in order to comply with this particular standard. Okay, so that is the first factor that might influence the financial reporting quality of SME. And then the second one is you get to the environmental uncertainty. So under this environmental uncertainty, there are three elements that we need to take a look. Number one is about the regulation, and then the politics, and also the society. So it takes a look from the perspective of regulation. Okay, there are quite many regulation that need to be followed or complied by this particular SME, and how every SME to try to adopt or adjust themselves to fit into the situation. Similarly, from the politic perspective, because the idea of having financial standard for us to make comparable with the other SME, not only in Malaysia, but also at the global setting or global at the global level. So basically, from a politic perspective, this is how our policymaker ensuring that each transaction of the SME are in affecting or might be influenced or add value to the growth of economic of certain country. For example, how we define or translating the foreign currency, how we measure or make informed decision making when we are creating the economic policy. Okay, similar to the society is regards to how the society accepting this empers and also understand the need of having a financial reporting standard in ensuring that the transaction and also the performance of the SME are being measured by a high reporting quality. Okay, so from those two factors, this is how we develop the hypothesis and also conceptual framework. So having two external factors developed into the first hypothesis, which is external pressure have a significant relationship to the quality of financial reporting. Okay, so the uncertainty of the items recognized and measured in the financial statement will affect the element of financial reporting quality. So this quality might require a certain extent or certain extra effort from the auditors, the preparers of financial statement for SME in ensuring that they are comply with the standard. While hypothesis 2 indicating that environmental uncertainty has a significant influence on the quality of financial reporting. Okay, so by having these two factors that identify based on the literature, therefore there's a conceptual framework has been developed in developing a new scoring index of financial reporting quality for SME in Malaysia. So basically, this slide are showing the conceptual framework and how the two factors, external pressure and also environmental uncertainty, will influence the financial reporting quality. So basically, the proxy of financial reporting quality from this perspective are relevance, timeliness, comparability, understandability, and also reliability. So basically, from this perspective, we can develop a scoring index, and each SME that are fulfilling those index, then we can measure them as achieving the high financial reporting quality. Okay, so basically this is the whole idea of the paper of the research, still at the exploration stage where we try to develop a conceptual framework to get some understanding what are the factors that might influence the financial reporting quality for the SME in Malaysia. So as conclusion, okay, MPERS as a standard play an important role for SME when preparing their financial statement. And there are two factors that might influence the financial reporting quality: external pressure and also environmental uncertainty. So basically, the idea of having this framework and also scoring index will help to evaluate effective strategy to reduce any technical and non-technical issues regard to the financial reporting standard implementation for SME in Malaysia. Okay, so at the end of the day, we can develop a new scoring index which can be the benchmark of the performance of the reporting quality for this particular SME. So with that, I would like to conclude my presentation with thank you. So the idea basically is still at the exploration stage where we just develop a conceptual framework, and for further research and suggestion for future research, we should test this conceptual framework with the data collected from this SME. So I would like to end my presentation with Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the presentation just now. Let us begin with the next presentation. Next, I would like to invite Nur Azlina Kamarohim from University Putra Malaysia to give the presentation about factors influences men toward buying the skincare product in Malaysia.
Okay, Assalamualaikum and salam sejahtera. I'm Nur Azlina Kamarahim from UPM. So I want to present my research about the factors influences men towards buying the skincare product in Malaysia. So this is my content of presentation. I start with the introduction, some of the literature review, research framework, methodology, result and discussion, and some of the conclusion. So we start with the introduction. So as we know, in the contemporary environment, modern men or male are aware of their looking as women compared to previous decade. With improvement of the technology, changing consumer behavior and education will provide people to have more better standard of living and style. And with connecting with this in development of purchasing power in consumer and market trend, that people become more conscious of hygiene and beauty. And it's also affect to the rapid growth in beauty care industry, and especially in this millennium decade. So as for representative for this market, it can attract many companies to enter this current market. Okay, so currently men are more aware for masculinity and beautifulness and also healthness. Okay, so this phenomena basically are lead to an emerging male market for cosmetic product. And according to the industry report store 2018, the global market value for men's grooming product is approximately USD 55 billion in 2018, and the main skincare market is growing at higher rate in Asia compared to the more mature women market. It's similar in the Asia, especially in those countries that readily embrace Western lifestyle, such as Japan, South Korea, and also China. So in recent years, men's grooming was increased across the world, and it showed as witness as a paradigm shift in recent years, including in Malaysia. So according to the Euromonitor in Malaysia, the men's grooming market grew by 8% from 2017, which is include Malaysian ringgit 935 million to hit Malaysia ringgit 1 billion in 2018. And this market expected to hit Malaysia ringgit 1.57 billion by 2023. And this is some prediction of main grooming product market size in the global. So as we can see here, okay, the number is keep increasing year by year. So from this study basically will be aimed towards male consumer in Malaysia, in which there is a lack of related research study in Malaysia to investigate their purchasing behavior on skincare products. And this is the sum of the literature review in my study. According to the Ashmut, Erna and Arani 2007, they describe their belief in product attributes, self-image, health concern, and also aging will affect and influence of male consumer behavior in buying skincare product in Indonesia. So Chen et al. 2010 also shown that self-image has significant positive impact on male purchasing skincare product. And according to the Amanda et al. 2018, they shown, okay, that celebrity endorsement is considered to remain the best and effective advertising tool all over the global. And Castle and Honeyman 2016, they mentioned that increasing of age of people, they are more focused and concerned about their facial appearance. This is spotted by Malcolm and Suraket in 2010. In their study revealed that younger generation age between 18 to 24 is more aging concern than the older generation. Colley and Burgess, 2013, they mentioned that lifestyle is one of the factors that affecting men purchasing skincare products. And study by Lida 2014, she mentioned that media advertising related to men's cosmetic product and image of physically attractive men to buy the cosmetic products. And this study basically, this is my conceptual framework for this study. And basically in this study, focus on 5 variables, which are self-image, celebrity endorsement, aging concern, lifestyle, and also advertising. And the DV or dependent variable for this study is men buying decisions skincare products. So we move to the methodology part. And from this study, okay, the research design is a quantitative study, and this study using a survey structured questionnaire, and also the study of unit of analysis is individual, which is male consumer. And the sampling design for this study is simple random sampling. And the data collection for this study using online survey and offline survey. And data analysis for this study using SPSF to measure about the descriptive analysis, reliability test, and also multiple linear regression. So this is some demographic profile as we can see here. Okay, according to the race, this study of the respondent from these studies basically is mostly the Chinese. It's concerned about the 40%, followed by Malay and others. Okay, and the age respondent for this study basically 68% is come from 20 to 25 years old respondent. And the result in discussion basically the multiple item scale which developed in 5-point like a scale are used to measure a construct in this study. So as we can see here, okay, so the reliability test has shown that all of the variable have the value of Cronbach alpha more than 0.75. Okay, so all of these variable have the reliability value for Cronbach alpha more than 0.75. And from the multiple linear regression, as we can see, the 4 variable which are self-image, celebrity endorsement, aging concern, and also advertising are significant. But the 1 variable which is lifestyle in this study are not significant. So from this, all of 4 variables, okay, support with the hypothesis. Okay, only the 1 variable which is lifestyle are not support for the hypothesis. And the means by R square here 0.648 means that all of the independent variable explains 64.8% of the total variation in men's buying decision towards skincare product in Malaysia. And as a conclusion from this study, as we know, over the years, several studies have been conducted to determine the trends that are related with the consumption of male skincare products. And from this study also show that the result of 4 independent variables, which are self-image, celebrity endorsement, aging concern and advertising have positive relationship with main buying decision towards the skincare product in Malaysia. And also this study can help marketers who are responsible of main skincare product output to know the trend of the market that happened in Klang Valley, Malaysia. Then the cosmetic marketer can think for future to come up with a new product that can target this consumer. Okay, so I think I finished for my presentation. So thank you.
Thank you for the presentation just now. Let us begin with the next presentation. Next, I would like to invite Umi Hamidatun Muhammad Sofyan Lee from University Science Islam Malaysia to give their presentation about the extent of society behavior towards philanthropy practices during COVID-19 pandemic.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Dr. Umi Hamidatun Muhammad Sofyan Lee from Faculty of Economic and Muamalat Iceem. So today I would like to share with you about some parts of my research which have been done on the topic of philanthropic practice during pandemic COVID-19. So first of all, I would like to thank to Iceem because they fund this research under the grants of Iceem COVID Grant 2020. And then the parts of this research also will be published as a chapter of book by UUM Press. So for today, I would like to focus on a very simple discussion on the extent of society behavior towards philanthropic practice during COVID-19 pandemic. So before we go further, I would like to highlight on March 11, 2020, WHO has declared the spreads of COVID-19 as a pandemic after it able to spread and affecting most countries around the world and also affect our country Malaysia. So the first case we detect in our country on 24th of January, which involved the groups of tourists came from China. So other than that, we also know the spreads of COVID-19, they have many impact and also affected the economic, politics, social and etc. And one of the most affecting elements are individual income, because some people they need to resign from the post and also they lost their job and also their income. So due to that, we identify that philanthropy become one of the important mechanisms and also element that able to improve and also able to help and strengthening the elements of socio-economic of people during the philanthropic practice that have been applied within the people in this country. So the implementations of philanthropic practice also in line with the national social policy that have been introduced by the government in 2003. So before we go further, so I would like to share with you about the concept and also the practice throughout the Islamic perspective. So when we look at the definition from the Kamus Dewan or dictionary, it's also stated that philanthropy refers to an act of generosity and love among human. And then according to Islamic faith, it consists of wakaf, grant, alms and also gifts throughout the acts of generosity and also charitable that need and also fun. And then it also related to the feelings of sincere in terms of donation done by individual or group. It can be done through time, money, labor, ideas and other things without expecting any rewards or any kinds of recognition. So we also can identify the practice of philanthropy throughout the Surah Al-Kahfi verse 30, which related to the ideas of the form of true goodness through the practice of albir. On the other hand, the elements of philanthropic from the Greek word means feels, which is related to definitions of love, meanwhile anthropos, which is related to definitions of mankind. On the other hand, on Oxford Dictionary, it stated that philanthropy refers to the ideas of desire that encourage the wellness of others throughout the feelings of sincere by the practice of charitable. And then throughout the concept, practice and the ideas of philanthropic, most of the Western people are focusing on the constructions of civil society because they try to generate the practice of helping among people. So it also involves the roles of individual, organization, institution for the sake of the good purpose, and they also try to address the general benefit, which is mainly focused on the increasing the quality of life, especially when we are dealing with unexpected situation or what we call condition. For example, like COVID-19 pandemic. As you can see, this is the few scholars that have been discussed about the research which is related to the philanthropic practice. Okay, so basically they have few more scholars. So for this presentation, I just cite a few of them like Salwa, Muhammad Faiz, and also the ideas of Islamic philanthropy are based on the theory of planned behavior. And then you can see in table 1, it shows the transitions and the numbers of Islamic philanthropy article from 2008 until 2018. So now we look at the philanthropic practice among community in Malaysia. So they have certain statistics shows that we are actually very actively involved in the practice of philanthropy. Okay, so it stated that throughout the World Giving Index in 2013 listed that Malaysia became the 71st place. Meanwhile, for the monetary charity and also donations, our country also placed at the 42 place with the score of 36%, which is actually in line in the visions of 2020. And also it stated that during the months of January and also June 2020, it shows that the Zakat Collection Center collection become increasing within these few months compared to the previous year. So the total fund also can be seen throughout the collections for the mosque fund across Malaysia was recorded 360 million per year. So the numbers are increasing by year. So that is how we can see the elements of the practice of philanthropy among communities of Malaysia is actually already applied, and also we know it become as a very good mechanism to help out with the certain situation and condition to help those people who was affected by pandemic COVID-19. So this is the objective and also research question. So first of all, we would like to identify the extent of community philanthropic practice during the spreads of COVID-19. And then the research questions are related to what is the extent of community philanthropic practice during the pandemic COVID-19. So this is among the research methodology that has been conducted throughout the research. So this is the units of analysis. Mainly we are focusing on the individual in Selangor. They are workers, and then they have capability to involve in philanthropic practice. They're able to perform zakat, they're able to give fund, they're also able to involve in wakaf and etc. So the samples of them are 250 respondents, and then we are using purposive sampling technique, and the instrument throughout the questionnaire and research design are based on the cross-sectional study, and for the purpose of data analysis we are using SPSS. So this is actually the methods of analysis of data. So mainly we are using the Likert scale. You can see from 1.0 mean value until 5.0. So the interpretations is if 1 to 2 it means low, and then 2 to 3 moderate low, and then 3 to 4 moderate high, and also 4 to 5 it's actually we accepted is as a high. So throughout the analysis that have been made, we also identified the reliabilities on philanthropic practice behavior construct. It shows that very high in terms of combat alpha values, 0.975 within the total item of 9. So this is among the subsection that we can share with you about our research finding. So this is some parts of the finding as an output which we get from the questionnaire that have been distributed towards the respondent. So throughout the data analysis, we find out that The findings of the analysed data indicate that the respondents show positive response on the philanthropic practice among communities. So this can be throughout the evidence by the means of all items in the survey at the levels of medium, high and high. So item with the highest mean score is item 8, which refer to the questions of providing food to the hungry, which related to the mean of 4.59, and then followed by item 6, which is related to the questions of giving gift even if it not expensive. So it carried the means of 4.45, and item 7, helping those in need 4.43, and also item 9, 3 and 4 are also listed as item with high mean score between 4.05 to 4.27 respectively. So overall, throughout the analyzations of data that we get from the feedback from the respondents, so we able to identify that most of communities or peoples are willingly and show a very positive response in order to practice the ideas of philanthropic within the community during the pandemic COVID-19. So from that, we can conclude that the elements of philanthropic practice have been applied in Malaysia. Okay, even though it was started during the periods of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and then it also start to spread within the country, around the world, in also in the westerns and also in most of the Muslim country. So this is how the ideas of philanthropic practice can be as a very efficient mechanism in order to help the strengthened the problems and the issues which is related to the socio-economic within the society, especially when we are actually struggle to face the effects of pandemic COVID-19. So I think that's all. A very simple discussions and also very simple what I can say that sharing session towards on the research that have been done under the grants of COVID-19 that have been conducted by me and few of my friends, which is related to the philanthropic practice that have been applied, and then the people's reaction toward the practice of philanthropic during the pandemic COVID-19. So I think that's all. So I really hope that I'm able to see all of you again. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the presentation just now. Let's begin with the next. I would like to invite Shahna Sulaiman from University Science Islam Malaysia to give the presentation about Wakaf Link Unit Trust Fund, recent development within Malaysia, Islamic Capital Market Framework.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I shall title Trust Fund Nation is Framework. Production. The aim of this actually development of Malaysia regards to the launching of the new framework aimed at facilitating the offering of Islamic funds that include the Wakaf features. So basically, this presentation will only highlight what are the features that has been mentioned or stipulated by Securities Commission of Malaysia in introducing the new features of Wakaf unit trust, okay, in this country. First, let's talk about the basic concept of Wakaf and its socio-economic role or contribution. Wakaf means holding certain property and preserving it for the confined benefit of certain philanthropy and prohibiting any use or disposition of it outside that specific objective. The historical evidence has shown the tremendous role of Wakaf institutions in the development and advancement of the Muslims. Today, we can see that Wakaf contributes to many spheres of life, including the mainstream economic development with the right structure and strategy. With the advancement of Islamic finance, the Wakaf concept has been structured to be linked with various financial products, and the recent development we can see that it has been embedded in the one of Islamic capital market instrument, that is unit trust. Okay, let's have a look on the Islamic, what is the meaning of Islamic unit trust. Okay, Islamic mutual fund or Islamic unit trust is one of the types of collective investment scheme which provides investors with an opportunity to invest in a diversified investment portfolio of Sharia compliant. It can be sukuk, securities, money market instruments, and commodities or real estates. So if let's say the large portion of the underlying or assets or investment of unit trust is real estate, so meaning that it is actually a unit trust that invests most of its portfolio in real estate investment. Mainly it will be called as Islamic Real Estate Investment Trust or REITs. Okay, so it will depend what would be the constituents or underlying portfolios for a unit trust. So unit trust will actually provide the investors with the opportunity of having diversified investment in various forms of financial assets, right? And it is managed by professional fund managers by investing the money collected from a diversified portfolio comprising financial instruments that are Sharia compliant, of which investment depends on the fund's objectives. So Islamic unit trust fund investors may earn income that is from a distribution of income or as well as the capital gain. So there are actually two kind of return where unit trust investor can get. First is through the distribution or dividend of the unit trust itself, as well as from the capital gains of the different of the price, okay, the buying and selling price of the unit trust, just like stock. With regards to the recent development of Wakaf Link Fund framework in Malaysia, in November, which is actually on 12th November 2020, a new framework had been launched by the Securities Commission of Malaysia, of which framework facilitates the Islamic funds offering that includes the Wakaf features and implementation that enables the Islamic social finance segment's growth. Namely, the first guideline is Wakaf featured fund framework in the revised guidelines on unit trust funds, and the other one is guidelines on unlisted capital market products under the Lodge and Launch framework. So inside the unit trust guidelines, if you refer to chapter 14, you can see this chapter with regards to additional requirements for Islamic funds with Wakaf feature. So this chapter will has actually highlighted what are the requirements that has been prescribed under these guidelines with regard to Wakaf feature. Okay, so an Islamic fund with Wakaf feature refers to an Islamic fund that allows its unit holders to retain their rights over the units purchased. Okay, they have to keep them, they can actually hold the units that they have purchased and Wakaf all or part of the distribution of the income received. So if let's say you have the unit trust, you can actually Wakaf the whole portion of the what you hold, or you can actually just Wakaf part of it. Okay, and it will be clearly prescribed on percentage basis. Okay, it is up to you how many percentage that you want to Wakaf actually. Only a fund that comply with this chapter can hold itself out as a fund with Wakaf feature. Right. And then investment, this guideline also has provided the investment objective and distribution policy. So the primary investment objective of a fund with Wakaf feature is actually to provide income and allows its unit holders to channel all or part of the distribution of the income for Wakaf purposes. So it is up to you how many percentage you want to allocate or endow it for Wakaf, give it as Wakaf. Okay, the distribution policy of the fund must include the percentage of distribution to be channeled for Wakaf purpose. Then the guideline also under the chapter 14 also highlight whom are the eligible wakaf recipients. Okay, so the fund may only channel the distribution declared for wakaf purposes to the following recipients. Who are they actually? They are, the first one would be any state Islamic Religious Council or SIRC, Majlis Agama Islam Negeri-Negeri. So that would be one recipient, or it also can be any institutions or organization authorized by the SIRC to act as a mutawali or wakaf administrator or collection agent for wakaf purposes. So the question arises whether an individual can be wakaf recipient or not. So this will depend on the interpretation. If let's say that particular person has received perhaps has received an consent, okay, authorization from the Majlis Agama Islam Negeri, then maybe that particular person, even though he or she is not an organization, a specific entity, he or she can be the wakaf recipient, okay, provided uh, uh, they have received consent, okay, authorization from the Majlis Agama Islam Negeri. So it still open for interpretation. Right. And then last but not least, the guideline also highlight with regards to disclosure and fund report, because disclosure or being transparent is the most crucial thing, okay, for any wakaf institution in order to elevate or increase to get the trust of the people, right? So the fund must disclose in its prospectus and product highlights sheet detailed description of the followings. Okay, the first one is the name of the wakaf recipient and what are actually the wakaf initiatives that they are going through. Okay, what is the type of wakaf project that they are doing. Okay, disclosing how the investors can obtain more information on the wakaf recipient and the progress of the wakaf initiatives. So they want all the wakaf recipients or the um, um, the fund manager, they have to reveal, to disclose this, okay, in the website actually, the progress information with regard to wakaf recipient, the progress of the project, okay, the wakaf initiatives. The management company of the fund must publish, okay, the following information on its website. So in order to make it visible so that people can see what we are doing, what kind of projects we have to disclose, and basically to report everything in the website. Basically, I would say it is much better to have a real-time reporting, right? To gain trust from the first the unit holders as well as the public. So the details of the wakaf recipient, right? Hyperlink to the wakaf recipient's website, so we can see directly what are actually where our money goes. Okay, as a endower or wakaf, we want to know where our money go, what kind of project, okay, what is the impact the public or the society can get and receive. And with regard to fund report, it must include a detailed breakdown of the total amount distributed. Okay, the numbers must be clear, wakaf recipients, and where applicable, further breakdown of payment to each wakaf recipient, and of course, if any, how much percentage, okay, what would be the amount that will be received by the unit holders themselves, right? So with regard to fatwa on the permissibility of wakaf unit trust, we are lucky in Malaysia because prior to the launch of the wakaf unit trust guidelines, the chapter with regard to wakaf feature, okay, of unit trust. Prior to that, in 2017, a National Fatwa Committee has passed a fatwa Islamic resolution with regard to unit trust. So the National Fatwa Committee, in its 111th meeting, has resolved that Sharia compliant unit trust as a subject matter of wakaf as the asset is legally recognized under the law, under the Islamic law, as long as the underlying asset of the unit trust are Sharia compliant. Okay, so this is very important. So this has actually opened has opened the opportunity for all the fund managers to introduce, okay, to have this wakaf feature to their current unit trust products, okay, which is will pave the way to the development on not only Islamic capital market but also wakaf itself. Okay, in an earlier development, that is in Majma'. The fatwa also has been passed by Majma' Fiqh in their 90th meeting, which was held in UAE in 2009, with a consensus decision that wakaf in the form of financial instruments is permissible, which include shares, sukuk, intangible rights, unit trust, as well as benefits. Okay, so because of this fatwa, it has actually paved the way for a more strategic development for wakaf in collection of cash, particularly for wakaf projects. Okay, conceptual model of wakaf link unit trust structure within the framework of Securities Commission's guidelines on unit trust funds. Okay, in our previous research, we has actually proposed few models with regard to wakaf unit trust. Okay, one of them is actually we will the subject matter of wakaf, okay, or mawquf, is actually the dividend. Okay, with regards to the structure, as per the SC guidelines, okay, the applicable model of wakaf link unit trust is based on the wakaf dividend structure. Okay, it is not the unit trust itself, but the dividend, the return that has been generated from the unit trust investment. Okay, which means that the endowed subject matter is the return or dividend of the unit trust, but not the unit trust itself. Okay, so this is much easier to be managed, despite of endowing the unit trust itself, where we have to make sure that the unit trust will not subject to any losses, so it would be actually a kind of burden to the fund manager. So just put it into simple way, what we are endowing is actually the dividend. So how many return dividend we get, so part or portion of it, a few percentage from it, as a normal dividend that we receive every year if we invest in ASB, for example, okay, or SN. So we receive a normal return dividend, and so with the new feature that has been introduced by PNB, inshallah, okay, coming very soon, a part of it we can channel it for wakaf project. So this project has actually opened a way for us to do more charity, okay, to ensure the benefits for us in the hereafter, as well as its impact to the society as a whole. Based on the guidelines, Securities Commission only recognizes the wakaf on the whole dividend or part of the dividend only. Okay, not the unit trust itself. So this is actually the essential aspects of wakaf link unit trust based on the guidelines of SC. So we can see that from the guideline, the most important feature that has been highlighted in the guideline is that they want to ensure the wakaf fund should be managed based on sound corporate governance. It will implement robust investment strategy, as well as having digitalized based platform where everything must be published on website. Okay, must be reported on website. And as a conclusion, the recent framework of wakaf link unit trust in Malaysia for empowering large-scale cash wakaf fundraising for a sustainable socio-economic for the well-being of the ummah is highlighted. And the implementation of wakaf link unit trust in Malaysia is strongly supported by the decisive fatwa rulings, along with a steady regulatory and comprehensive supervision framework. And in tandem with Industrial Revolution 4.0 to enhance the effectiveness of good governance and integrity, wakaf managers are encouraged to fully embrace the digital agenda in enabling a digitized ecosystem and fintech inclusion in managing wakaf funds. I think that's all from my presentation today. Thank you so much for listening. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the presentation just now. Let us begin with the next presentation. Next, I would like to invite Norshela Ahmad Tarmizi from Institute Islam Hadari, Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia, to give the presentation about peranan komunikasi dalam amalan tadbir urus terhadap prestasi kerja.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera. Saya Noshela Ahmad Tamizi dari Institut Islam Hadari Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia ingin membentangkan artikel saya yang bertajuk Peranan Komunikasi dalam Amalan Tabik Urus terhadap Prestasi Kerja Kertas Konseptual. Artikel ini turut dibantu oleh Dr. Muhammad Hakimi Muhammad Syafi'i dari Institut Islam Hadari dan Fakulti Ekonomi dan Pengurusan Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia. Juga turut dibantu oleh Dr. Umi Hamidatun Sofianli dari Fakulti Ekonomi dan Muamalat Universiti Sains Islam Malaysia. Artikel ini berfokuskan komunikasi dalam amalan tabik urus. Komunikasi adalah berasal daripada perkataan Yunani iaitu komunike yang membawa maksud penyampai menyampaikan sesuatu mesej atau maklumat melalui kaedah lisan atau bukan lisan. Prestasi kerja definisi sebagai satu proses kerja di mana peranan pemimpin bertanggungjawab bagi memastikan segala aktiviti dan produktiviti sejajar dengan matlamat yang ingin dicapaikan dalam organisasi. Manakala dalam sektor awam, prestasi kerja merupakan penanda aras atau Key Performance Indicator KPI dalam meningkatkan kualiti perkhidmatan organisasi bagi mencapai objektif, visi dan misi. Perkataan tabik urus berasal daripada perkataan Yunani iaitu kobrano yang membawa maksud membimbing atau mengemudi. Selain itu, tabik urus juga adalah sebagai penggunaan kuasa organisasi dan sumber untuk berkembang. Dalam konteks Islam, amalan komunikasi turut diketengahkan untuk mendorong pekerja dalam melaksanakan tugas dengan lebih cekap dan berintegriti selaras dengan prestasi kerja. Selain itu, dengan memperkasakan komunikasi dalam tabik urus secara teratur dan sistematik mampu mengurangkan kerenah birokrasi. Malah, hasil daripada komunikasi yang berkesan dapat meningkatkan produktiviti dalam organisasi. Selain itu, komunikasi dalam tabik urus merupakan aspek yang penting dalam penghasilan proses kerja, pengetahuan, kemahiran, maklumat dan jalinan hubungan antara. Tujuan komunikasi dalam kalangan pekerja akan menciptakan tingkah laku berpandukan kepada nilai-nilai murni selari dengan proses sosialisasi dalam kehidupan harian, tidak terkecuali juga dalam urusan tabik urus organisasi. Komunikasi yang memberi kesan mampu mengurangkan isu dan konflik yang melibatkan ketidakfahaman dalam kalangan pekerja. Selain itu, merupakan kunci yang mampu memberi impak terhadap perubahan pengurusan. Bagi mengekalkan kestabilan tabik urus, strategi komunikasi yang tepat dan bersesuaian dapat meningkatkan kualiti dan tahap prestasi kerja. Terdapat dua bentuk kesan motivasi melalui komunikasi dalam tabik urus iaitu yang memberi kesan negatif dan kesan positif. Komunikasi yang memberi kesan negatif membuatkan pekerja dalam ketakutan, mengelak dan kebimbangan, manakala komunikasi yang memberi kesan positif membuatkan pekerja akan menghasilkan usaha dan kecemerlangan dalam organisasi. Teori terdapat dua. Berdasarkan perspektif Islam, Allah SWT telah memerintah agar setiap komunikasi perlu dilaksanakan secara lemah lembut dan kesantunan semasa berbicara. Manakala perspektif Barat pula, Brown and Lewison 1978-1987, teori kesantunan dalam berkomunikasi menyatakan komunikasi dicapai melalui dorongan pemimpin yang menjadi contoh kepada pekerja melalui komunikasi secara berkesan dan mengekalkan elemen kesantunan dalam memberi motivasi, latihan dan dorongan dalam organisasi. Kajian literatur komunikasi yang berkesan melalui perkongsian motivasi, latihan dan dorongan dalam amalan tabik urus mempunyai hubungan yang signifikan terhadap prestasi kerja berdasarkan sampel kajian yang berbeza. Hipotesis tersebut dikelaskan kepada tiga iaitu komunikasi tentang motivasi mempunyai hubungan yang signifikan terhadap prestasi kerja, komunikasi tentang latihan mempunyai hubungan yang signifikan terhadap prestasi kerja, komunikasi tentang dorongan mempunyai hubungan yang signifikan terhadap prestasi kerja. Kerangka kesan langsung terdiri daripada pemboleh ubah tidak bersandar dan pemboleh ubah bersandar. Amalan komunikasi terdiri daripada motivasi, latihan dan dorongan yang memberi impak terhadap prestasi kerja. Metodologi kajian adalah kaedah kerata rentas dengan merujuk kajian literatur komunikasi organisasi, pengumpulan data menggunakan kajian rintis, berorang soal selidik, temu duga yang tidak berstruktur, manakala dapatan kajian menggunakan Smart PLS version 3. Hasil kajian dapat memberi sumbangan kepada pengamat organisasi yang menjadikan panduan dan praktikal dalam tadbir urus bagi meningkatkan prestasi kerja. Kedua, menambah baikkan amalan komunikasi sedia ada dalam tadbir urus. Ketiga, pencambahan idea-idea baru dalam pembentukan teori dan model komunikasi. Kesimpulan, pemimpin berperanan penting dalam memberi cadangan dan perkongsian maklumat dengan mengamalkan komunikasi yang melibatkan motivasi, latihan dan dorongan agar pengoperasian dapat dilaksanakan bagi mencapai piawaian yang telah ditetapkan oleh organisasi. Sekian, terima kasih.
Thank you for the presentation. Let us begin with the next presentation. Next, I would like to invite Muhammad Rizal bin Abdul Rahman from Polytechnic Kuching, Sarawak to give the presentation about faktor kegagalan belajar dalam pembelajaran matematik mengikut jantina, suatu kajian di Politeknik.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera. Kertas kajian yang dibentangkan ini adalah bertajuk Faktor Kegagalan Pelajar dalam Pembelajaran Matematik mengikut jantina, satu kajian di Politeknik. Saya Muhammad Rizal bin Abdul Rahman selaku pembentang hari ini. Kertas kajian ini dijalankan bersama Dr. Ling Ying Leh. Pengenalan. Kenapa penting mempelajari matematik? Matematik merupakan bidang penting kerana ia memberi kesan dalam kehidupan secara tidak langsung. Asas matematik dipelajari adalah tentang konsep penyelesaian masalah dan di mana harus diaplikasikan. Matematik bukan pembelajaran yang berpusatkan pensyarah untuk menjelaskan konsep-konsep dan kaedah penyelesaian dalam matematik dan bukan juga berpusatkan peperiksaan. Pelajar yang lemah asas dan tidak menguasai konsep matematik biasanya bersikap pasif dan kebiasaan ketinggalan. Pembelajaran matematik tanpa mengira jantina perlu ditekankan agar pelajar tahu menggunakan idea, generalisasi dan keterampilan dalam usaha menyelidik, menganalisa dan menjustifikasikan sesuatu strategi. Penyataan masalah. Dalam TVET, penguasaan matematik sama ada lelaki atau perempuan sangat memberi kesan kepada pencapaian dalam kursus-kursus kejuruteraan. Dalam melaksanakan PNP, pelajar sama ada lelaki dan perempuan mempunyai latar belakang, sikap, kaedah pemikiran dan tingkah laku yang berbeza-beza mengikut kebiasaan yang dilalui oleh mereka. Sebab kajian dijalankan, oleh itu kajian ini dijalankan untuk mengenal pasti faktor dominan yang mempengaruhi kegagalan pelajar dalam pembelajaran matematik dan mengenal pasti ada terdapat perbezaan yang signifikan bagi faktor kegagalan dalam pembelajaran matematik pelajar mengikut jantina. Metodologi kajian. Metodologi kajian terdiri dari populasi dan persampalan kajian, instrumen kajian, kajian rintis, analisis kajian, prosedur pengumpulan data. Kajian ini melibatkan 70 orang pelajar yang mengulang kursus matematik pada sesi Disember 2019. Sampel kajian terdiri dari 55 orang responden lelaki dan 23 orang responden perempuan. Kumpulan responden dikategorikan sebagai pelajar beresiko di mana mereka pernah sekurang-kurangnya sekali telah gagal dalam penilaian akhir kursus matematik. Set soalan selidik terdiri daripada dua bahagian, iaitu bahagian A mengandungi item tentang profil responden dan bahagian B mengandungi 37 item kegagalan yang telah diadaptasi mengikut situasi kajian ini. Instrumen menggunakan skala Likert 6 mata terdiri daripada tidak pernah, jarang-jarang, ada ketikanya, kadang-kadang, kerap, sepanjang masa. Skala Likert 6 mata dipilih kerana mudah dan senang digunakan di samping itemnya mudah dijawab oleh responden. Kajian rintis telah dilaksanakan ke atas 30 orang pelajar semester 4 yang sedang mengikuti pengajian peringkat diploma. Bekali kebolehpercayaan yang diperolehi adalah setinggi 0.975. Analisis data yang pertama adalah untuk menentukan faktor dominan yang mempengaruhi kegagalan pelajar dalam pembelajaran matematik. Yang kedua, untuk mengenal pasti sama ada terdapat perbezaan yang signifikan bagi faktor kegagalan dalam pembelajaran matematik mengikut jantina. Pemilihan pelajar berdasarkan persetujuan dan kebenaran daripada pensyarah khusus. Taklimat ringkas telah diberikan sebelum pelajar-pelajar terpilih mula menjawab soal selidik. Dapatan kajian dan hasil perbincangan. Dapatan kajian dilihat dalam dua faktor. Faktor mempengaruhi kegagalan pelajar dalam pembelajaran matematik. Mengenal pasti faktor dominan kegagalan pelajar dalam pembelajaran matematik mengikut jantina. Dari analisis yang dilakukan, pengkaji telah mengenal pasti dari kategori yang berbeza berdasarkan skor min menjadi 4 bahagian mengikut kategori, iaitu kategori tinggi, kategori sederhana atas, kategori sederhana bawah, dan kategori rendah. Daripada analisis, 8 item daripada 37 item dikategorikan sebagai aras tinggi. Apa yang dipaparkan di sini adalah 3 item dengan min tertinggi di bawah kategori aras tinggi, iaitu item 24, 25 dan 26. Item ini merangkumi dapatan dari soalan kajian berkaitan asas matematik yang lemah, terlalu banyak topik untuk dipelajari dan terasa kurang upaya untuk belajar. Daripada analisis juga terdapat 8 item di bawah kategori sederhana atas. 3 item iaitu item 22, 34 dan 3 dengan nilai min tertinggi ditunjukkan. Apa yang didapati dari dapatan soalan kajian adalah berkenaan masalah dan teknik pembelajaran serta masalah kehidupan peribadi pelajar. Daripada analisis, terdapat 19 item di bawah kategori sederhana bawah. Apa yang dipaparkan adalah 3 item dengan min tertinggi iaitu item 32, mewakili saya terlalu berkeyakinan, item 10, gagal melengkapkan tugasan, dan item 12 menjadi tidak bermotivasi. Hanya terdapat 2 item pada kategori rendah, Slide menunjukkan item 8 dan 9 masing-masing dengan min 1.83 dan 1.60. Dapatan menggambarkan komitmen pensyarah sangat tinggi dan positif dalam melaksanakan PNP serta pensyarah sedia dihubungi dan membantu pelajar bila-bila masa. Secara statistik, terdapat dua perbezaan signifikan mengikut jantina pelajar terhadap soal sidik risiko kepada kegagalan, iaitu keyakinan pelajar terhadap pembelajaran dan masalah kehidupan peribadi pelajar. Hasil kajian yang dikenal pasti secara statistik menunjukkan terdapat perbezaan yang signifikan dalam keyakinan pelajar terhadap pembelajaran dengan min 2.59 dan sisihan piawai 1.1332, di mana pelajar lelaki mempunyai min 2.78 dan sisihan piawai 1.1335, manakala pelajar perempuan mempunyai min 2.13 dengan sisihan piawai 1.1795. Hasilnya mendapati sebilangan besar pelajar cenderung terlalu yakin pada diri dalam pembelajaran matematik dan ianya lebih menjurus kepada pelajar perempuan. Hasil kajian juga menunjukkan perbezaan yang signifikan dalam masalah kehidupan peribadi pelajar. Min 2.67 dan sisihan piawai 1.3883, di mana pelajar perempuan dengan min 2.17 dan sisihan piawai 1.1929. Manakala untuk pelajar lelaki min 2.35 dengan sisihan piawai 1.4149. Dapatan kajian mendapati pencapaian akademik pelajar juga dipengaruhi oleh masalah kewangan serta masalah kehidupan. Jika dibandingkan masalah kewangan dan masalah kehidupan, juga didapati pelajar perempuan lebih merasainya. Implikasi kajian dan kesimpulan. Dua faktor dominan yang dikenal pasti memberi implikasi pada kajian melalui dapatan kajian ini, iaitu keyakinan pelajar terhadap pembelajaran serta masalah kehidupan peribadi pelajar. Sebilangan pelajar yang lemah cenderung terlalu yakin pada diri dalam pembelajaran matematik. Pensyarah perlu menangani isu kecenderungan pelajar berkemampuan rendah terlalu yakin secara berlebihan bahawa mereka akan mendapat markah tinggi dalam penilaian. Antara faktor yang mungkin, pelajar merasakan apa yang diberikan oleh pensyarah di bilik kuliah sudah memadai dan merasakan tidak memerlukan sumber rujukan tambahan untuk berjaya, terutama dalam penilaian yang bakal dihadapi. Pelajar juga perlu dibantu masalah kehidupan peribadi, terutama masalah kewangan dan masalah kehidupan. Masalah kewangan terjadi mungkin disebabkan antara keperluan dan kehendak. Masalah peribadi memerlukan kebijaksanaan pelajar menguruskannya. Pelajar jika merasa tertekan perlu elakkan diri menyendiri. Bersosial bersama rakan, menenangkan diri dengan mengawal pemakanan dan melakukan senaman ringan, mempunyai rutin tidur dan rehat yang betul dengan mengelakkan diri dari menghabiskan masa dengan aplikasi yang ada di dalam telefon bimbit. Bertemu pakar kaunseling bagi mendapatkan nasihat jika pelajar bersedia mendapatkan khidmatnya. Badan dengan rehat yang cukup, kurang tertekan akan mempunyai kesegaran dan perasaan yang baik untuk mengikuti sesi perkuliahan. Sebagai kesimpulan, Matematik sangat penting tidak mengira jantina, terutama dalam menentukan keputusan penting dalam kehidupan. Menguasai konsep atau perkara asas matematik dan kaedah penyelesaiannya sangat penting. Pelajar perlu mengakui kelemahan dan bersedia membakinya, bersedia melakukan perubahan kecil dalam pembelajaran. Dan bersama rakan-rakan berusaha membina keyakinan diri dan secara tidak langsung dapat membantu diri sendiri. Pelajar perlu menerima kenyataan bahawa mereka sedang mengalami masalah kehidupan peribadi yang menjadikan mereka resah dan tertekan. Perlu kenal pasti puncanya dan uruskan. Walaupun dapatan kajian menunjukkan tiada perbezaan yang ketara antara jantina, tetapi faktor seperti sikap, rakan sebaya, minat, pensyarah tetap perlu diambil perhatian. Faktor biologi juga perlu diambil pertimbangan dalam pembelajaran matematik. Pelajar perempuan lebih memberi perhatian kepada perkara-perkara utama, praktikal, emosi dan peribadi. Manakala pelajar lelaki lebih fokus kepada intelektual, abstrak dan objektif. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the presentation just now. Let us begin with the next presentation. Next, I would like to invite Syafiq Yap Chiho Abdullah from Universiti Kebangsaan Malaysia to give the presentation about keberkesanan teknik siapa, aktiviti mengapa SAM dalam meningkatkan pencapaian penulisan bahasa Melayu murid tahun 3 di SJKC Daerah Hulu Langat.
Sejahtera, saya Syafiq Yap Chiho Abdullah akan membentangkan jurnal hari ini yang bertajuk Keberkesanan Teknik Siapa, Aktiviti Mengapa, SAM dalam meningkatkan pencapaian penulisan bahasa Melayu murid tahun 3 di SJKC Daerah Hulu Langat. Baiklah, kita lihat abstrak kajian ini. Kajian ini bertujuan untuk mengkaji keberkesanan teknik siapa, aktiviti dan mengapa bagi meningkatkan pencapaian penulisan bahasa Melayu SJKC murid tahun 3. Baiklah, kajian ini juga dijalankan selama 8 minggu yang melibatkan 62 orang murid di sebuah sekolah jenis kebangsaan Cina di daerah Hulu Langat. Kumpulan murid rawatan terdiri daripada 31 orang murid, begitu juga dengan kumpulan kawalan. Tata dianalisis menggunakan SPSS 25.0. Dapatan kajian menunjukkan bahawa satu, tidak terdapat perbezaan skor min yang signifikan terhadap pencapaian menulis ayat tunggal antara kumpulan rawatan dengan kumpulan kawalan dalam melahirkan idea yang penas. Yang kedua, tidak terdapat perbezaan skor min yang signifikan terhadap pencapaian murid dalam penguasaan kemahiran menulis ayat tunggal antara kumpulan tradisional dalam ujian pasca. Penggunaan teknik SAM dalam pengajaran kemahiran menulis ayat tunggal memberi kesan terhadap pencapaian murid. Dapatlah dilihat dari segi hipotesis yang tertulis, tidak terdapat perbezaan skor min yang signifikan terhadap pencapaian ujian perah dan ujian pasca bagi kumpulan rawatan. Penggunaan teknik tradisional dalam pengajaran dan pemundacaraan bahasa Melayu tidak dapat lagi meningkatkan pencapaian murid. Rumusannya, penggunaan teknik SAM dalam pengajaran penulisan berjaya meningkatkan penguasaan subjek dalam aspek menulis idea. Oleh itu, penggunaan peta pemikiran sebagai satu cara atau kaedah baharu yang dapat merangsang murid-murid yang lemah berfikiran secara tahap sederhana seterusnya menjadikan pengajaran dan pemundacaraan bahasa Melayu lebih menarik. Baiklah, kita lihat pengenalan di sini. Dalam era globalisasi, penggunaan ayat tunggal dari sudut sintaksi bahasa Melayu sebagai medium utama dalam pertuturan harian persekolahan amat tidak memperangsangkan dan menjadi satu fenomena kronik yang amat membimbangkan bahawa kedudukan bahasa Melayu ini dalam situasi yang tergugat. Situasi yang tergugat kerana apa? Bahasa-bahasa perantaraan seperti bahasa English, bahasa Cina dipertuturkan dalam pelbagai urusan seharian. Baik, pendidikan di Malaysia dengan berlandaskan falsafah pendidikan negara FPN menjelaskan bahawa hasrat utama pendidikan untuk mewujudkan warga negara Malaysia yang berketerampilan tinggi bersifat akhlak mulia, tanggungjawab terhadap sesuatu kerja yang dilaksanakan dan berupaya mencapai keharmonian, kesejakatan dan juga kemakmuran dalam himpunan masyarakat dan negara. Baik, kita lihat juga usaha-usaha yang telah dilaksanakan oleh Kementerian Pendidikan Malaysia juga untuk merealisasikan hasrat ini, keazaman ini. Baik, dari segi kekurangan perhatian dan pengedaran dalam sistem pendidikan negara mempengaruhi sikap, pemikiran, pandangan dan sistem nilai dalam kalangan warga rakyat di Malaysia. Dan ini adalah sokongan daripada Awang Sarian 2010. Selain itu, taraf bahasa Melayu menjadi landasan utama yang bersifat relatif dan tanggapan negatif terhadap isu perkauman dapat diselesaikan dengan faktor bahasa. Baik, kita lihat juga dekat sini. Maklumat penggubalan standard kurikulum bahasa Melayu juga penting bagi meninjau kebolehan murid yang berketampilan diri dalam perbahasan boleh juga dapat berhubung untuk memadai keperluan diri, memperoleh ilmu pengetahuan, kemahiran, nilai dan juga idea serta hubungan sosial dalam kehidupan seharian. Fokus utama standard pelajaran bahasa Melayu di sekolah rendah dalam kemahiran literasi dan aplikasi sistem bahasa iaitu dikenali sebagai sintaksis bahasa Melayu bagi tahap 1. Murid-murid harus menguasai asasnya. Asasnya iaitu kemahiran mendengar, bertutur, membaca dan menulis. Hal ini sedemikian kerana konsep ini bermula pada paling asasnya harus memberikan penekanan yang konkret, yang penting. Penekanan ini diberikan kepada pembelajaran yang menyeronokkan bertemakan titik hibur dalam kalangan murid-murid sekolah rendah. Terutamanya khususnya kepada tahap 1 untuk menarik perhatian murid-murid tahap 1. Baik, kita lihat Yayah 2012 membincangkan bahawa penguasaan sistem bahasa yang baik bukan sahaja dapat membantu murid menghasilkan karya penulisan bersifat kritis dan kreatif, bahkan juga berkualiti. Kemahiran titik hibur juga yang berunsurkan humor dalam proses PDBC mewujudkan satu pengaplikasian berbagai pendekatan dan metod seperti aktiviti nyanyian, permainan bahasa yang menarik, berkemampuan memimpin murid ke arah penghayatan pembelajaran dan penguasaan. Okey. Baik, seterusnya kita lihat kajian ini juga kajian yang saya buat ini bertujuan untuk menyelidik penguasaan pembelajaran sintaksis bahasa Melayu dalam penggunaan murid-murid tahun 3 di Sekolah Jenis Kebangsaan Cina Daerah Hulu Langat dan dapat dikesan pelbagai kekangan juga yang dihadapi oleh 62 orang murid bukan Melayu yang berada dalam keadaan yang tidak bermotivasi dan keterlibatan diri di sekolah, terutamanya subjek bahasa Melayu. Oleh itu, saya ambil kesempatan ini untuk memfokus kepada penguasaan bagi 62 orang murid bukan Melayu yang terdiri daripada ciri keseragaman latar belakang, kaum, sosial budaya dan lain-lain dari edukasi bagi menarik minat murid dalam pengaplikasian proses PDCC yang menimbulkan keseronokan pembelajaran dalam bidang sintaksis bahasa Melayu peringkat skor rendah. Baik, kajian lepas di sini menyatakan bahawa kemahiran asas menulis amat penting dan bergantung kepada persekitaran yang murid temui dalam kehidupan seharian. Hal ini dapat dibuktikan bahawa kemahiran ini tidak semata-mata berbaut dengan kebolehan itu sendiri, malah berpengaruh juga dengan teknik pengajaran dan penggunaan yang berkesan dan bersistematik agar dapat meningkatkan tahap penguasaan penulisan ayat tunggal. Baik, hal ini juga disokong oleh Yahya Osman 2005 dan juga Ahmad Ghad Muhammad Noor 2005. Baiklah, satu lagi Zamri et al. 2010 menyatakan bahawa penulisan merupakan satu cabaran sama ada menulis dalam bahasa ibunda ataupun dalam bahasa kedua. Melalui penulisan dapat meningkatkan penguasaan bahasa kerana murid perlu mencuba pelbagai jenis perkataan baru, ayat-ayat dan menulis dalam kuantiti yang banyak. Seterusnya, berkomunikasi idea secara efektif dengan mempraktikkan data bahasa dan perbendaharaan kata. Okay? Maka satu teknik ini diperkenalkan dan diadaptasi daripada teknik yang lain, iaitu teknik SAM. Siapa, aktiviti, mengapa, yang membawa makna tertentu. Okey? Baik, murid dapat mencetus idea yang pernas dengan membina ayat tunggal secara mudah dan efektif menggunakan teknik SAM ini. Kosakata yang terpilih memudahkan murid yang lemah untuk membina ayat tunggal dengan struktur yang betul, maka kesan penggunaan teknik ini dalam membina ayat tunggal merupakan tampatan kajian yang akan ditulis di dalam tampatan kajian. Okey? Baik, kita lihat pernyataan masalah. Kemahiran menulis merupakan aspek terpenting di mana saya telah terangkan tadi dan perlu dikuasai oleh murid khususnya di sekolah rendah dan juga menengah. Murid berkemahiran menulis dapat menghuraikan dan menyusun segala idea yang tepat serta berkemampuan menjawab soalan peperiksaan dengan betulnya. Okey? Baik. Menurut kajian Tuan Azlina 2013, oleh disebabkan adalah hampir sama semua kertas peperiksaan di negara ini memerlukan murid menjawab dalam soalan peperiksaan dalam bentuk tulisan dan jawapan yang panjang lebar adalah dalam bentuk ayat, maka murid itu perlu mahir dalam menulis. Justeru, murid seharusnya mempunyai cara-cara pembelajaran tersendiri untuk memudahkan dirinya bagi menghasilkan sebuah ayat yang pragmatis, baik dan bermakna. Okey? Baik, seterusnya kita lihat Zamri 2015 mengatakan bahawa murid menggunakan berbagai cara pembelajarannya yang melibatkan kognitif, dan metakognitif telah berjaya menguasai kemahiran dalam bahasa Melayu. Dalam proses pembelajaran sesuatu bahasa, kajian yang berkaitan strategi pembelajaran telah banyak dijalankan terhadap kemahiran bahasa, iaitu bertutur, membaca, menulis dan faktor yang menyebabkan pemilihan strategi pembelajaran tersebut. Tapi tiada siapa pun lagi ada kajian berkaitan dengan strategi pembelajaran yang memberikan fokus kepada kemahiran menulis dalam kalangan murid etnik yang lain, seperti etnik Cina. Baik, sebagai contoh, kajian yang dilakukan oleh Zamri 2004 mengetengahkan bahawa instrumen dan soal selidik strategi pembelajaran pelbagai kemahiran bahasa yang telah digunakan pakai dalam kajian terhadap mata pelajaran yang lain. Okey. Baik, seterusnya kita lihat hipotesis kajian. Baik, berikutnya ialah tujuan kajian yang menguji hipotesis. Baik, hipotesis 1. Tidak terdapat perbezaan skor min yang signifikan terhadap pencapaian murid dalam penguasaan kemahiran menulis ayat tunggal yang melibatkan kumpulan rawatan kawalan dalam ujian pera. Terdapat perbezaan skor min yang signifikan terhadap pencapaian murid dalam penguasaan kemahiran menulis ayat tunggal yang melibatkan kumpulan rawatan menggunakan teknik SAM dengan kumpulan kawalan secara tradisional dalam ujian pasca. Baik, yang ketiga, tidak dapat perbezaan skor min yang signifikan terhadap pencapaian ujian pera dan ujian pasca bagi kumpulan rawatan. Apabila kita lihat objektif kajian pula, kajian penyelidikan ini dijalankan adalah bertujuan untuk mengenal pasti murid-murid tahun 3 yang terlibat dengan kajian ini dapat prestasi yang tahap minimum dan telah ditetapkan dalam objektif kajian yang dikatakan di samping. Tahap penguasaan murid untuk menulis ayat tunggal dari sudut statistik bahasa Melayu yang dikehendaki tercapai dan terlaksana. Okay? Akhir sekali, murid-murid menjadi lebih berkeyakinan dalam proses pengolahan ayat dengan wacana non-verbal yang tepat dan betul. Baik, metodologi kajian yang saya guna ni ialah proses PDBC menjadikan bermakna dengan mewujudkan interaksi antara guru dan murid. Murid dengan murid berlandaskan teori yang digunakan dalam kajian ini, iaitu teori perkembangan bahasa linguistik. Kajian ini juga disokong dalam kajian Julia Long 1998, Brown 2000, Yahya Osman, Roslan, Baki dan Naf Mat 2009. Ya, kajian yang dijalankan ini menggunakan cara kuasi eksperimen yang membahagikan dua kumpulan antara kumpulan kawalan dan kumpulan rawatan. Dengan lebih jelas, kumpulan yang tidak didedahkan dengan penggunaan teknik SAM, ya, iaitu kumpulan kawalan, manakala kumpulan rawatan didedahkan dan bimbingan dalam proses PDBC yang berkaitan dengan teknik SAM. Ya, ujian pra dan ujian pos akan digunakan dalam kedua-dua kumpulan inilah. Baik, kita lihat dapatan kajian. Dapatan kajian bahawa murid-murid tahun 3 mempunyai masalah penguasaan dalam penulisan ayat tunggal dan bahasa Melayu dari segi aspek asas kemahiran menulis, pengetahuan sedia ada dan persekitaran. Penggunaan teknik ini juga dapat mencungkil potensi murid yang menghadapi kekangan untuk menguasai asas penulisan ayat dan perenggan. Keperkesanan kaedah ini telah dibandingkan dengan menggunakan nilai skor min dan frekuensi julat markah berdasarkan data-data yang telah dianalisis. Dapatan daripada data tersebut iaitu frekuensi markah bagi kedua-dua ujian dapat diringkaskan seperti jadual di bawah. Ya, kita lihat campuran markah ujian pra rawatan. Markah ada di sini, bilangan murid dan peratus yang yang ini ujian pra. Ya, maksudnya 60 hingga ke 79 tak ada satu orang pun murid dapat peratus. Maksudnya tak capai lagi. Baik, apabila ujian pos, murid yang dapat mencapai markah yang lebih tinggi 60 hingga 79 ada 25 orang berbanding ujian pra. Tak ada orang. Baik, kita lihat juga campuran markah ujian pra bagi kumpulan kawalan, dan juga kumpulan ujian pos kumpulan rawatan. Inilah perbezaan antara campuran markah ujian pra dan ujian pos bagi kumpulan rawatan. Ujian pra 3 tapi ujian pos tak ada. Maksudnya dari segi sebab selepas mereka dah kenali dengan teknik SAM ini, maka mereka menggunakan teknik ini untuk membina ayat. Okey, maka dari segi perubahan markah daripada rendah ke tinggi mencapai satu kepuasan, satu kepuasan, dan juga teknik ini boleh dikira sebagai berjaya untuk untuk murid-murid membuat ayat tunggal. Okey, boleh lihat kat sini perbezaan antara taburan markah ujian pra dan ujian pos bagi kumpulan kawalan. Baik, berdasarkan analisis yang diperoleh, terdapat perbezaan yang sangat ketara berlaku dalam ujian pra dan ujian pos bagi kumpulan rawatan. Analisis menunjukkan bahawa perbezaan berlaku pada selang markah 20 ke 39 di mana berlaku penurunan kepada 54.8%. Maka kumpulan murid ini adalah signifikan dengan kajian. Baik, seterusnya kita lihat ini adalah soal selidik di mana murid-murid menjawab soal selidik akan ditanya dalam dua aspek tersebut, iaitu satunya motivasi murid terhadap penggunaan teknik SAM dan satu lagi keterlibatan murid terhadap penggunaan teknik SAM. Baik, seterusnya kita pergi ke perbincangan. Kajian yang dikendalikan ini merupakan kajian awal yang melibatkan pengkaji serta murid-murid kelas tahun 3 di Sekolah Jenis Kebangsaan Cina Daerah Hulu Langat. Tujuan kajian ditumpukan untuk mengkaji penguasaan murid-murid terhadap kemahiran menulis ayat tunggal dengan berkesan dan baik berdasarkan rangsangan gambar yang diberikan. Instrumen kajian melibatkan beberapa kategori yang melibatkan pelbagai bentuk kajian, antara termasuklah melalui kaedah merancang. Baik, seterusnya saya akan membentangkan implikasi kajian, di mana penulisan dalam mata pelajaran bahasa Melayu lebih kepada kebolehan murid-murid dalam memahami, melahirkan idea dan cara mengolah idea, isi dan idea. Oleh yang demikian, murid-murid harus belajar memahami tajuk yang diberikan supaya murid-murid mampu menzahirkan idea-idea yang sebanyak yang mungkin supaya isi dapat dikembangkan lagi dengan penggunaan ayat-ayat yang gramatis. Selain itu, untuk melahirkan murid-murid yang berfikiran aras tinggi, kebat, peta item juga dapat merangsang penjanaan pendapat diri mereka ketika proses pendidikan dijalankan di dalam bilik tajar. Okey, baik, kesimpulannya secara keseluruhannya pengajaran dan pembelajaran berkonsepkan pemulihan sangatlah penting untuk meningkatkan prestasi penulisan belajar. Pengkaji juga menggalakkan penggunaan bahan serta membentuk pembelajaran berpusatkan murid. Langkah-langkah ini sudah pastinya dapat menarik minat belajar terhadap pembelajaran yang diajar serta meningkatkan kemahiran untuk membina struktur ayat, 5 ayat yang betul dan benas berdasarkan gambar yang ditunjukkan. Baik, walau bagaimanapun, dalam perancangan, tindakan dan juga memerhati serta memahami sesuatu isi pembelajaran itu memerlukan masa yang banyak. Namun kemungkinan hasil yang terbaik itulah yang patut diterima dalam keutamaan. Okey, maka sistem SEM ini dalam dapatan kajian yang saya dapati mengatakan sistem menggunakan teknik SEM berjaya membantu murid melahirkan cetusan idea dan juga mahir dalam menulis ayat tunggal. Saya rasa itu sahaja. Sekian, terima kasih.
Thank you for the Let us begin with the next presentation. Next, I would like to invite Muhammad Nur Izzuddin Noh from University Sains Islam Malaysia to give their presentation about sentimen akhbar bahasa Malaysia pada hari pertama pelaksanaan Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan PKP 2.0.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Muhammad Nur Izzuddin Noh dari Fakulti Ekonomi dan Muamalat Universiti Sains Islam Malaysia. Bersempena dengan the Third International Conference on Economics, Entrepreneurship and Management 2021, Iceem 2021, saya ingin membentangkan kertas kajian saya yang bertajuk Sentimen Akhbar Bahasa Malaysia pada hari pertama pelaksanaan Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan PKP 2.0. Pandemik COVID-19 telah menzahirkan kesan yang belum pernah terjadi sebelumnya kepada seluruh dunia. Ini adalah satu peristiwa besar yang berlaku yang memerlukan penilaian dan tidak balas yang pantas. Banyak negara telah membuat keputusan yang sukar untuk menutup negara mereka untuk mengekang penularan wabak ini. Malaysia adalah antara negara pertama yang melaksanakan Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan atau sekatan di Asia Tenggara berikutan krisis wabak COVID-19 yang semakin meruncing. Sebagai langkah untuk membendung wabak ini, Perdana Menteri Malaysia telah mengisytiharkan Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan Fasa 1 pada 18 Mac 2020 sehingga 31 Mac 2020. Perintah ini adalah bersandarkan pada Akta Pencegahan dan Pengawalan Penyakit Berjangkit 1988 dan Akta Polis 1967. Pada 25 Mac 2020, Perdana Menteri telah mengumumkan bahawa PKP telah dilanjutkan sehingga 14 April 2020 iaitu untuk Fasa 2 dan pada 10 April 2020 sekali lagi PKP telah dilanjutkan tempohnya sehingga 28 April 2020 Fasa 3. Seterusnya pada 23 April 2020, Perdana Menteri telah mengumumkan bahawa Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan Fasa 4 akan dilanjutkan sehingga 3 Mei 2020. Malaysia kini memasuki gelombang ketiga pandemik COVID-19 dan peningkatan kes jangkitan COVID-19 semakin berleluasa sejak akhir-akhir ini. Malaysia telah merekodkan kes harian terbaru tertinggi sepanjang pandemik COVID-19 melanda iaitu sebanyak 3,309 kes pada 12 Januari 2021. Kenaikan jumlah kes harian COVID-19 di Malaysia mencecah sehingga 4 angka sejak awal bulan Oktober. Lebih membimbangkan, Malaysia sedang berdepan ledakan gelombang ketiga coronavirus jika dibandingkan dengan gelombang pertama dan kedua yang mencatatkan kes harian hanya 2 ke 3 angka sahaja. Kluster COVID-19 kali ini lebih pelbagai dan membimbangkan kerana virus itu berada di mana-mana sahaja. Jumlah kes keseluruhan sehingga 12 Januari 2021 mencatatkan sehingga 141,322 kes serta trend jumlah kematian semakin meningkat. Jumlah kes kematian akibat COVID-19 di Malaysia lebih meningkat mendadak berbanding sebelum ini. Kerajaan mengambil langkah drastik iaitu mengisytiharkan semula Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan 2.0 melalui perutusan khas Perdana Menteri pada Isnin 11 Januari 2021 jam 6 petang. Perdana Menteri Tan Sri Muhyiddin Yassin telah mengumumkan PKP 2.0 tersebut untuk tempoh 14 hari bermula jam 12.01 malam Rabu 13 Januari 2021 sehingga 26 Januari 2021 untuk membendung wabak ini dari terus merebak. Jika tidak dilaksanakan segera PKP 2.0 ini, jumlah kes yang tinggi akan menyebabkan negara dalam keadaan terdesak kerana fasiliti dan petugas kesihatan yang semakin terbeban serta peningkatan kes harian menyebabkan kemudahan seperti katil, ruang wad dan alat bantuan pernafasan semakin berkurangan dan tidak cukup untuk merawat pesakit COVID-19 yang memerlukan penjagaan intensif. Untuk PKP 2.0, kerajaan telah memutuskan Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan ini melibatkan 3 peringkat pelaksanaan iaitu PKP ke atas 6 negeri iaitu Pulau Pinang, Selangor, Wilayah Persekutuan Kuala Lumpur, Putrajaya dan Labuan, Melaka, Johor dan Sabah. Kedua, PKP bersyarat, PKPB ke atas 6 negeri iaitu Pahang, Perak, Negeri Sembilan, Kedah, Terengganu dan Kelantan. Manakala ketiga, PKPP pula akan dilaksanakan bagi negeri Perlis dan Sarawak dan akan diteruskan sepanjang tempoh tersebut. Perdana Menteri Tan Sri Muhyiddin telah membuat pengumuman khas pada pukul 11 pagi bertarikh 12 Januari 2021. Perdana Menteri telah diterima menghadap ke bawah duli Yang Maha Mulia Seri Paduka Baginda Yang di-Pertuan Agong untuk mempersembahkan nasihat Jemaah Menteri agar Seri Paduka Baginda mengeluarkan proklamasi darurat menurut perkara 150/1 Perlembagaan Persekutuan untuk mengisytiharkan darurat bagi seluruh persekutuan berkuat kuasa mulai 11 Januari 2021 sehingga 1 Ogos 2021. Yang di-Pertuan Agong As-Sultan Abdullah Riayatuddin Al-Mustafa Billah Shah memperkenankan tempoh perlaksanaan darurat berkuat kuasa sehingga 1 Ogos 2021 atau sehingga satu tarikh yang lebih awal jika angka kes positif COVID-19 harian dapat dikawal dan diturunkan dengan berkesan. Proklamasi darurat juga bertujuan untuk membendung penularan wabak COVID-19 di negara Malaysia. Darurat yang diisytiharkan bukan satu bentuk rampasan kuasa tentera. Perintah berkurung juga tidak akan dilaksanakan sepanjang tempoh darurat. Sebaliknya, sepanjang tempoh darurat, kerajaan akan terus berfungsi. Dari segi pentadbiran kerajaan pula, Jemaah Menteri dan Majlis Mesyuarat Kerajaan Negeri akan terus berfungsi menurut Perlembagaan Persekutuan dan apa-apa ordinan yang dimasyurkan oleh bawah duli Yang Maha Mulia Seri Paduka Baginda Yang di-Pertuan Agong dari semasa ke semasa. Perdana Menteri Malaysia juga telah turut memberi jaminan bahawa jentera pentadbiran dan perkhidmatan awam kerajaan persekutuan dan kerajaan negeri tidak akan terganggu dengan pengisytiharan darurat. Kebanyakan kajian berkenaan media yang dilaksanakan ketika pandemik COVID-19 adalah berkisar mengenai isu penyebaran berita palsu. Saiful Islam et al. Telah menjalankan kajian berkenaan 2,311 berita berkenaan kabar angin, stigma dan teori konspirasi di 87 buah negara dan telah mendapati bahawa kebanyakan berita palsu tersebut berkisar mengenai kaedah jangkitan penyakit dan juga kadar kematian. Selain itu, kewujudan berita yang mengelirukan juga telah mempengaruhi kesihatan mental pelancong dari China. Kajian yang dilaksanakan oleh Brennan et al. Telah mendapati bahawa 59% daripada maklumat yang tidak tepat di dalam berita adalah berita yang telah diolah semula dari berita asal, manakala 38% daripadanya adalah berita yang dicipta sendiri. Kajian-kajian media massa yang lain seperti Shelby et al., Aslam et al., Jokowitz berkisar mengenai sentimen yang dimainkan oleh akhbar dan televisyen berkenaan isu COVID-19 pada suku pertama tahun 2020. Kriteria seperti ketakutan, kepercayaan, kesedihan dan marah banyak mempengaruhi sentimen pembaca terhadap berita yang disiarkan ketika pandemik COVID-19. Satu kajian berkenaan surat kepada pengarang telah dijalankan ke atas akhbar The Star Online oleh Siti Aisyah dan Syamimi telah mendapati bahawa surat yang merujuk kepada pandemik COVID-19 memiliki konotasi yang negatif serta syarat dengan emosi. Satu kajian mengenai kepenggunaan telah dijalankan oleh SM Yasir Arafat et al. Mendapati bahawa kebanyakan laporan pembelian panik yang membincangkan mengenai sebab dan impak berlaku di negara membangun. Selain itu, kajian yang telah dilaksanakan oleh Nur Friza dan Adlin Syahirah terhadap akhbar The Star Online berkenaan laporan mengenai COVID-19 telah mendapati bahawa isu-isu seperti ketakutan dan ketidakpastian serta impak terhadap ekonomi dan kehidupan sosial adalah merupakan antara isu yang dilaporkan oleh akhbar tersebut ketika PKP 1.0. Berita-berita yang telah dicari untuk kajian ini adalah yang telah disiarkan di dalam media cetak utama bahasa Malaysia iaitu akhbar berita harian, Sinar Harian dan Harian Metro. Menurut NSTP, jumlah pembaca Harian Metro telah meningkat sehingga mencecah angka 3 juta pada tahun 2019 berbanding 106,000 orang pada tahun 1993. Akhbar ini adalah merupakan tabloid bahasa Malaysia yang paling laris di pasaran. Sinar Harian pula adalah merupakan sebuah akhbar yang diklasifikasikan sebagai akhbar wilayah yang diterbitkan oleh kumpulan Karang Kraf mulai tahun 2006 untuk memenuhi kehendak berita lokal sesebuah negeri. Kelebihan akhbar ini ialah setiap daerah di dalam sebuah negeri telah dilengkapkan dengan skuad pemberitaan bergerak yang dinamakan sebagai skuad cakna dalam mendapatkan berita terkini di sesebuah daerah. Jumlah edaran akhbar Sinar Harian ialah 160,000 unit dengan jumlah khalayak pembaca seramai 509,000 orang. Khalayak pembaca bagi Harian Metro, Berita Harian dan Sinar Harian adalah antara umur 18 tahun ke atas. Untuk kajian ini, penulis merasakan kriteria spektrum khalayak pembaca telah dipenuhi kerana ketiga akhbar bahasa Malaysia ini mempunyai khalayak pembaca bermula daripada 18 tahun ke atas yang merangkumi golongan belia dan golongan dewasa. Kaedah yang telah digunakan oleh penulis ialah kaedah analisa tematik. Kaedah ini dipilih atas kesesuaian dengan bentuk kajian yang dijalankan. Berita yang dianalisa ialah berita bercetak dan bukannya berita yang bercolak digital. Berita-berita bercetak ini dikumpul secara fizikal pada tarikh hari pertama pelaksanaan PKP 2.0 iaitu pada tanggal 13 Januari 2021. Ini adalah bersesuaian dan berpadanan dengan tarikh Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan 2.0 yang dilaksanakan di beberapa negeri di seluruh Malaysia selama 2 minggu pada ketika itu. Berita-berita ini diambil hanya dari ruangan berita tempatan dan nasional sahaja. Kaedah analisa menggunakan 6 langkah analisa tematik Clark Brown 2006. Langkah pertama ialah dengan membiasakan diri dengan artikel yang ditulis melalui pembacaan berulang kali serta menulis kod-kod ringkas. Langkah kedua pula ialah dengan mewujudkan kod awalan dalam bentuk sistematik. Langkah ketiga ialah dengan mengenal pasti tema yang dizahirkan melalui kod awalan yang telah diwujudkan. Langkah keempat ialah dengan melibatkan pemeriksaan tema-tema yang berkaitan dan mewujudkan peta tematik. Langkah seterusnya ialah dengan mendefinisikan tema dengan jelas dan langkah terakhir ialah dengan membuat laporan berdasarkan tema-tema yang telah terbit dari artikel yang diselidik. Tema 1, Proklamasi Darurat. Menurut kesemua artikel, tujuan utama proklamasi darurat ialah untuk membendung penularan wabak COVID-19. Ini bermakna sebarang pilihan raya yang dilaksanakan ketika waktu darurat tidak boleh dilaksanakan. Ia sedikit sebanyak meredakan kebimbangan rakyat mengenai penularan penyakit melalui pelaksanaan pilihan raya. Selain itu, akhbar juga menerangkan bahawa ianya bukan satu bentuk rampasan kuasa dan berbeza dengan proklamasi darurat terdahulu di mana melibatkan perintah berkurung. Kuasa akan diberikan kepada Perdana Menteri untuk mengambil tindakan jika ada mana-mana pihak yang mengganggu usaha kerajaan. Selain itu, ia juga memberi jaminan bahawa kebajikan rakyat akan terpelihara seperti biasa. Ini bermakna tumpuan utama proklamasi darurat ialah untuk memudahkan perjalanan operasi, menjaga kebajikan rakyat, mengekang penularan wabak serta menjaga kesejahteraan ekonomi negara. Selain itu, aset-aset dari pihak swasta juga boleh digembling demi menangani pandemik ini. Tema 2, kesihatan. Kebanyakan artikel dalam tempoh ini berkisar mengenai penambahbaikan terhadap proses sedia ada serta penambahan bilangan pusat kuarantin mengikut keperluan semasa. Selain itu, dalam tempoh yang sama, kebimbangan rakyat mengenai peningkatan kes penularan wabak COVID-19 yang semakin naik juga menjadi tumpuan utama akhbar-akhbar tersebut. Memandangkan hampir genap setahun berita penularan wabak ini di Malaysia, masyarakat ingin tahu mengenai langkah kerajaan dalam menangani penularan wabak ini dan isu seperti pembelian dan pengedaran vaksin juga diberikan penekanan oleh akhbar-akhbar tersebut. Isu seperti penularan wabak ini kepada ahli politik di Malaysia juga menjadi tumpuan utama akhbar-akhbar pada hari pertama pelaksanaan PKP 2.0. Tema 3, Polisi Operasi Standard Sektor Pendidikan. Sesi persekolahan untuk tahun 2021 adalah dijangkakan bermula pada 20 Januari 2021. Atas sebab pelaksanaan PKP 2.0, para ibu bapa tidak pasti sama ada sesi persekolahan tersebut akan berlangsung seperti yang telah ditetapkan atau akan ditunda pelaksanaan. Penangguhan sesi bersemuka telah dilaksanakan dengan diganti dengan sesi pengajaran dan pembelajaran maya. Selain itu, penerangan mengenai keperluan murid-murid yang menduduki periksaan awam untuk menghadiri sesi persekolahan seperti biasa juga disebarkan melalui tajuk-tajuk berita di akhbar-akhbar tersebut. Tema 4, pengoperasian sektor ekonomi dan sosial. Kebanyakan berita yang disiarkan pada hari pertama pelaksanaan PKP 2.0 ialah mengenai jenis-jenis aktiviti ekonomi dan sosial yang dibenarkan beroperasi di sepanjang tempoh tersebut. Penekanan juga diberikan kepada polisi operasi standard bagi sektor-sektor tersebut. Selain itu, kegusaran masyarakat mengenai impak PKP 2.0 terhadap ekonomi juga diberikan perhatian di akhbar-akhbar tersebut, manakala jenis-jenis bantuan yang disediakan untuk industri yang terjejas juga diperincikan untuk pengusaha yang terlibat. Tema 5, Polisi Operasi Standard Pergerakan. Sekatan jalan raya untuk aktiviti merentas daerah dan negeri akan dimulakan serentak dengan pelaksanaan PKP 2.0 untuk mengekang penularan wabak ini. Pihak polis telah memberikan penerangan mengenai bilangan sekatan jalan raya yang akan diadakan untuk membataskan pergerakan melalui akhbar-akhbar. Ianya adalah bertujuan untuk masyarakat lebih bersedia sebelum PKP 2.0 dilaksanakan. Sebagai kesimpulan, dalam ketidaktentuan yang berlaku ketika mulanya pandemik COVID-19 melanda Malaysia, masyarakat tertumpu untuk mendapatkan berita terkini dari media maya dan juga media kontemporari seperti akhbar bercetak. Kajian ini telah mendapati kebanyakan artikel yang dizahirkan di akhbar ketika tempoh PKP 2.0 adalah menghuraikan mengenai kebimbangan dan kegusaran masyarakat mengenai proklamasi darurat dan juga impak terhadap kehidupan seharian mereka. Selain itu, setelah selesai menjalani PKP 1.0 bermula awal Mac 2020, masyarakat ingin tahu mengenai isu yang berkait rapat dengan mereka seperti pengedaran dan pembelian vaksin oleh kerajaan serta prosedur operasi standard pelaksanaan PKP 2.0. Seperti PKP 1.0, masyarakat ingin tahu impak PKP 2.0 terhadap ekonomi kerana mereka terkesan secara langsung dengan pelaksanaan PKP 2.0. Secara kesimpulannya, tajuk-tajuk berita pada hari pertama pelaksanaan PKP 2.0 adalah bercorak memberikan penerangan kepada masyarakat mengenai perkara yang mereka perlu tempuhi selama pelaksanaan PKP 2.0 yang merangkumi isu kesihatan, sosial, ekonomi serta prosedur operasi standard yang perlu mereka hadapi sepanjang pelaksanaan PKP 2.0 itu. Sekian, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as the saying goes, to every beginning there is an ending. And now the ceremony has come to its end. Once again, thank you everyone for gracing our ceremony with your presence. We truly appreciate it. On behalf of the Iceem 2021 committees, I would like to apologize if we have done any mistakes throughout the event. I end my duty as a Master of Ceremony for today's event with Wabillahi Taufiq wal Hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.